trying to get this open without stopping the video. I had to stop it once, but all right, I'm trying this one more time. All right, got this beautiful packaging undone. Here is the actual digital gauge cluster by ID4. This is probably the most exciting modification I've done to the car yet, or am going to do. Take a look at the back of it. So there it is. There's all the connectors, the USB, the little fan. Yeah, so this thing does not fit without trimming the plate from the back. I'm assuming there's instructions somewhere or a video for me to watch, but here is the plate. I believe that the plate template that you put doesn't even say which way is the top, but I think you tape this onto the vent behind your stock gauge cluster, and then you use your Dremel and you trim out the back so it kind of fits in there. Now I do also have, that's interesting. Yeah, I also have the Android head unit, which uses a backup camera. I have not installed the camera, so my plan is when I go in here, I am going to Y-adapt here and finally connect my Android navigation to the backup camera, which I've been wanting to do, I'd say probably for over a year now. So I'm going to look into the paperwork right now, see if there's instructions for this guy, and go ahead and update you guys after that. Alright, so I'm watching the video now on ID4 site. Don't know how old it is, if it's updated or not. The first thing it says is I need a Torx tool set. Now I have this Torx, and I think this is the right one, so I'm going to go in here now. It's super helpful to have a convertible, obviously, because, you know, so much more room to do things. But apparently you go up under here to remove these screws. Wouldn't you know it, that's the right one. So you know why? Because I used it to do the Android radio there. So going to grab a light also so you guys can see better, and I'm going to do the first step in the video. Alright, first things first, I went ahead and hooked up my battery charger because I have a feeling I'm going to have the doors open for a while and it's going to cause some current draw. I do have it on the lowest possible setting here. It's not a bad idea to use a thing like a battery tender here that I have to top off your battery every once in a while if you know, keep your battery in tip-top shape. But if you guys don't know it, you can hook your any jumper cables or anything up to the front posts here. That's what those are designed for. Now, I have a feeling this is going to take me a while. Also got a light set up in here for a little bit extra lighting. So I'm going to get my next step ready. I'm going to go ahead and try to take out these screws up here by hand. Let's see what happens. Oh wow, yeah. Apparently you don't need a lot of torque here because these are hand tight. And I thought about getting my small screwdriver out, my electric screwdriver out for this, but they're just, it's in an awkward place. I don't think you'll be able to get that in here. So here's the second one here. Let's see if I can get underneath like this. Nope, there's not a good place to go. Alright, this is kind of hard to get out by, oh, there we go. Came right out. Not a bad idea to have a place to put your screws, but BMW gives you one right there. Alright, second screw coming out. And out. I'm going to go ahead and check the instructions and check back with you guys. Alright guys, so the next step is you should be able to just pull the cluster. Everything's difficult with one hand. But yeah, look at that. It just comes right out. Pretty easy. Also, make sure that your steering wheel, I drive with the steering wheel all the way down, but make sure that it's all the way in the down position. Otherwise, it might be difficult to get this out. And there should be a connector on the back here. Now here's the next part that's going to be hard, is getting this out because there's like literally no room. It's very hard. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and grab a towel and cover the steering wheel so I don't damage it. Okay guys, as you can see here, I covered up the steering wheel, and I think if you lift up, it will pop right out and be difficult with one hand. I'm really trying to do this while I film. Okay, there we go. So that is it, and now there is a connector on the back with a little clamp that you disconnect. Apparently, it is right there. I'm gonna do that now because it takes two hands. But you just pull the little protective lever over and then you disconnect it. Okay, so there is a little notch here on this connector that you have to push in to move the connector, to rotate the connector down. So just get a little screwdriver or something and push that notch in. This thing should come right out. And then we'll update you on the next steps. But this is our query now. We've got this vent that is right in the freaking way. Ideally, they would have made a vent that was pre-done, but they didn't do that. So we are going to be cutting this now. It's going to be scary and fun. Can't wait. All right, guys. So the next step here is we need to take out this air vent and the light switch. Looked like he just popped this off, but I advise you to get. Whoops. Lost the tool right there. I advise you to get this. This is a trim kit. This has all the tools you need to deal with trim stuff in any vehicle. So there is a little, I'm sure this literally pops right off in the video. Let's see what he does here. They make it look so easy. He's like, yeah.
Is removed, take out the air vent and the light switch.
In a very heavy German accent, take out the air vent and the light switch. So I can relate because I'm half German. So got this tool here. Now you see this thing is specifically designed not to hurt your trim because it's got plastic on the back. Watch me break it right in front of the whole entire world of 5 people that'll watch the video. Okay, so that popped right out. You don't want to break the tabs, so just be careful or you'll be on one of those videos where it's like dying inside. So I'm going to be doing this again because I'm going to be painting this trim in the coming week, but I wanted to go ahead and do this first. But yeah, so wow, check that out. Now we also got to take out the headlight switch, but now that you're in it, I'm assuming it pops right out. I am assuming. Okay. Boy, I love how much focus. I love how much space there is. Look at this. Amazing. All right, let's see what we do next here on the video. All right, so he's popping out that headlight assembly switch. I don't think we need to take it off. That seems a little bit too... It hangs down.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles. On right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
Okay, so...
The sticker must be aligned on the lowest part of the air tube.
Alright, so he's saying to get the sticker.
Cut out the sticker and place it over the air tube.
It came with it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right.
Alright, well let's go. I'll go grab the sticker and see what he's talking about here. Alright, so this thing has to be cut out apparently. So I am going to take a few minutes now. Go ahead and cut this out to the best of my abilities, which is 0. I'm going to drink some non-alcoholic water that tastes exactly like water. And I will be right back with a nice cut template. Just watch the video. Hopefully I did this correctly. I've got the video up right here. I mean, that apparently is how you cut this out, right? And then, so you do it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles.
So,
on right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
He's on a left-hand drive vehicle, so he's aligning it like this, and it kind of bends over, goes to the bottom of the air vent, and then you cut everything except this.
Place the metal shield to cover the hole in the air tube.
Metal shield and cover was. I lost the metal shield and cover. Oh, right here. Duh. Here's the metal shield and cover that goes over what you cut out. All right, let's go try the next step here with, oh, here's Mr. Bink. I know. Kitty, are you hungry? Oh, you're such a good kitty. Are you gonna stay with me forever? Okay guys, so I got this into the air vent area. It's gonna be an adventure. So I literally use shipping tape, and you can see where the lines are folded right here. So take your template, fold it over there. I taped it multiple places. I am going to get my Dremel. I'm gonna watch the video and make sure that I cut, you know, I think this is supposed to be like, yeah, okay, so I've got it taped wrong. So basically you Dremel the air vent there across where it curves, and you come straight down here. Mine is taped too low right there, so you can see where I messed up, but you get the idea. You're cutting the vent all the way from here over to here, and then straight down here to the bottom, and then you're going to match the picture here. Let me pull it up for you. So check this out. This is what's on the instructions.
Place the metal shield to come.
So there's the instructions.
Piece as shown in the picture.
All right, see how they cut?
While the air tube is
Sorry, I
still
dropped
in
it.
the vehicle.
So that's all you're doing right now is you're dremeling, or whatever your favorite dash destruction method is. I know. Mr. Banks. He's still chilled. Mr. Banks. Such a good cat. Alright, I'm gonna load up the Dremel gun now. I have to turn the light off for that, unfortunately, but I am going to work on that right now. This is scary. Kitty! Alright, so I got the Dremel. This is what I'm going to use for it. So I've got this Dremel. I think I lost like the real attachment, but I'm going to use this cutting disc right here and really destroy that dash. So I'm going to go ahead and put this, what? I know, dude. So I'm going to go ahead and put this disc on the Dremel. Get back with you guys. Got my Dremel tool all set up here, even though it refuses to focus. Good grief. Come on, man. So yeah, gonna go ahead and mount this to the Dremel, and I'm gonna Dremel out that air vent and destroy my car. Got my Dremel tool on here, so this is just a regular cutting bit. Variable speed Dremel here. It's gonna be hard to get this thing in here and cut that. Seriously? I already broke the... Okay, I already broke it. Real life here. Your Banks is so vocal right now, but seriously, these cutting discs are so fragile, and I just literally touched it to something. You'll have to play with the Dremel speed. I keep it on a pretty high speed. I'm gonna go ahead and try this. I've been dreading doing this for months. I can't do this and film, but you see what's gonna happen right there. Around that template, right around the edge of that vent, I'm going to cut that, and I'll get back to you guys after I have destroyed my amazing car. Okay guys, so trial and error. This is what I've got here. So basically what I found out after playing with this is your best bet for cutting this is not a Dremel. It's very thin. They don't explain this to you, but this knife here is all I needed. I cut this original slice with the Dremel. The problem is the Dremel can't get into the space, so I cut the rest with this. Now, it seems like, what good would this do? I don't understand. We're gonna find out here though very quickly, because this little piece is going to go here. I'm gonna retrieve that and see if I actually did this right, but it's really rough. You can see here, there's still like a little bit here. I'm gonna trim off. All that has to be gone for this plate to work properly. Yeah, I missed a little bit right there. I'm gonna go ahead and trim that off, and I'll get back to you. Okay, I wanted to update you guys. This is the cable for the backup camera. I am splitting that cable to go to my Android head unit. So I've got a Y adapter here. I went ahead and taped these up with electrical tape. That's a Y adapter. One of these will feed to the backup camera. The other one will feed to my Android adapter. Now I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I'm having a lot of issues getting the cluster in. It's very difficult to get it. I know, man. I know the feeling. It's really difficult to get it into the area. The steering wheel is in the way. It's tilted all the way down. I'm going to work on that for a minute, but I wanted to go ahead and get everything connected to it. So once I do get it in, I don't have to worry about connecting everything now. So I'll get back to you guys if I can figure out how to do it. Okay, so I connected all the cables that came with it. Obviously one of them is for the stock connection to the instrument cluster. The other one is for the keypad right there. It's the keypad here that mounts on your dash with double-sided tape. And then the third one is for the backup camera. So there's also this USB. I did get the right angle USB, so this will only go, the cat's so vocal. So only go in one way because, you know, lovely USB. So this makes it so it sits more flush, like that. Then you take this additional adapter and you mount this into your dash. So this is an extension for that. Now at the same time, this thing is very hard to get in the dash, so I'm still working on how to do that. And once I figure it out, I'll let you guys know. All right, so I'm having a lot of issues getting this cluster installed, and I figured out from a different video for the 5 Series, maybe it would help if I got rid of these little edges on the dash. So I went ahead and broke those off right there to see, because I got it almost in, but it's just very difficult. So let me try to do this now that I've got these little corner edge pieces broken off. I've got all the wiring run through the dash here, coming down through the dashboard and through the headlight jack. Let me give this a shot. Oh, also I taped up here because it started to, this is really like taking, my car's taking a beating on this. Yeah, see, I already, scarred up my car. This is really, I'm having issues here. I'll be back. Okay, I'm ready to punch myself in the face. I think I've messed my car up so many different ways and scratched every single thing up, including my steering wheel, which was perfect. My dash was perfect. It's all messed up. This is a very hard install. I come to the conclusion that it has to fit behind the little tabs in the corner. I tried to Dremel them out so it could lay back a little bit more. It's not going to. I don't know if the cover's going to go on or not, but we're going to do a power on right now and see if it was worth it. Okay, well that's pretty freaking awesome. And if we go over here, we can get the Android. All right, so now the challenge is getting this thing mounted and getting this trim ring on. And oh, also, by the way, during this whole process, I lost this little clip. Yep. So now I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I don't have it. It fell into the dash. It's freaking gone. I'm going to work on this. Goodbye. All right, so it is the next day. Wow, what a night. What can I say? I spent 5 hours trying to get this thing installed yesterday. All I can say is this about this, because I don't want to give the company a bad rap at all. So the first package I got from them got lost. Not their fault. Second package came. I followed the instructions. I cut the air vent. Still, I could not get this thing installed. Now, I made the biggest mistake in the world. I didn't protect my steering wheel and my cover here for the steering wheel that great. And yeah, I scratched up my interior, which was perfect before. My steering wheel has marks on it now, which it did not before. So that was my impatience after being frustrated with this thing. Also, it is not lined up correctly. It needs to go down about 1/4 of an inch. So I'm going to be removing it again and cutting away some more of the vent. And I want to go get some of that flexible aluminum tape instead of the little cover that they supply to fill the vent. So for now, I stuffed a towel in the vent to keep the air going, but I want to show you guys what this thing looks like. And again, I actually scratched up the screen right here just a tiny bit, which I think might come out with plastic polish. I scratched up my steering wheel. I scratched up my top of the steering wheel cover. I scratched up my dash out of frustration, and then in the last just ditch effort to ruin my entire car, I scratched my tint right here. So wonderful, now I have scratched up front tint. So overall experience with this has been a nightmare. This is all I'll say. It is still so hard to get in that I had to force it into the position where it is now, and I didn't use the stock factory screw holes. I put self-tapping screws in wherever this thing would go, but it is in. But you can see at the bottom, the lip is showing there. That needs to be fixed. So let's start it up and show you what it's like. So I don't know why the, okay, so high battery drain is on, which I don't understand why. The car's been off. That's something I need to look at. And actually the car's on a charger right now, so that's interesting. High battery drain, okay. Increased battery. Okay, so that's new since I put the screen in. But as you can see here, I got the screen installed and I did configure it. There's the RPMs, and this is how it looks. And you can either use your stock here to go into the menu. So you push in the menu button there, and that's where you have the configuration items. I do have it on, I'm not sure which one I have it on right now. I think this is one of the sport ones. I think it's Fierce is what it's called. But inside that menu, that's where you set up all the options for the screen. You can set up a display for when you're normally driving, and then when you go into sport. So you notice how when I go into sport, I have it changed to a different theme, which is called orange. I don't know, sport orange or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. But notice, like, I've configured it the way I wanted it. I set up horsepower and torque right here as the extra gauge that I wanted. I got the M Sport logo. Pretty cool. Now it doesn't show boost. I heard they're working on that, but I don't know if that's ever going to be available. But I wanted to just show you guys because I had such an experience with this thing that was a nightmare, and still not right. I did not install my camera yet. I've got the cables all back here. The keypad for it, I did not install either because I was so frustrated at the end of my night. I literally just wanted to throw it out the window, and that's why I threw something at my front windshield. But honestly, my front windshield needs to be replaced anyway, so that's probably gonna happen soon. But wanted to show you guys this, and if you go in here and you go into appearance and you go into themes, and default themes. So default means when you're not in sport mode. There's that classic analog, modern analog, classic orange, modern orange, bright blaze. Okay, that's what I have set for when I go into sport mode. And fierce blaze is what I have set up all the time. And so there's plenty of other options for this thing. You can set up an extra gauge like oil temperature, oil pressure, whatever you feel like you want. But it's cool so far. It's definitely an expensive purchase, and this is all I can suggest to you. I would personally probably get a professional installer to do this. And honestly, I would ditch the plate that comes with it to cover the air vent, and I would just use the aluminum tape. Like, it's, you know, it's like flexible metal tape, because you can also push on that a little bit if you have to get this thing in. And I'm not kidding you, I had to force this thing in where it is right now, and still this bottom lip is showing, which is bothering me. So I'm going to take it all out. I'm going to Dremel out the vent pretty much completely out of where it shows up behind the cluster, and then I'm going to put the cluster back in, hopefully. So I'll update you guys when I do that, but I wanted you guys to see how the display looks, and I want to get this video edited and up. If you have any questions, post them in my comment section. Have a good day. Supercar Street Racing. Key, what are you doing?
I don't know, again, I mean,
You're crazy.
Such a tough angle for us to see right now.
Here's your baby. Here's you.
Had the best view since he wore it off.
Hello, Mr. Binks. How are you today? Baby Black Panther chilling on the driveway floor like he always does. He's just like, I just roll over and be in the dirt because that's what I like to do. All right, 335i 0 to 60 and more. with a tune. So that's transmission XHP flashed, stage 2, E85 30% mix with just downpipes and a tune.
I bet I could.
That could be the best. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. And today we have Dukes of Duval with us here. And we have a special video for you guys because Mousesaur has been so generous to sponsor this video. And they asked me if we would help them promote their new battery, which is doing very well on Amazon. So let's take a look at this battery. Joe, what exactly do we have in this box that's off camera?
Yeah, so what they provided us was a 48 volt lithium battery that can be used for multiple applications, but in this particular situation, we're going to be placing it in my golf cart, which is pretty exciting.
And so why is it so easy to just take this battery and put it right in here without doing a lot of extra work?
Yeah, so for the most part, they're kind of a plug and play situation. Depending on your setup and what you have on your golf cart, mine may be a little bit different because of some of the things that I've included on the golf cart, whether it be converters, other things of that nature that are in there that may be some additional wiring. But for the most part, it's very straightforward. You're taking the lead positive and the lead negative and you're connecting it without having to use all the additional batteries that you normally have in the golf carts. And then amongst other things that you have to hook up, like I said, whether it be the converter, radios, things of that nature, but for the most part, very simple.
So when I did my golf cart, I had also lead acid batteries, but I had to do my motor and controller and my solenoid at the same time, making it way more complicated than this setup. I feel like we can get this done in a way faster amount of time. And also, you did order a new dash, correct?
I did, yes. And one thing to know about this golf cart is that I've already spent the time in the past, a couple years ago, doing a full build out of the golf cart. Just like Brad's, I did motor, controller, solenoid, wiring to 2-gauge. So this thing is ready to take on this battery. And it's going to work very well with this particular setup because it's already a great setup, but it's going to be even better with this lithium battery.
Right, and also the only other thing we really have to figure out is that we have to get the battery mounted in there, and it doesn't really come with specific hardware to put a tray down and mount the battery. So we're gonna have a little bit of figuring out to do with how to get the battery flushed down in the motor bay, and then once we're done with that, we can start figuring out the sound system and running the wires for the new speakers and all that stuff that goes with the install.
Yeah, and I think that the way the battery's built, I think it's got various different ways that this thing can be set in there. So I don't think we're gonna have that much of an issue, which should be pretty easy because again, this is kind of a universal application with the battery. So I think what we'll find is when we pull everything out, the tray down below will have plenty of different options for us to put any bolts and accessories or what it needs bolt-wise to bolt it down. I think we'll be fine.
And I remember when we did mine, the battery weighs over 100 pounds, so it takes 2 people, one on each handle, to kind of get it up and get it into the bay.
Yeah, and his was a 72 volt, so a little bit heavier than this one. I think by
36, I think it was.
Yeah, maybe by 30 pounds. So it should be very easy to manage. And that's another thing that we're really excited about is get all this additional weight that we have with all these flooded batteries that we have in there now to be able to go with this. Huge benefit, amongst many other benefits.
Also, we'll be able to pull out all the cables that connect the batteries to each other. So again, that's weight savings and just you're minimizing parts, so that's great for this thing. The less weight you have, the faster this thing's gonna be and the more acceleration. So when we get back from this short break, we're gonna go ahead and unbox the Mousesaur battery and show you guys what's in the package. We haven't looked at it either. It's fully boxed right here next to the camera. So when we get back, we're gonna take a look at this.
Yeah, and I'm excited to talk about all the great benefits that come along with this battery. We have a lot of really cool things that this battery does for this golf cart. So I'm excited.
Agree. So after this short break, we'll be back and we'll show you guys the Mousesaur.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and open up the box for the SCSR 48-volt lithium battery.
With the SCSR patented scissors. Packaged very well. There's a lot of tape on it. And it's clearly marked lithium for shipping.
Yep. The box is pretty thick too for protection, which is good.
Now we saw some videos where some got damaged, but we're thinking that that maybe was a one-off because this box doesn't look bad at all.
Nope, it looks like it's good.
All right.
I think they probably, since the last time, they took some protective measures, maybe redid their boxing a little bit. Unfortunately, you're kind of at the mercy of whoever the shipping company is to make sure that they don't beat up your product. So, all right, so as we come in here, everything's pretty straightforward. So we have the main battery here, good sized battery, but not too big, which is gonna be nice to be able to maximize your compartment, to be able to put other stuff in there if you want to put additional electronics, you want to store stuff in there, whatever it may be. So we have the battery, and then it looks like we have one main box here that's going to probably have a lot of our wiring and whatnot. In here as well, we have some of the stuff for fastening purposes, some covers for the positive and negative, and we have some information from SCSR. So
awesome.
Excited about that. Oh, and we got one more box in here, and we'll see what's inside here in just a minute.
All right.
All right, so the first package is obviously we have fasteners here. So it looks like just nuts and bolts. These all look like pretty good stainless steel, which is good. So no rusting in the future. And we'll be using this probably just to fasten the battery down, I would imagine. And maybe use these potentially for the charging system, but we'll see how that looks when we get to that.
Okay.
All right, of course we have these covers. Not sure if we're going to utilize these or not, but these may come in handy just to kind of keep something over top of it after we have all of our wires connected to the positive and negative terminal. And then let's see what's in this box here. All right, and it looks like we have our main dash gauge, which is really nice. In my particular setup on this golf cart, we're still kind of deciding whether or not we're going to have it. I think we're going to go with it, but because this thing has Bluetooth technology, and the way that we're going to set up the new dash, we might have an opportunity to be able to display right on top of an iPad or some sort of a tablet, which is nice that they have that feature, but we're going to consider this heavily as an alternative just to have as a backup. Even if we don't put it on the dash, we may put it in the battery compartment just to have that there. So we got the cable, and we have the LCD screen for us here.
So what kind of information is shown on the LCD screen?
Yeah, so we got to kind of get into that. What I have to imagine is going to probably give us information on, I would think, number of cycles, how much power it has, maybe give us some information on the battery itself. I believe that there's probably individual lithium separated cells that will probably give us information on that. So I think it's going to provide a lot of good stuff. But the biggest and most important thing is to know where your battery sits at any given time to make sure that you have enough power to get wherever you're going for the rest of the day if you're out having a good time. So, all right.
All right.
All right, we'll go through this in just a minute. Looks like there's probably some important information that we need to know about the battery, and we will break right into here. And I need the scissors again.
Those are patented SCSR compound scissors. So far, so good, man. The packaging's perfect. I don't see any damage to anything.
Yep, looks really good. Again, good packaging. And in here, we have the charging system itself.
And this is something we were really curious about, whether it had a male connector for just a standard extension cord to go onto.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing I'm excited about, that hopefully that is the case. We're going to figure that out pretty quick.
There's your port right there.
So we have a port here that will connect. And I assume that there's an adapter that goes along with it. All right, so we were able to take it out. It is a two-person job. It is very compact, which is great because again, we talked about giving that space back inside the battery compartment, but it is heavy. So it's roughly 100 pounds. So it is a two-person job to lift this thing up, which is great from the standpoint that it's only 100 pounds in comparison to what we're going to save when we remove all the lead acid batteries. So as we pulled it out, we did an inspection on it to make sure that everything was good. Their packaging held up very well, and the delivery of it looks great. There's not a single problem with it at all. Everything's good, so it's a good.
Came out good, and it's there's literally no damage. And the fit and finish is perfect. They got really nice heavy duty handles here, stainless steel screws. They have like a tamper protection thing here that's telling you not to open up the battery.
Yep.
And then up here on the front of the battery, it shows you all the features. So it's 5-year warranty. It's lithium ion phosphate. It's 65, so IPS 65 means it can handle 6 feet of water for 5 minutes. The tolerance of the battery is 140 degrees Fahrenheit at the top end, minus 4 at the bottom end. It's maintenance free, so there's no water, there's no opening up the battery. It's a fast charge, I think 2 hours from 50% to 100%. And they're showing you here that they feel like your acceleration will be better with lithium than you had with lead acid. So that's kind of a look at the outside of the battery. The fit and finish is on point. I see no problems whatsoever with the manufacturing. It's kind of got a little QC pass thing here saying that someone inspected the outside before it got shipped. So that way, if something happens in shipping, you know, you're protected by that. So
yeah, and just based on the size, looking at this quickly, what I would say is that this is equivalent to close to three regular batteries. And most golf carts, you'll find that you have 6. In some particular years, if it's 48 volt, you may have 4. But this is definitely much denser in size, which is great, and it's going to offer a lot of opportunity to be able to put more stuff and to work, more importantly, to work inside there. I know in the past when I've replaced batteries or done any type of upgrade from any electronic, it's cumbersome. There's not much room inside that tray. I mean, the batteries literally just take up the entire compartment. So this will let us have a lot of room to move our hands. So that's going to be a nice feature when we put this in. All right, so we're back. Obviously, we've got the battery unboxed. Everything was in great shape. So I figure we spend a little bit of time talking about the golf cart itself that we're going to be adding this to. This particular battery, I believe it's universal for the most part. We kind of talked about how we're going to fasten it. We'll figure that out.
Yep.
But this cart, a couple years ago, I spent some quality time and money upgrading the controller, which we did a 500 amp all-tracks controller. We replaced the solenoid and also the motor with an upgraded motor itself. So as it sits right now, it has 6 8-volt batteries, which equals to 48 volts, flooded Trojan batteries. When I first bought the batteries, like always, they had a ton of power. I mean, very strong, very powerful, but over time, that power obviously, you know, dwindles. Diminishes over time. So I'd have to look, but I believe these are 2021, so they've got 4 good years, and I use my golf cart a lot. Like, I go everywhere in my golf cart, so it's got a lot of hours on them. They still hold power, but I certainly can tell you that my distance is not as long anymore. My power is not as strong anymore. And the maintenance and all that other stuff has obviously been something that's been kind of driving me crazy as well. But with that being said, with all those upgrades, this cart is already ready and is dying for something like this here, because it's going to unleash the power that it has in it already that I never got the chance to really do other than a short period of time when the batteries are brand new. And even with the brand new batteries, it still offers so much more that it's going to unleash a lot, and this cart is going to go extremely fast. I don't have an idea of how fast it'll go just yet. I can tell you it does roughly 30 now, but I suspect when I open the controller up, adjust the modifications on it, that we're going to find that this cart will probably do 35, maybe 40. We'll have to see, but this thing is going to definitely show us what it's got. So I'm excited about this upgrade. This is big. It's well overdue, and I think that it's going to be an easy install with everything already done, so it's going to go very fast.
So let's talk a little bit about, with lead acid, some of the maintenance that you have to do. So maybe people have not owned a golf cart before and they don't understand what they have to do with lead acid. What is the maintenance for lead acid? How much does that cost? How often do you have to do this?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that the maintenance is a lot, but there is maintenance, and there's side effects to having lead acid batteries. So one thing that you know is that every time you come in, you're going to plug it up. In the charging cycle itself, it's always going to I'm going to say exude, or it's going to overflow acid that comes from the batteries. That's just a normal part of the process, right?
What are you actually putting in the batteries?
Yeah, so we use water, so it's a mixture of acid and water. Okay. But every time you plug it in, it's going to
it boils.
It boils, right? Yeah. It gets hot, it gets heated up, and it flows over. So one of the biggest things is that, one, you have to make sure that you're constantly keeping water in there. So we use distilled water. I keep gallons at the house. You're constantly having to make sure every couple of months that you have it. And there's no way to know unless you pull the battery cap off. do a visual inspection to see whether or not it needs water. And then from there, typically if one's low, they're probably all low, and then you're filling it up. So that's happening every 3 months that you should be doing that. And often, if you're in maybe a cold environment or somewhere where you're using you're charging more cycles, that could be happening more repeatedly than that itself. But that is work. And the other part of that is that when that's boiling over, depending on where you're parking your golf cart, it's causing damage.
It goes on the floor.
It goes on the floor.
In the battery bay. So
luckily with the club car, it's an all aluminum based cart. So with the frame itself, so what's nice about that is that even though it overflows, it doesn't cause much corrosion. However, there are other golf carts, including EasyGo, that still, to this day, as far as I know, use a regular metal frame.
So those will probably corrode.
They do.
More.
Yeah, and we've actually made a video one time where we took one apart and it was just absolutely destroyed. We were able to kind of get it back, but it's pretty rough. So that's really one of the bad side effects of having it, right? The other thing is that inside the compartment bay, when you have all those wirings and you have all those connections, you see corrosion. That happens a lot.
From the battery.
From the battery.
It can get on the wiring too.
And I can't tell you how many times that I've had friends, because we obviously dabble in a lot of golf cart stuff, that have come to me and say, I don't know what's going on with my golf cart. And typically what I'll do is, first thing is I go right to all the battery terminals, I'll check the connection, I'll wiggle it, and what'll happen? One just falls right off, right? It looks like it's on there, but it's completely corroded. This is going to be a major help in that regard, because you're not going to have all that acid flowing out, getting all over, corroding things, which is really, really good.
It's also kind of the same when you have a solar power system. So these people that have solar power, they'll have a room with like 20 or 30 batteries in it, and the corrosion just over time just kills the battery terminals and it just disconnects. So they have to go back in and they have to put new wiring in and all that. So that's another good thing about this. And also, not to mention the cost of distilled water is probably, how much per gallon do you think it is?
Maybe a couple bucks, but often I'm using 2.5 gallons probably in most cases. When they're really, really low, that might be a little bit over, but you're constantly having to buy it. I keep a constant stock at my house all the time. And it's you got to open it up, you got to pull off all the caps, and it's probably a 15-20 minute process to go through it, and that's just one thing you don't have to do anymore. So you save time, you're not getting the corrosion, and if you lose those battery terminals or those cables, I mean, those are costly too. So if you have to replace those, it's expensive as well.
Everything has gone up in price, so I'm sure that the wiring for the golf carts has gone up equally as well. So they're not cheap. They're high gauge cabling to handle the current on the batteries. And so I'm sure replacing those probably adds some expense as well.
Absolutely.
So I think, but we haven't really tested this yet. For myself, I know that I had to buy distilled water probably every couple of weeks, and I would spend like 10 bucks. So the price difference for the lead acid versus the lithium ion is sort of falling directly into line with not having any maintenance.
Correct, yep. The savings alone from that perspective. And I think we could talk about that, because that's probably the biggest thing is the pricing. Most people, again, want them, but they've just been fearful of the price. They know all the benefits, and that's admittedly one of the reasons why I just hadn't made the change yet. But now, mind you, these are 2021 batteries, so I had 3 years of wait time to figure it out. And they're there. Monster especially, they got great pricing on this battery right now on Amazon. We'll show you some details about that in the video. But it is, to me, it is pretty much equal to buying lead acid batteries versus having lithium, and it's an absolute no-brainer. It's time to get rid of the lead acid, and it's time to make the conversion to lithium.
So right now, I just wanted to touch on that, what Joe just said. So the Mountain Solar 48 volt, this is 105 amp hours. That's the big one. That's the biggest one you can get, even if you get 72 volt. 105 amp hour is the biggest battery capacity you can get. Right now, the battery's $18.99 with a $700 coupon.
Wow, that's huge.
So it was $400 yesterday.
Even cheaper.
So they've dropped it to $700. So this battery's what, $1,300?
Yeah, and that's a great deal. That with that additional discount, it is less, I believe, now than lead acid batteries. I'm almost positive.
It's very close, and it's worth it, even if it's a couple $100 more. But yeah, literally yesterday they applied this $700 coupon, and I think that they're trying to reach out to a bunch of the content creators. And when they got that going, they did the extra discount so they can get some more batteries with it.
Yeah, so hopefully by the time this video comes out, the discount is still there. Even if it's $500 or any discount, even at the $1,800 price mark, it's still a fantastic deal right now, in my opinion. And we've got a lot to break out about this battery, but all things tell us this is going to be a phenomenal battery, and it's going to be well worth making the conversion for that price.
So versus lead acid batteries, what kind of charge cycles can you get out of this lithium ion battery? What are we looking at before it's not always guaranteed that it's going to die at a certain time. It's kind of like a light bulb. It might die, it might not. But what are they telling you that you can do charge cycle wise with this 48 volt muscle source?
Yeah, so there's a lot of information about this battery. Not all I can recite off the top of my head. So it's probably best that we refer, because I know there's information that's online about that. But the biggest thing is that you're going to get an increased amount of cycles. And what we consider cycles is wearing the battery down to a certain percentage, then charging it back up. With lead acid batteries, every time you're doing that, it's obviously wearing the batteries down, and that's what causes the batteries to wear out over time. I would say that based on what I know about the battery and what we looked at quickly versus this, you're going to get 4 times the life cycles that you would get out of a lead acid battery, maybe more, you know, depending on
Not only that, they charge faster.
They do charge faster.
So they'll come from almost 0 to 100% faster. But I remember this in my head, the 50%, so if you charge your battery, discharge your battery down 50%, it's 2 hours to go from 50 to 100%. So that's good. If you're out all day, you know, whether you're on the golf course or whether you're in your neighborhood, if you need to take a little break, you can put your cart on the charger and it'll be back in 2 hours. And go out and start having fun again.
Yep. And again, those amount of cycles that you can go through, that's a lot of time. So I suspect, and I kind of calculated in my mind how often I use mine, how many times I charge mine, that this battery is going to last me over 10 years.
10 years.
Easily.
And in
Easily,
that time, you probably would have bought at least 2 sets, maybe 3. 2 optimistically.
Yep.
If you stretch them out when they're on the end of their life, but
for the flooded batteries, yep.
Yeah.
So the one thing to know is that there are different manufacturers for these flooded batteries. I've always been a Trojan fan. They admittedly are the best when it comes to flooded batteries, but they're costly. They're the most expensive. You're going to pay for it. If you're not buying Trojans and you're buying some other knockoff, a Die Hard or whatever battery it is, I promise you're not going to get much time out of it. You're going to find that you're going to have a battery that dies, and before you know it, I see this often. If you have Trojan batteries, what I typically see is that you will have those same Trojan batteries through the entire time until you're ready to replace, right? With those knockoff batteries that you think you're saving money on, every time I see it, they'll have 4 batteries that were all the same date, and then they'll have 2 other random batteries in there that failed that they had to replace. So that's another big benefit too as well, because you want equal power coming from all of those. So you don't want a couple of batteries that are 2 years old or 3 years old and then a brand new battery. This literally is going to be the lifesaver because it's going to stay in perfect harmony all the way across.
You don't have to balance the different batteries out, so they're not going to fail.
It's going to be great. Yep.
And also, not only that, but your resale value from this is going to be higher than lead acid. If you have lithium, somebody's going to be more willing to pay you more for your cart. It's all the work's already been done. All the money's already been spent for the lithium. All they have to do is get in the cart and drive it. You don't have to worry about this for, at least 5 years. 5-year warranty also on the battery.
Which is a great warranty.
5-year warranty. So if the battery fails within 5 years, Muscle Sore will take care of you within 5 years.
Absolutely. I mean, at 5 years, if it hasn't failed in 5 years, it's gonna stand a long time, in my opinion, in most things. If we're on the topic of power, the other thing that's really beneficial, depending on your application and what you're using it for. So, like Brad, I like power. I want to go fast in my golf cart. I want to be able to get on a main road, get up to speed, get up the flow with traffic. This battery is going to give you constant power through the entire ramping up of speed. With batteries like I have now, when I hit the gas, it's a slow gradual, and I can watch the gauge and it just drops that power down immediately and then has to build back up over time. You're not going to have this problem here. You're going to have power immediately, a strong surge of power that's going to last all the way through, and it's phenomenal, right? So that's going to make this thing not only very strong from the get-go of taking off, but to be able to give that additional power that you really need when you're going uphill, and then if you're getting up to the point of your top speed, to be able to push past that, which is really good. So this is going to be a phenomenal addition from that respect alone, with the power that you receive from it.
Not only that, the discharge of these batteries is slower, so you could probably, they're saying with this battery you're good for 35 or 40 miles of range. Now I don't know what that would equate to with lead acid, but this guy, I have never run mine below 60%. I'd say now I have 72 volt, so it's a little bit different, but I've never run it past like 60 or 70%, and I've gone 20, 25 miles. Never even come close to even discharging the other battery that I have in mine. And they're both lithium ion. The only difference, is 72 volt versus 48.
One thing to know is obviously every application is different. If you are taking a bone stock golf cart that's got a 250 amp Curtis controller in it,
Stock controller,
stock everything, this battery is going to literally drive you around for hours and hours and hours.
It doesn't have to draw so much power because
Correct.
it's only a smaller amperage controller. So yeah, you'll get more range out of your stock golf cart as well.
Absolutely.
We don't know the actual specs because we haven't really done any kind of testing, but we already know that this is going to be sick with upgraded motor controller solenoid. So I'm excited to get this thing installed, but first we have to remove the current battery. All right, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing Garage. We got Joe here, Dukes of Duval, with his new Mosasaur 48 volt 105 amp hour battery. But what we failed to talk about is some of the performance gains that you get from this battery simply because of weight savings. So there's a significant saving of weight when you go from lead acid to lithium ion simply because of the cells are lighter in the lithium ion versus the same amount of voltage and amperage. So let's talk a little bit about that. What are we looking at as far as weight savings here?
Yeah, so what we looked up was, and we confirmed, I believe it's around 68 pounds per battery. So in here, I have 6 8-volt batteries. So you do the math on that. So we looked online, we're gonna verify it, but I believe that they weigh around 63 pounds per battery. So you times that over 6 batteries, that's a significant amount of weight. These come in right at around 100 pounds. So basically this is equivalent to less than 2 batteries, which is pretty phenomenal. So if we're gonna get a savings of 230, 250 pounds, that's significant because if you're a golf cart rider, you know adding 2 additional bodies is a lot of weight, right? So that's the way I look at it, right? Adding 2 more bodies to it really slows you down. So you're reducing that, which is gonna be significant in regards to your overall power, speed, and all that. So huge savings in weight.
So right here in front of us, we have a scale. All we have to do is just tap the scale, it'll come on, we can throw our battery on, well, eventually it'll come on. Throw our battery on here, a single battery, see what that weighs, and then compare it to the 105 pounds for the lithium ion. We'll know exactly how much weight savings we have, not to mention the cabling and other things we get to throw away as well.
Correct, yep. So I think we're gonna go ahead and get started and removing a battery. So we'll take one out, we'll weigh it, and let's do a comparison. I'm also interested to see comparison with the size of the battery. This may be less than 3 batteries in size.
Yeah.
This itself.
Definitely skinnier and also less wide and less long than 3 batteries, I would say, just by looking at it.
I think the battery is probably equivalent to the
same width.
To the same width, but I think that it's going to come up less than 3. So we'll put them all together and we'll show you guys.
It is 13 and 1/8 wide by 20 inches, we'll call it long.
Yep.
So why don't you measure one of those batteries, and then we'll show you guys once we get the battery out. Make sure you go across the terminals.
Roughly 10 inches.
10 by...
Roughly 7 3/4.
Oh, okay.
So 2 inches.
2 inches less with this one, right?
Yep. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get in here and start taking out these batteries. So obviously we're gonna take off the seat here, set that to the side. Right now, when you're looking at this setup, right? So obviously these batteries are in a series. So what will happen is that you'll have a positive that comes off the solenoid, and then you'll have a negative that comes off the controller.
Okay.
But with that, from here, you're gonna see that you have cables that are connecting to each one in a series, right? As you can see, these are not your typical wires. I custom made these 2-gauge wires to really beef it up in preparation for my controller that I added the solenoid and everything else. And now that I have the battery, it's perfect timing because it's really gonna be able to handle a serious load on it. So what we'll have to do to get these batteries out is that with this particular card, this again has 6, we'll have to remove these brackets right here that are what we would call like a tie down for it. Once these are removed from here, we'll go in and take out each individual battery. I have a specialized strap that you take to use to lift them out. So we'll get working on that, and then we'll show you what it looks like from a weight perspective and comparison.
Perfect. All right, let's get moving.
62.6 pounds.
Wow, so the internet was right. It's 63.
And it's probably missing a little bit of water too. So I bet if it had
Yeah,
fully topped off with water,
that's crazy.
63.
62.6
Yep.
pounds. All right, guys, we took all the old lead acid batteries out, and you did see that the battery weighed 63 pounds.
Correct. Yep.
Incredible. That probably weighs more than like one of your children.
These nuts.
One
One
Maybe.
child.
Yes.
So we're gonna get the new battery in, but first, we're gonna conclude this video by showing you guys the compartment here. So what we have left here basically is an inverter. So this converts 12 volts to 110 volts. We have a voltage reducer here that goes from 48 volts to 12. Then we have a fuse box here for all the 12 volt accessories. And everything for the golf cart is located behind this metal panel here. When you pull this off, everything's mounted to the back of this. So what is our next step on the next video?
Yeah, so obviously the first thing I want to do, anytime that you have an opportunity, in my opinion, to clean up, like this is a good time. Don't just throw it back in there. Get in there, clean it all up, make sure it looks good. And then we're going to start measuring out. One of the things that I kind of forgot about was this center spine here, which I think that's going to give us a little bit of a challenge, including these wires. So I think in yours, we had to come in.
We cut that.
We had to cut that out a little bit, which is not a big deal. A simple Sawzall, Dremel tool, something like that. It's just plastic. Should come out there pretty easy.
And if I remember correctly, we also had to cut out part of this part where the charge port was because it was in the way of us getting the new charge port installed. So we cut some of this guy out right here too, this little hump right there.
Yep.
So in the next video, we're gonna go ahead and get this all prepped up for the new battery. Go ahead and get that battery installed, and then we will update you guys when we're ready to do that.
Sounds good.
Sounds good?
Yep.
All right, let's get out of here. Guys, we are back in front of the Supercar Street Racing amazing 4K production studio today, and we are looking at a deeper, in-depth look at the Eufy security doorbell and smart lock right here. Today on the channel, we're going to get into this guy. Oh, hi. Are you home? Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing Studios. Brad here, and we are looking today in depth at this Eufy Security Smart Lock doorbell. And it is pretty cool. And it's sitting right here on the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. And what did they do? They replaced this actual shed door with a real door. An actual framed-in door, finally, for the 4K production studio. And to complement that, we have placed a nice quick set lock on there and this Eufy security doorbell smart lock. And today we're taking an in-depth look at this. Yesterday we showed you guys how to install it. Today we're going to show you how it actually works on the channel. Alright, taking a look at the front of the Eufy security door lock, doorbell, smart lock. You see a number of features here on the front. Now right here immediately you notice on the very top there is a fingerprint reader. And you can see right here right now that the door is unlocked. There's a slight gap in this door. Don't know why, but that's just the way it came out when it was installed. But if we put our fingers on it, see it turn blue. And it did lock the door and indicate with a red LED right here that the door is locked. And you can see right here through the gap in the door that there is a deadbolt right there. Now, if we place our finger on it again at the top, you will see again, turn blue, unlock the door, and turn blue on the LED. That is one of the many ways that you can unlock the Eufy Security doorbell deadbolt smart lock. It has been threatening to rain all day in North East Florida. So far, we've been lucky. It's been a beautiful day. We do see some rain clouds right there, but today our goal is not to get rained on. It's actually to take a look at the other ways that you can unlock and lock a Eufy Security smart door lock and doorbell. Now there's also a keypad in the front, as you notice right here, and you will put your code in, which I can't show you obviously, but if you put your code in, aha, okay. All right, so I must have put it in wrong. Let's try it again. Okay, that worked that time. It did lock with my code, and then I will unlock it now. Oh, it double beeped at me. Didn't like that. And that time it did unlock with the code and respond to us with a nice blue light. That is how you unlock it with the front keypad. Now, the backup way to unlock the door, if something should happen and you do not have access, is there is actually hiding underneath this door chime a lovely keyhole. So you would just put your key in there and unlock it. And it is hidden by this water safe doorbell chime, which you just see that we activated. Later in the video, we'll show you how to unlock this from the Smart app. But right here, right now, we're going to show you about the doorbell chime, which should be this button right here, and you can hear it. And now moving inside the Supercar Street Racing Studios, Alexa, turn on the studio switched. And now let's hit the button from outside and see what happens. Moving inside the studio, Alexa, set the studio switch to white. Moving inside the studio down here, we see the doorbell chime. Now this chime actually serves two functions. Not only is it a doorbell chime, it also is a Wi-Fi bridge for the door lock. And you can see right here, right now, it has an SD card slot on the side. There is a 128 gigabyte SD card in there that does not come with the system. Make sure when you order it, you actually order the SD card. This is paired to your Eufy app separately from the actual doorbell. So you want to pair this guy first by scanning the QR code on the back. And then when you get your doorbell battery charged, you will actually add your doorbell to the app as well. And they will automatically use each other and function properly. But that is the chime. It can go in any 110 volt outlet and provide you with a nice sound when you ring your Eufy security lock and doorbell. Inside the studio, really simple. You can see that we have just the back plate of this. This back plate slides off from the top. And yes, I have some foam in the way, so I have to push it to get the back plate off. But I did put the foam right up against it so it looks good. Inside of that plate, you have your battery. To charge that battery, you will pull that battery out. It does have a USB type C connector on it. You place that on any USB charger and it will charge in about 6 to 8 hours. And it does have a standard lock right here that you can lock and unlock. So if I want to lock it, we are now locked. And it will tell you that in the app also, and we'll visit the app next, but now this door is locked. And now, right here and right now, it is absolutely 100% unlocked and will let us out the door. Back outside the Supercar Street Racing Studios here on a lovely day in Florida. The wind is blowing and the storms are trying to come in. We've been lucky so far. I'll look at this Eufy Security Smart Lock and we can see right here, right now, that is the camera on the front, and right now I'm sure we are triggering all kinds of alerts on this guy. This has a motion detector in it. You'll see all that in the app. You can download the videos to your mobile device after you trigger an alert. You can set the sensitivity and whatnot on the app, which we will show you separately. I just wanted you guys to see a very good close-up look at the front of this lock. There is a USB connector underneath, which is interesting because it looks like it would get rained in, but maybe not. It does not say to put any kind of plug or anything in it. You would think that it would get wet, but no. So moving from the top to the bottom, there is that fingerprint sensor, the camera, the keypad, the doorbell button, which is also hiding the keyhole. And then underneath here, there is a button and a USB-C connector. Below that, we see the quick set lock that I put on the Supercar Street Racing Studios as well. All right, guys, we are back in front of the Eufy app now, and you can see the Supercar Street Racing weird guy out front of the studio right now. And you can also see my devices here, and you can see that my front door is on this, and it is unlocked. So I'm gonna hit that button now, and I have to actually drag it down. And I did hear the front door lock, so it did work. And then also the Supercar Street Racing Studios are unlocked, as you can see by the red unlocked indicator right there. And if I push this little button here with the lock, it is locking the Supercar Street Racing Studios supposedly right now. And the Supercar Street Racing Studios are locked. And you can see right here and right now the weird guy in front of the studios. And if we go down to events, and you can see at 4:33 is when it started, I think. There's a weird guy. We'll just look at this guy right here. We hit that button right there. There is a creeper outside of Supercar Street Racing Studios trying to break in, and he was busted, and I got a indication on my phone, a notification that there was a weird dude trying to get in. And you can see here, if we go back to the front screen, this is September 21st here, so it shows you all the events. So it is showing us right here where the front door was unlocked by me and then locked automatically. You can set it up to auto lock. If you leave it unlocked, it will help you. And then here's all the events that it detected. Any of these events we can go play. There's a good indication of the audio.
I like that.
You can see there that it plays back the audio and the video. We'll go back to the front page, and we can hit this arrow button right here, this little playback indicator. And this is a live shot of the Supercar Street Racing Studios. You can set the sound off and on at the bottom. You can record live events. And you can see it has the date and time in the upper right-hand corner. And someone just texted me, but let's get rid of that. And they wanted a picture of me, but not right now. And at the present time, I'm walking outside so you guys can witness me get detected by this camera. So notice the door does face the pavement and going to feedback probably. I'm going back before it feeds back, but you did see me. I'll turn down the volume and head back out to get detected by the lock. There I go, walking straight by. And you can see the field of vision is pretty wide. And I am standing way to the side right now. Let's see how close I am when it detects me. And I would say I'm about 3 feet away and to the right of the door. And I did just walk by again. And you notice here that on the display, it says the door is still locked. And then also it shows you the Wi-Fi connection signal, how many kilobytes per second or K per second that is transmitting to the base station. And you can take screenshots down at the bottom with the little scissor icon. And then if we go up to the upper right, and we hit the set button, we did get texted again, ruining our shot, but there is a motion detection setting here. You can detect all motions or just humans. Detection distance, you can set it so that it doesn't detect things way far away. It has a loitering setting and someone leaving. You can set that up, and you can up an activity zone. It has an auto lock feature, so this will lock the door automatically after a certain amount of time. It has a one-touch lock. If you hit the little lock button on the door, you don't have to enter your code. It will just lock like that. And the power manager allows you to choose whether you want optimal battery life. That does no motion detection. Surveillance does, it actually adjusts the detection time to reduce the chance of detecting the same object twice. Optimal surveillance lets you record the most, and customizable settings there. You can scramble the passcode so that you have to enter some different digits first, because that throws people off that are watching you put your code in. So you have to put in random codes at first, and then you put in the actual code. And wrong tire protection is on. Video quality here, we have it on auto. Video encoding format is high compression video quality coding format. The audio settings are here. You can turn up the ringtone volume, the beep volume when you touch it, the voice prompt, and audio recording when you are getting clips. And here's your notification setting. If you want to know when this doorbell sees somebody with motion detection, you can get notified on the phone. Also when the door rings, when the door is locked, when the door is unlocked. And then when you open the motion detected notification, it asks you if you want to jump to the related history or the live view. And here's your content extension notification. It's on most efficiency now. Down here at the bottom, we have app alert tones. They're set on default. And moving back to the next, we have the indoor chime ringtone settings. You can set up what it sounds like inside the house. Also can alert you when the doorbell is pressed. Alright, and also here's Alexa as a chime. When the doorbell is pressed, your Amazon Echo will send an audible chime, which is very cool. So there's a setup on how to get this done. Moving down, we have the lock calibration, so you do that the first time you put the lock in, or if you reposition your lock. You can add access for people. Right now, it's currently just set to me. Under General, you can set up the name of the device, your storage, and we have a 120 gigabyte SD card installed, and it has used only 18 gigabytes. It'll be good for 4 days. You can format the card and repair it if something happens. If you want cloud storage, you do have to subscribe for that, which no thank you. And you have a mounting guide and about the device. It gives you the MAC address and all that stuff. And yeah, that is a look at the, and also down here you notice you can actually call the device. There's a little telephone at the bottom. You can ring it and talk to people who are outside of the studio. Now let's jump inside the studio and talk to Mr. Brad Street Racing to go over this lock on Amazon. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio here. And as you can see right here in front of me, I do have the Eufy See Everything Smart Lock. And we did do a video about the installation right back here on the studio door, but today I wanted to take a closer look at how this works and show you guys the app and the actual box closer up. And this is a look at the box here. It does have 2K video and multiple ways to unlock the door, which I just showed you in this video. Taking a look at the screen right now, this is the Eufy Security Video Smart Lock S330 is what it's called. And it does a camera option, a doorbell option, a fingerprint option, and a keyless entry option. And a key, there's like 10 different ways to unlock this thing. And you can unlock it with the smart devices as well. I don't want to say it because it will wake up, but I tested that this morning and it works perfectly. I have tested out all the motion detection and everything on this guy, and it is a really good product so far. Looking online, it does have a 4.4 star review. I don't know why that would be, but taking a look at some of it, it says that it's glitchy great for 5 months, does not detect motion as advertised. So I don't know about the length or the longevity of the life of this product because I have not had it long enough. I've had it only now for 2 days. The only thing I haven't worked out, and it's not a fault of the product itself, is that the strike plate for the deadbolt on my particular door frame is smaller than the strike plate provided with this. And this is a good example here of what I'm talking about. This is the strike plate that was provided with the lock. My door frame has a lot smaller one, so neither one of these will fit, so I have to order a strike plate today for that. Other than that, so far so good with the Eufy Security Smart Lock. I haven't had any real issues with it at all. And I think that it is a decent buy. It is kind of expensive at almost 300 bucks. But it is 15% off right now, so that's a good thing for you to buy at this point. Now, guys, I just want to ask you one more time to please subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. And remember, in the links for the video today, you will see this door lock. You don't have to buy the actual door lock if you don't want to, but anything, if you click through my link in the description, anything you want to buy on Amazon, and it will help me greatly because I'll get a small amount of commission on that, and I lose money on the channel. So anything you can do for us would be great, and we're so happy to have you as a subscriber and sticking around for all the videos, and we will see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. Peace out. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, and we have the funniest named product in the world. It's the 10 LOL voltage meter, 48 volt voltmeter, and also USB quick charger. We are going to be installing it today on the Murdered Out cart. Stay tuned. Okay guys, so here is the carbon fiber dash, and it looks like we are going to try to install it right about here. Can't do it here because there are cup holders in the way, but if we put it right here, I felt back behind there. I don't think it's going to be an issue because there's nothing behind there. It just has to be wide enough to make it through this right here, and I think it should be fine. I have my multi-bit ready to cause some damage to the dash, and it is about that wide that we're going to have to drill. So we're going to use this multi-bit, and it is good for up to, what does it say, 1 3/8. So I'm just going to look that up and make sure that that's big enough to get this, but I'm looking at the bottom of the 10 LOL, and I'm looking at this, and this is probably fine. So we'll start small and go ahead and go get this thing installed into the cart. Okay, I absolutely have panic attacks about drilling into the dash. It's something I absolutely do not like doing, but it is a thing that has to happen to get this installed. So we have the drill out here with the multi-bit, and we have our measuring tape, and we're going to try to put it about right here. So the total is 1.5 inches. Ooh. Yeah, about 1.5 inches. I'm just going to try to eye it down the center and right about here, and just hope it works. And if it doesn't work, I mess my dash up forever on camera. But here's the multi-bit loaded up. Now we don't want to go too much, so we'll do a little bit at a time. Let's see what the center is. Really want to get like the exact center. but it's really tough. I'm gonna do it by eye. Right there. All right, so nowhere near big enough, we know that. We gotta go quite a bit bigger. Hopefully I didn't go too far up. All right, we are getting there. The next step is the one. We are basically there. That should be it. Not quite. One more. Try it like that. So close. Yeah. Really close. That should be it. There we go. We don't need this cover. It came with a little cover. We don't need that. It's not going to get wet. I'm not going to take this cart out in the rain. That's it, brother. Looks awesome. Now all we got to do is wire it up from the back. So I need to get my heat gun out and my soldering stuff. And we have a 48 volt right there. We're going to solder it to. This should be easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. These are 48 volts, but unfortunately, they don't fit this type of spade. They're too small, so I'm gonna actually cut them unless I have some spades that fit them. I might have some, I'm gonna check real quick. I got my collection of spade connectors out here. I have a whole box of them. And what we are looking for is a female, and I don't know what size these would be, but they're pretty small. I got the key off now, so we're looking for a male. These things suck, by the way. They are hard to crimp and they come off easily. Those are too big. All right, we're just gonna finish it up with some electrical tape. do that next. Okay, so unfortunately it does not fast charge my phone. I thought it would be a fast charger. It is not. It's just showing regular charging. That's a bummer. I thought it said Qualcomm Quick Charge 3.0, but you can see there the installation is clean. It's straight. It still needs to be tightened up some more, or either I'll throw some glue on the back of it, one or the other. But yeah, we got that installed, and now we have a voltage meter and a USB charger in the cart. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. We'll see you guys next time. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Wonderful day here on the channel. And we just got these skylights replaced. The old plastic ones were replaced with nice modern glass skylights, and it's really weird to be able to see through them. But today we have some added fun for these skylights on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, today on the channel, we are going to get the skylight insert, these, whatever this is called, the inserts where the skylights go up to the ceiling. We're going to get those painted if we have enough paint. Hopefully we do. We have just a little bit left. And also, we are going to be adding LED lighting to the top of these. We have a couple of Govee smart strips. So we need to get that ladder out, get up there, and see what is up there. So we're going to be doing that next. Let's grab that ladder. All right, I think it can be done on the lip of the skylight, which is just above the white part there before you hit the glass. It's going to be fun, but I am going to have to try to get this ladder all the way up and in the center up there. See if I can do that. And then here are the actual strip lights right here, which then I need to get power into the attic somehow. All right, I'm gonna get this guy open. Okay, so I have to get at least this part through the wall up there into the attic to get power to these things. So I'm thinking the lowest part up there is the best place to do it, so I'm going to shoot for that. I'm going to go ahead and just start running these LEDs, I guess. Okay, I'm not 100% sure if I got the wire actually to where I can get it in the attic. That means I have to get in the hot attic. This is going to suck big time. Okay, I'm not 100% sure if I got the wire actually to where I can get it in the attic. That means I have to get in the hot attic. This is gonna suck big time. All right, the first LED light is connected in the attic. We just need some long extension cords in the attic to connect it to power, but I did good. However, this time I don't need to drill such big of a hole. I'm gonna send one of my paddle bits right through it this time. As you can see, the lights came on. I have power in the attic now. And I think they are set to microphone. They are. All right, let's get them hooked up to the Gobi app. Guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing living room where I've been working hard to finish this project of these refurbished skylights. And as you can see right here, right now, we have replaced these skylights with glass, and you can see how clear and good they are. And then we did some work afterwards, and we are about to witness that now. We installed some special Gobi LED lights, smart lights, into these skylights, and also painted the skylights for the first time since I've owned the house. So let's check out what this looks like. This should work something like this. Alexa, turn on the skylights. Alexa, turn on skylight number 1. Alexa, turn on skylight number 2. And there we have it. For the first time at night, we are checking out the Supercar Street Racing enhanced skylight action here. And this is quite a sight to see. Look how good that looks, guys. The Supercar Street Racing skylights in action. We have taken these skylights from just a normal skylight, which you couldn't see through, to something special. Now let's get a thumbnail for the Supercar Street Racing channel. And there we have it, guys, the Supercar Street Racing enhanced skylight experience in the living room, looking oh so fresh to death. And these are the Govee 16-foot LED strip lights, looking so fresh. And we will see you guys next time. Please like and subscribe and click through our links to buy anything on Amazon, not just what's in the description. Anything. Click our links in the description, buy anything you want. We get a few dollars here and there. But as you can see, we have installed LEDs and painted the skylights and replaced the skylights with modern glass. And it looks oh so fresh to death on Supercar Street Racing. See you guys. Okay, we got Mr. Binks here on the bar. Mr. Binks, look it.
Mr. Binks. Binks, sir.
Geek, 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 geek. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing office right now in front of the M audio keyboard and the Supercar Street Racing channel here, and you can see that we have 1,200 videos exactly, and that is amazing. Probably a little over 1,200. But right here also in front of us, we've got the Z's security camera that was sent to us by Z's to go ahead and check out. It is the model CA49, and it does pan and tilt, and then you can see on the back it says anywhere, anytime. It's all about your smarter security. And there's some specs on the back here as well. But our first mission today, besides playing this keyboard, is getting this camera unboxed and seeing what is inside. So let's do it right now. Welcome back, guys, to Supercar Street Racing. Again, we are standing in the Supercar Street Racing office with the M audio keyboard in front of us and the Supercar Street Racing channel to our left here. But our mission is very focused today on this Z's smart security camera. And you can see right here that it uses the app, and there is a barcode right here on the side for you to scan the Z's home app. And then there's a picture of the camera. It does pan and tilt, apparently. And then it uses a 5-volt USB power supply to work. It is only a 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi camera, just like most of them. I don't know when they're going to start coming out with 5 gigahertz cameras and other devices, but they are not yet. And it does use USB Type-C, which is awesome. So this is the CA49. If you're looking for it, I will put a link in the description. But now let's go ahead and get this opened up. Pretty simple packaging here, nothing amazing. And that is probably the power wire there. The box is a little beat up. Okay, yes, so that was power. So inside there is also so they gave you drywall inserts and then a mounting bracket and a standard USB power brick here. As you can see, just a regular 5-volt USB power supply here. And then inside of the box right here, we have the actual Z's smart security camera. Okay, it does not say on the box, but clearly it does say in the manual that it is an indoor camera only. So it is only an indoor security camera. So the ideal position for this would be probably looking at a door or something like that. But I do have power in the garage, so we might just set it up as a Tesla cam on the garage and see what that looks like, but I'm not sure yet. In order to get this working, we do have to go ahead and get the Z's app downloaded. So it's called Z's Home. So we're gonna switch to the phone right now and go ahead and get that app downloaded. Okay, before we get the app downloaded, actually, let's go ahead and power up this camera real quick. So it does have a pretty long cord here, and you do have the peel satisfaction right there that we could do a short with, but I don't have time. So we got that peel, and there is a USB Type-C connector on the back for power, which is great. You can use any USB adapter for this. And then you simply just plug in the USB Type A to the little power brick. Or I could power it with this laptop if I really wanted to. All right, I did apply power to the camera, and there goes the camera spinning around and making a lovely sound there as it initializes. And it did go ahead and tilt up and down and spin around to prove that it does work. Now let's get this app. Nice. It's making noises. All right, we're in the Z's app, and we're gonna add a camera now. It says new device found. There's the serial number. Now we have to go ahead and put in the Wi-Fi information. All right, it is connecting the phone to the device, and hopefully this time it works when it tries to upgrade the firmware. All right, it is connected. It just made a noise. Let's see if it will actually update the firmware. All right, it says update. Let's see. Let's see if it's going to update. Okay, it's flashing blue. Firmware is upgrading. Looks like the camera is restarting now. Let's see if it actually comes back up. And it is blue again. And the camera looks like it is back online. And yes, it is. And here is me on the camera. A little slight delay, but not bad. Picture quality. Let's go ahead and move this somewhere else. Oh, and you can pan it like this. Tilt it like this. And it's at 2K resolution now. And here I am on the Z's camera. Looking so fresh and so fly, dog. Let's move it somewhere else. I'm gonna mount it up in the corner there where there's already power and you can see the entire garage from this side. right, we did get the Z's home camera, pan and tilt camera installed right here up above the garage door, hoping that the garage door doesn't hit it, but it looks like it's got plenty of room here. You can pan and tilt throughout the entire garage here and see the garage door, and also do live views when I do detail the car, which is awesome because I can use that camera as well. So we are done with this project for now, and I am going to now show you video from the actual app of the camera working so you guys can judge for yourself while I clean up. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you've got Brad live in the 4K production studio with Grape Juice, and today we have the Z's indoor security camera, and this security camera has 2K resolution, it has a 360-degree pan and tilt field of view, and it is a two-way audio camera with motion tracking, and it works on a 2.4 gigahertz network. Now, if you do get this camera, just be aware you probably should get an SD card so that you can go ahead and record to the camera. The only other way you can record is with the app directly to your phone. So pick up a 256 or a 128 gig SD card for use in the Z's pan and tilt camera. Now you can see right here in front of me, it has 209 ratings with a total of 4.2 stars. Now I did have some freezing up in the video, and you did see in the video there that it was up converted from 2K, which is the camera native resolution, to my timeline resolution of 4K. So just be aware that was all blown up a lot. The freezing in my video was just from my Wi-Fi problem, so I didn't have any problems with the actual camera. And you can see right here and right now, if I open the Z's app and I hit play on the camera, we have a live view right now of the SCSR compound, and we can go ahead and pan and tilt all around there also if we want to. And this camera is $19. It is very cheap right now for the next 3 hours. I will put a link in the description. I'm going to publish this video ASAP so you guys get this deal. It's 50% off right now. Check out my description and go ahead and buy the Z's pan and tilt camera. But we can't stay here anymore. We got to go to the garage. Somebody broke in. Chilling. Oh, people are hitting me up, trying to come over and hang out in the backyard. I'm like, all right, you can come over. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing for another video, and today we have a very special sponsor with us. Rove was kind enough to send us one of their 4K, dual channel 4K dash cams for the Tesla Model S Plaid. Now I thought this would be perfect for the car because I need a dash cam in that car. You cannot access the footage inside of the car unless you have an incident. So this will really help out with that goal. Now this dash cam is awesome. It has GPS, it records in 2160p. It has a 2.4 inch IPS screen on it. It has a 150-degree wide angle lens, and it also has night vision, which is important if you're gonna be driving a lot at night. These guys have 37,400 views on Amazon, so you know they've sold quite a few of those. I am super hyped to get into this gift box. They sent us a bunch of stuff for the 4K dual channel dash cam. This thing also supports over-the-air firmware updates, built-in 5G Wi-Fi up to 20 megs per second download speed. It can geotag you with its built-in GPS, and it does support up to a 1 terabyte micro SD card. I think that we have an SD card included with this. When we dig in, we're gonna find out. And I just looked at the box. It does come with a 128 gig Rove SD card. Says it right on the front right here. This guy has an app for both iOS and Android, and we will look into that as well today when we dig into this. Right now on Amazon, this is a $99 purchase. It is 17% off right now. It might be different by the time you guys get this video, but for right now, you can pick up the Rove for 99 bucks on Amazon. Now, Rove was also kind enough to send in their big gift box this 3-lead hardwire kit. This allows you to hardwire your cam into your car permanently without having to use a USB-C port or any other type of wiring. Now, I don't know if we're gonna actually use that in the Tesla because of the high voltage system and getting 12 volts, but we're gonna look into that. And then there's another thing in the gift box, the Rove Ultimate CPL. This guy right here has a circular polarizer and a microfiber cleaning cloth for your Rove. We got 3 awesome products right here from Rove today to take a look at. So let's go ahead and get these 3 guys unboxed right now. What's up, guys? Welcome back to our other channel sponsor today. PureWex was so kind to go ahead and forward us some of their mushroom gummies. You can see them right here. They are 20-in-1 complex mushroom gummies. Now, these guys are so awesome. They help your brain, your focus, and your immune system when you take these. These guys have a powerful blend, a great taste. I let my neighbors try them. They said they taste just like chocolate, and I agree. Very good taste. I'm gonna go ahead and take one right now. So yummy. Literally tastes like chocolate. Now, these PureWex mushroom gummies have cordyceps, lion's mane, reishi, maitake, and shiitake, all in a 20-in-1 powerful blend. These guys help you get through the day, and they help you keep focus. They help keep your immunity high, and they help keep your brain at tip-top levels. I'm gonna continue to take some of these mushroom gummies every day and let you guys know in about 3 or 4 weeks if I feel a difference after taking them. But these are rated very highly online. I will have a link in the description to the PureWex mushroom gummies. And if you go to their store, you'll find a lot of other cool supplements you can take as well. If you don't want these, please buy something else from PureWex. Get your mushroom PureWex gummies right off of the Levanta.io link that I'm going to provide for you in the description, and let them know that Supercar Street Racing sent you and that you support us. Let's get back to the video. All right, guys, we're back in the SCSR living room now with the Rove dash cam. And the first thing we want to unbox is the main product. This is a Rove R2 4K dual channel dash cam we're going to get into right now. And on the front of the box, you can see here, it just gives you all the features: 4K 2160, Sony Starvis image sensor, over-the-air updates, built-in 5G Wi-Fi up to 20 megabits per second, a 3-inch display, built-in GPS, and it does support up to a 1 terabyte micro SD card. It comes with a 128 gig SD card. You may want to upgrade that if you want to be able to store more data. There's also something on the front here with a QR code that says if you want to meet other Rove dash cam users, you can go ahead and scan that and meet up with other users. Now on the back, it does tell you all of the box contents, and we're going to dig into this and see exactly what it is inside of this box. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this guy on the side. Now on the side of the box, it just kind of tells you the same features here, kind of that it does up to 2160p recording. It has HDR. It does have a screensaver, supports up to a 1 terabyte micro SD card. It does have motion detection also, so that's cool. And it does use H.265 and H.264 codecs. H.265 is the newest and most efficient codec. It does support that. Let's go ahead and use the patented SCSR Smith & Wesson knife to get this Rove completely unboxed. All right, we got the plastic off of the Rove. Let's go ahead and open it up. And right at the top of the Rove, you do see a SD card here, a 128 gig SD card with a micro SD card adapter sitting right on the top, looking so fly. All right, guys, we got the Rove 4K dual channel dash cam right in front of us. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at what's included inside the box now. Now, the first thing we see on top of the box in the Rove 4K dual channel dash cam is this nice SD card. It is a 128 gig SD card with a SD card adapter in case you have a slot in your laptop for running an SD card. And right inside of that, there is a nice thick user manual to describe to you how to use the Rove R2 4K dual channel 4K dash cam. Pretty thick. Looks like it might contain a bunch of good information there. We'll take a look at that later. So this warning here on this card does show you that it wants you to use Rove only SD cards. If you get an SD card error, they want you to choose a class 10 U3 speed. Now they want you to use a Rove SD card, but I will challenge you that Rove SD cards are probably the same thing as other SD cards, so that is your call. I'm not going to say that until we try other SD cards. They want feedback as well. Once you purchase this, they want you to go ahead and go into feedback and leave them some good feedback. They're also giving away $500 gift cards for big captured moments. So if you have done something on your Rove camera that you think is worthy, you can go ahead and apply for a $500 gift card. There is a little warning sticker here that says smile. You are on a Rove dash cam. So if you want to put that on your car, you're welcome to go ahead and do so. I'm not going to, but they do give you that capability to do that. And now inside the box, everything is labeled very nicely. This side says it is a USB Type-C power cable. Now it does have a rear camera cable for the rear. This is a dual 4K recorder, so it has a rear camera as well. You can see right there on the front, there is the second camera. They give you some nice spare stickers there also. They give you a 1 meter USB data cable as well. They give you cable clips. A wire trim tool, and some wet cleaning pads to make sure things stick properly. Let's go ahead and see what is on the left side of this. All right, let's get the left side of this unboxed now and see what's in this box that we already read here. All right, we got the first box out right now. And the first thing inside this box is some 3M sticky pads and also some cable sticky pads. Very useful for installation. We do have a little trim tool here. These are cool. I have a whole different set of these that I bought myself. We have a super long cable here, assuming this is USB-C. It is. This might be what gets to the rear of the car, so we will check that out as well. We've got some sort of a 90-degree USB-C to USB-A. We have a USB-A to USB-C, and we have another USB-A to USB-C, which is a little bit longer. We'll have to get in there and see what those are for. Now we got a second box sitting here that was on the other side, and this thing says it does have a rear view camera in it, a fast charger, and it looks like a cigarette lighter type charger, a suction mount, and a sticky mount. Let's get this guy open right here and see what is actually inside it. All right here in front of me, we do have some sort of a sticky mount. It looks like you have a 3M pad on the bottom of it, and this probably just does stick to the dash if you want to do it that way. That's not going to happen in my car. This is a USB Type A cigarette adapter right here. I already know without opening it, that's what that is. Now right here, we do have a suction mount adapter for the dash cam. And then one final thing in this box. All right, now we do have the rear view camera was just pulled out. So here is the rear view camera, pretty cool. All right, we did get the rear view camera out of the box. It is that small. That's all it is to it for the 4K dual rear view camera. Let's put that in the box too. And all that's left to take a look at now is the actual Rove R2 4K dual camera sitting right here in front of me. Let's go ahead and get that out of the box now. All right, you can see how good they packaged the R2 4K camera here. Let's go ahead and unbox that real quick and take a look at it. We got it out of the box now. It is pretty cool looking. Check it out, guys. The Rove GPS 4K camera looking so fresh and fly. It has a protective film on the back. It wants you to go ahead and read all this stuff. This says it needs continuous power for operation. It wants you to use only Rove SD cards for this camera. It's talking about SD card errors again. And it does say it's merely a recommendation that you can use any SD card you want, and I agree with that. Why would you have to use their cards? You should be able to use any one you want. And there we go. We have the Rove 4K unboxed. It does need continuous power. And right here on the side of the Rove, you can see the USB Type-C connection for power and data. Up at the top there is the connection for your rear camera. So that would be where you would connect USB Type-C to the rear camera. And if we go back in here and look at the rear camera, it also does have a USB Type-C on the side. So we will be using the long USB Type-C cable to go ahead and check out the Rove. And that's all that's in that box. Let's go ahead and open the next box. And this is actually a 3-lead hardwire kit to permanently mount your Rove in your car. Let's get that opened up. All right, we got the Rove 3-wire kit right here. Let's go ahead and slice that open. We do have some sort of alligator clip device here. We have some wire ties and some sticky stuff, another trim tool, which is awesome. And there is our actual 3-wire kit. And it looks like you might have a turn-on wire like you do when you have an amplifier for a car. So it looks like you've got power, ground, and then a yellow. Yeah, so you have 3 wires here. Here you have power, ground, and accessory. The yellow is basically a turn-on wire for the Rove. Then we've got some other stuff inside here. Oh, wow. We have actual fuse connectors. They gave you everything you might need to go ahead and use your fuse block if you're going to do it that way. So these guys all provide you with different types of fuse connectors. They gave you everything. They thought of every possible thing inside of this Rove accessory kit. That is very cool. And that leaves us with one more box to check out. This is the Rove Ultimate Kit. It has a circular polarizer, a cleaning cloth, and a user manual for the Ultimate Kit here. We'll get that opened right now. All right, there is the kit there. There is your circular polarizer filter there, and they give you a nice cleaning cloth so you can go ahead and screw that right on the front of your Rove. Let's do that right now. I mean, that should be it right there. It's screwed directly on the front. All right, guys, that's gonna do it for the unboxing for the Rove. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Now let's get this thing out to the Tesla and see if we can get it connected and start making some video. We are in the Supercar Street Racing Garage right now with the lithium-ion 72-volt golf cart. We have everything for the Rove camera right here. You thought I was putting it in this Tesla Model S Plaid, didn't you? Not happening. It's going on the golf cart, and I will tell you why. The Tesla, I have a plan for that already. A manufacturer is trying to work with me to make the dash cam in the Plaid available all the time. So they have a product we are going to be installing. So we're going to be putting this in the golf cart, and I think it's really interesting for the golf cart, and I'll tell you what my plan is right now. This thing can mount several different ways. You have a suction cup right here. That's a standard mount, right? They also give you this little like extra mount thing here that goes with a 3M tape pad, right? Like a shoe. And then this can slide directly into the shoe like this. You just literally slide the shoe right into it, just like that, no problem. So I think what I am going to do is attempt to somehow directly mount this dash cam up here like this. I want it on the roof pointing forward like that. So just like that is kind of what my mission is. So I'm gonna screw it from the top, and then what I'm gonna do after that is run the wires over the roof. So I'm gonna go directly over the roof like that. And you can see right here, there is a grating for water to pass through the back of the cart and go down to the ground. It goes all the way through here and down to the ground. Well, my plan is come through here, drill a hole directly through here, and then tap into USB power right here for the cam. Now there's also a rear camera right here. So I'm about to show you what my ultimate plan is for the rear. It connects with a USB-C cable to the camera itself, so it'll go all the way over the top as well. But let's show you what we're doing in the rear over here. Okay, we're at the back of the cart here. So my plan is to also mount the rear camera to the roof. So the rear camera is kind of cool. It can rotate and all that stuff. So I am going to basically take the shoe mount right there. I'm gonna mount it up here, just like this. And then I'm gonna screw it from the back side right through there, right there. I'm gonna screw it right to the roof and then run the cable. I think that's gonna work out perfect if it still works. It might be broken now since I dropped it. Okay, so we went ahead and just used the sticky tape mount right here on the front of the golf cart. You can see right here, it is a shoe mount, and I went ahead and just pressed that hard right there onto the ceiling of the golf cart, the roof, and now you can see that the Rove Dual fits just like that. And here is the power cable. The power does just come directly out of the side. I am gonna drill a tiny hole in the roof. It's gonna have to be wide enough for this to pass through, so I'll end up like caulking it in with black caulk afterwards. Now here's the power wire for the rear camera, and you can see it's huge. Okay, we're gonna do a little test now with the Rove, but I wanted to show you guys the SD card that comes with it. It comes with a 128 gig SD card. If you need more than that, go ahead and buy one, but make sure you get a high enough speed card that it will support the Rove. I'll put a link in the description to some on Amazon. By factory default settings, your dash cam is ready to go without changing any other settings. You can now utilize the user manual or how-to videos to learn more about the dash cam. Oh, what's up guys? I didn't see you right here, but I'm glad you're here because we have a new sponsor on the channel today. Bakio is kind enough to sponsor us on Supercar Street Racing, and they have something that is very important for your, and you know, the only thing that matters in life is how comfortable you are in your, and so Bakio has sent us 3 of their boxer briefs to check out. And I gotta say, I was able to live with these guys for a week. These are the most comfortable boxer briefs that I've ever worn in my life. And Bakio asked me which ones I wanted to try. I immediately went down into the website and picked their boxer briefs made from tensile modal fibers. Now I'm gonna put a screenshot up here on the screen right now of the Bakios, and you can see they have a spacious pouch there in the front. They have an easy access fly. They are ultra soft, and I can attest to that. I did try them out for a week. I have 3 pairs. I wore all 3 pairs this week. These things also have the best moisture wicking in the industry. They also have tensile modal fibers, which are sustainably sourced, so that's also good for the environment. There's a bunch of different color options to choose from on this 3-pack, so go ahead and see what 3 colors you like the best. Now these tensile modal fibers are supposed to stay soft through a long period of time with these boxer briefs. These guys have a high absorption rate, so they keep you nice and dry during the day. Now these tensile fibers are made from renewable wood sources, so you know that they are worried about the environment when they're going to use products like that. Everything they use in those modal fibers is certifiable as biodegradable and compostable. These are the top end of boxer briefs. If this is something that you feel like you need to take care of make sure you look into Bakio. They are so kind to have sponsored Supercar Street Racing. I wanted to get that out directly to you today so you could check them out yourselves. Now they are priced competitively due to what they have inside of them, the fabric, the brand, the quality, the craftsmanship, all top end. And it is so important that you guys help us with our vendors and our sponsors so that we can keep the channel going and bring you more stuff like Bakio and their amazing boxer briefs. Now let's get back to the video. Back in the Supercar Street Racing garage the next day, and I have a plan. I went ahead and bought some black caulk, got him.
These nuts.
And I am going to go ahead and drill right through the top here, run the wire directly on top of the golf cart to the back. It is then going to come down this nice little thing right here. This is actually a drain. I don't know if you guys knew that. I'm going to drill through the side of this metal thing right here and pull the USB cable right out of the side there. All we have to do right here and right now is I found my sticky things. If they will stick, I'm going to use those to kind of route the wiring in the channel here on top of the golf cart. Let's see if it works. right, we're back out in the garage this morning trying to wrap up this whole project. And last night we were trying to figure out a way to stick down the wires up here, and we did use our sticky pads and they worked great. So all we're doing right here and right now is continuing that process. We got it all the way down to there, cleaned up. So let's go ahead and finish the process of sticking down these wires ASAP. All right, I have gotten the wire down through the channel right there. I am gonna drill a small hole first with a little drill bit, follow it up with my step bit, and I'm gonna need to have enough width to get this USB cable through. So it's going to be almost the entire width of the bar here. So I gotta get this drilled out now. So let's see if we make things really bad. And I broke it. Let's go ahead and power this on, see if it actually works. It does work. Power did come on. Let's go, son. Let's see if we see the rear camera. We do. Success. That's kind of perfect. So I got to clean this off first and go ahead and stick it here and then drill my hole wherever I feel like drilling. Let's do that. It does have 3M sticky tape on the back, ready to go. And it's perfectly straight because it's hitting the top of the trim. So it's level. I'm just putting pressure on it now. Not enough to break it. Yeah, I can get it from the backside with the screw. But check this out. So I'm gonna go ahead and drill just a tiny hole right here. But my wiring's right in the way, of course. Okay. Let's see if I did it wide enough. All right. Let's go. Got him.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa!
Yeah, so the camera overheated again, of course. And I would say if I had to guess, the garage is maybe, I don't know, 82, 83 degrees. Not anything crazy, but I did go ahead and clean up. I vacuumed everything off. And now our only job left to finish this entire project is to put caulk around the holes that we created in the roof of my beloved golf cart. I hate it, but I kind of wanted this project. I want video from golf cart and I want good video. So we're gonna get our caulk gun here. We got black caulk
These nuts.
ready to go. And all we're gonna do right here and right now is seal up 2 holes, maybe 3. Not gonna lie, it definitely took me to another level of challenge. I don't usually have these many problems with a project. This one I kind of guessed on the way because I don't know the actual anatomy of the golf cart, but it turns out that I figured it out in the long run. And basically, we got the 4K dual dash cam installed for you guys, and I'm so hyped. And one of the cameras is right here over my shoulders. This is a rear cam, records at 1080p, front cam at 2160p. So 4K in the front, 1080p in the rear. And guys, it would help me so much if you order all of your Amazon purchases through our affiliate links down in the description. You don't have to buy this. I would encourage you to buy it from Rove, but if you don't, buy something else. It helps the channel so much. But tell Rove how much you appreciate Supercar Street Racing by buying this camera through our affiliate links down in the description. Okay guys, we are right in front of the Rove app for the Rove dash cam, and I just wanted to give you guys a little overview of this. I went ahead and set up Wi-Fi and changed the Wi-Fi password, so I can go ahead now while I'm in the app. I have already added the device, so that's the first thing you do is actually add the dash cam. But you do that by connecting to its Wi-Fi, which the default password is 1234567 But now that we have done that, we can connect to the Rove. It does use Wi-Fi, so it's going to show us its Wi-Fi network here, hopefully, if I'm in range. And there it is. So it is on the default Wi-Fi name. I did not change that, but I did change the password because you don't want people connecting to your dash cam, probably. Now it's going to say connected without internet, and your phone will probably prompt you if you want to connect to it always, and you just say yes. So you back up now. Now we are connected to the dash cam, and you can see right here, we are recording. We also do have a front and a rear. All right, this is the front dash cam here. If we click this right here, we can go to rear. You can see my garage door right there looking so fly. You can also go into the dash cam itself and look at videos. So here's videos from the front. From yesterday, we have a whole bunch of videos that I will be showing you. And this is how you configure the actual video. So you can set your video resolution here. I have it on 4K in the front, 1080p in the back, 30 frames per second. This is where you set up the loop length. So it's the length of each clip that you have recording. Now, this is the G sensor, and on the golf cart, it is very, very sensitive. I'm gonna go ahead and switch that off because we hit bumps in the golf cart. It thinks we had an accident. HDR is definitely turned on. And this is a default exposure for the camera. You can do time lapse on this setting. I do not use that. This is where you set the video compression. H.264 will be larger files. H.265 will be smaller, but also very good quality. I have the bitrate set on high for the highest quality. Your file size will be bigger if you do that. We did not put the 24-hour kit on. We're not turned on 24 hours, so we can ignore that. This is what you want to be stamped onto the video. I have everything switched on. This is how you change from mile per hour to kilometers per hour. You can hide the status icons on the camera after a certain amount of time. This puts the live speed and the compass on the display. And this allows you to rotate the video. Let's say you installed the camera upside down. You can go into either the front or rear, and then you can flip the camera view over. And that is it. We are connected to the camera right now. We can go to the front or the rear, and you can see right here, the garage of the Supercar Street Racing compound. All right, here I am inside the Supercar Street Racing garage, guys. Now guys, that's gonna wrap it up from the Supercar Street Racing garage. The next step, take it back to the SCSR editing studio, Studio B, not the main studio, the secondary studio, and show you guys this on Amazon. All right, let's wrap this up inside with a look at the Rove dash cam online. We're back in Studio B in Supercar Street Racing office, and we have the Rove R2 4K dual dash cam right in front of me. It does have 4.5 stars on Amazon, so it does have good reviews. Right now it is selling for $129, and there is a $30 coupon you can apply to it that you can see right there. Go ahead and pick one up from the link in the description. It will help me out so much if you can go ahead and use that link. It just helps the channel out a little bit. Gives me a few dollars to keep going because we lose money on the channel. So please buy from our affiliate links on Amazon. And thank you so much for supporting the channel. And we'll see you guys later. We got to get out of here later. All right, welcome back to the channel, guys. I have a big update for you guys on the new Supercar Street Racing Studio. We are streaming live up there in the corner, right down there on the laptop right now. So please join the live stream if you're at all interested in what is going on. So here is the update. I have this much of the foam insulation done, and I just seam sealed the seams and caulked in the top. I was having trouble doing the corners with the seam tape, so I just went ahead and caulked it in because I'm better at that. And this is ready now for foam tiles. I was going to paint it black. The paint doesn't stick at all to this plastic, but my worry was that if there's spaces in the foam that you would actually see it. So I might throw a quick roll of paint on here, but I'm not 100% sure. Like if the foam tiles contract at all and there's spaces between them, you would see white. So I might go ahead and touch up all this and go ahead and throw a coat of paint on all these before I start foam tiling. The goal with foam tiling now is to see if this is even going to work as a surface and how it looks. So my plan is to do that corner and this whole entire wall here and see how good I am at cutting around on outlets and things like that, because I have to actually cut the foam and then lay the faceplate maybe on top of the foam. I don't know yet. I got to see exactly how it looks with the tiles on. But yeah, the tiles are down here, and so they will start up there in the corner in one direction, and then they will start, sorry you weren't even watching, They will start up here in the corner and run all the way across with one pattern, and then on the second run we will come down with this pattern, and it should make it look good. What else have I done? So I also ran the extension cables for the webcam. So I have one 10-foot extension cable and one 5-foot extension cable running through the wall and down to where the computer is going to be, and the webcam is going to be up in that corner. And you can get on the live stream right now and see the webcam. It's right there on the left. So I did that. I also did more lights that are going to be switched. I originally only had one there and one there. I actually ran 2 more on each bank so that there will be 6 switched lights, and then we have 2 unswitched, one right there and one that'll be coming out of the ceiling over there. This is the part on this wall and this wall and this wall where we have to start worrying about cables behind the wall when we cover the wall, so we have to be measuring and ready to cut foam to get our cables out. So everything else, I framed up the Echo Show 15 mount. So that's the mount where it's going to be. I have the power ready for it here. That TV is ready to be mounted. I have the second TV mount on the TV inside. It's a older television that's going to be right here. It's a 32-inch. The 2 50-inch TVs go there, and they are in the living room waiting for the Govee LED immersive lighting to come in. I have one set coming in today for this TV. It's going to be a challenge because they're made for 50-inch TVs, but this is a 43, so I'm going to do a method that I saw online by raising the LED strips up every like half an inch to take up space. That goes there. These 2 have immersive LED, and then this one I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet because it's a 32. I want to try to do something cool with this one, but I don't know what it's going to be behind it yet. So that's our update for now. I will keep you guys posted as I go. Please join the live stream and let me know what you think. We're here once again in the Supercar Street Racing office, preparing for the hurricane. You can see I brought everything in. It may not be necessary, but it took about 10 minutes to bring all the furniture up. And today we're looking at this amazing Haza PR 800 wild camera, which was so gracefully supplied to us from the manufacturer to check out. Let's get this thing opened up, see what's inside, and have some fun on the channel. I'm hyped. We are back in hurricane prep mode now at Supercar Street Racing, and we got a hurricane coming tomorrow, and we're hoping we don't get too much of it. There's a little bit of wind out there right now, but nothing major. Today we get to open up the Haza PR 800 Wildcam, which was so gracefully provided to us from the manufacturer to check out. And right here, right now, we are going to open this thing, and then we're going to test it out and see what it's all about. And unboxing this, already like the packaging a lot. And let's see what's inside this guy right here. And immediately opening it up, we can see that it is looking all camouflaged and nice. So definitely will be camouflaged on the trail. And then taking a look further inside, looks like there is a couple of peel satisfactions here on the camera with the peel sat, which I know you guys love that. Except I failed on that one. The other one just fell off. And there's your peel sat. And this one is going to be a royal pain for me to peel, ruining everything. And we finally got off the peel satisfaction there. And looking further into this thing, it looks like it's got 2 clamps here. Now, keep in mind, oh, there's some more peel. I love it when they do that. They don't even tell you to remove this one, but there it is, guys, the peel sat for you. And opening up this trail cam, it looks like, oh wow, nice. It's got an LCD display right here. And I'm checking out, all right, down here, it looks like there is a 6-volt power adapter hole there. Very nice. It's got a little LCD screen with some peel sat. That peel sat, oh, I messed it all up for you guys. That peel sat is so good. All right, we got everything peeled on this guy, and you can see right here, right now, it closes like that and clamps shut, weatherproof, just like that. Looking further into the package as we dig deeper into the trail cam, the PR800, looks like we have some kind of strap right there. Maybe it's to carry it around your neck, I'm not sure. Be pretty cool. And then digging deeper here, we have a USB, and I forgot what type of USB that's called. It's not USB-C. It's like micro USB or something like that. And even further here, it looks like we might have a charger right here for a USB. And inside here is the hunting and trail manual with kind of an overview of everything. And it says use the 6-volt power cable in the camera. Since there's no built-in battery, the camera will power off when unplugged. Okay, so it looks like here it has to be powered all the time. Ah, or it has batteries, I see. So it looks like maybe we could use a battery bank on this, or we can just throw batteries into it and use it that way. And I guess it opens up in order for you to install the batteries right here. Looks like. And there is the 8 AA battery slot there. I'm more interested in trying a battery bank. And the batteries will not charge on this, so don't think this is chargeable. What you're doing here is just powering it with batteries, or you're powering it with 6 volts through this port. And that leads me to go grab my battery bank and see if we can figure out how to use that. And we have returned with my generic battery bank here, and I'm really curious to see if this guy, oh, that's looking neat in the display. I'm curious to see if this guy will power via the power plug here, the battery bank. So let's get that power wire undone here. And you can see it has that little round type so you don't mistake it for anything else. And somewhere on here there's a USB port. Haven't found it yet. And that must be for getting, there it is. So it's for getting the stuff off of there, I'm assuming. Right here, right now, let's go ahead and plug in this power to our power brick and see what happens. All right, so we're just inserting the power cable right there, and then our power adapter pretty much has USB A and C and every other type. So let's go ahead and plug this in and see what happens. And I believe the power is off, but we do have power supplied to it now. Let's see what happens when we turn this on.
Robert, it goes down.
And nothing happened. Interesting. Curious if I have to power my power bank on. That says power. Alright, I'm going to see if I can figure this out and get back to you guys. Alright, I did some experimenting here, and interestingly enough, when I plugged it into my Samsung charger, it did come on. Aha! It comes on here now with my battery bank. All right. So yeah, it didn't power up the first time with either the power on my nightstand or with my battery bank, but now it is on, and you can clearly see on the screen there is something on the screen there, and that is the front of the camera, what you're seeing. And notably, there is a SD card in here, a 32 gigabyte SD card that came with it. It says it doesn't come with it, but it absolutely did come with one. So that is interesting that it wouldn't power up before. I'm going to try now in the nightstand power bank and see what happens. And it does power up there as well. So not sure what was going on before, but it absolutely works now. So digging a little bit, it just gave a low battery indicator as if the cable came disconnected. So I'm wondering if there is a short in this cable somewhere. But this does not charge. There are no batteries in here from what I can tell. So we're just running off the cable right now. But we are going to set this up with the battery pack outside and go ahead and play with it and see what it will do. And then we'll go from there, because this does not charge, and I'm not going to load it up with AA batteries at this point. Now just quickly going through the menu here on the PR800 Wild camera, we can see here that we can set up things like the mode, which you can switch between photo, video, and photo and video. Photo pixel, so you can change the resolution. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the highest resolution, 42 megapixels. You can put on continuous shooting, and you can make it shoot 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 photos. Video length, you can put it 5, 10, 20, 30, or 1 minute. Let's go ahead and put it on 30. Resolution, you can change from VGA to 720p to 1080p to 2K or 2.7K. I'm going to go ahead and go to 2.7K. Low, medium, high, PIR sensitivity, whatever that means. EIR interval. Whoops, I went back out. Not sure what that is. There's a timer. There is a time-lapse mode here. There's an auto power off, which is not on right now. And here's where you set your date and time. Record audio, yes or no. Device sound, you can turn the sound effect off and on for this guy. Timestamp on. Format. That format's the SD card. And there's the software version. Let's go ahead and set the date and time if it's not set already. So it's set to 1/1/2023, when in fact it is August 29th, 2023. See if we can go backwards. There we go. It thinks it is 8:36. Well, that's not good. How do I get to the time? Okay. So it is officially 4:58 p.m. 16:58. Let's see if it saved that. Yep, it did. Okay, cool. So that's a little look at the menu here on the trail cam. Let's see if we can figure out now how to set it up. All right, I've been trying out the trail cam for a minute, the PR800, and now I'm pretty confident I understand how this guy works. So the power switch right here has two modes. One is setup and one is on. When the switch is in setup, that's when you can operate all the menu buttons and set up the actual trail cam. When you pop the switch over to on, then it counts down from 5 and then the camera is ready to start recording. Now, a negative that I already see about the camera is the position of the power. When this power is connected all the time, you can't sit the camera on the actual bottom. It would have to be put on a mount. Now on the rear, it does have provisions for a mount of some kind, or on the bottom actually, right there. It has a screw mount where you could put like a stake or something and drive it into the ground, or you could just zip tie it to a tree or whatever. But I did do some sample videos here for you guys, and when you go back into the setup mode and then you go into the replay mode, you can actually see here that I recorded some videos in the dark, some in the light, and some outside. And we will give you guys a actual video sample here coming up, and we will do that in a few minutes. I wanted you guys to see how the setup versus the on switch works here. So the replay button puts you in replay mode to watch videos. The mode button switches between photo and video mode right there. And then if you just want to take an instant picture, you use the shot button right there. So that's kind of the way that the menu items operate here on the PR800 Wild camera here by Haza. And now we're going to take a little bit more in-depth look at maybe using AA batteries in this and how that will actually turn out. Let's check it out. Alright, so I have removed the little safety cover there on the PR800, and to load the batteries you simply put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 AA batteries in this thing to use those. I'm not going to load it. I do have them here. I am quite satisfied with the existing configuration of using a power cable because I'm not going to be placing this outside yet. But it does have a feature where it will power off and save batteries until it needs to power back on. So that's why you can use batteries and it doesn't just eat them up instantly. But that is a good look at the PR800. Here's a look at the back of it. Like I said, it's got some little handles right there. You could easily zip tie this to something. And then it's got a threaded mount on the bottom where you could probably put it on a tripod or maybe a stake into the ground. And you can see right here, right now, it has infrared LEDs on the front as well. Alright, so I have been playing with the trail cam for a few minutes now, and I actually left it out here to play with the wildlife. It's been running for about 6 or 7 minutes, so I'll show you guys how I set it up. So there we see we have an alligator right there, actually. Alligator, turtles, all kinds of wildlife chilling. And the camera is set up right here, and it should have gotten some shots. And I have the battery bank set up right here. And if we come back to this guy and we go back to setup, it's kind of hard to get the switch in the right position because you tend to like turn it off, but it doesn't always come on when I put it in setup, which is interesting. Kind of the problem I had with it in the very beginning. Yeah, there it goes, finally. Now, it's starting to rain, so we're going to take this whole thing inside now. There comes the hurricane. And yeah, so that is a nice look at the trail cam and what it can do. And now we will take it back into the Supercar Street Racing Studios to take a in-depth look at the actual ad for this trail cam. Welcome back to the beautiful Supercar Street Racing Studios. We produce high quality 4K video right here in front of your eyes, and we try to do it live every time for you guys. It's good to see you again. And today, as you can see up behind me right here, we are prepping for Hurricane Idalia, or however you want to pronounce it, but it is on the way to somewhere in Florida, around the Big Bend or whatever they call it. Looks like we won't get a whole lot in Jacksonville. I'm hoping it's going to swing up and around, but we are prepping for that right now. But we are here not to talk about weather. We're here to talk about the Haza trail camera, and we just showed you that in the wild and how it operates and some actual footage of it. Now right here it says it's a 58 megapixel screen, a 2-inch, I don't know about huge screen, it is a screen. But yeah, so it's a game hunting camera with night vision, and we went through the whole setup and everything on it. The only thing I can really say about the camera that was a negative was that it was kind of flaky with powering off and on. I don't know what that was about. I'll probably have to play with it a little bit more. The night vision works really well, and the detection settings work really well, so I was pleased with that. It has 4.8 stars, so that's great, and here is an actual picture of it and some of the pictures online that they are highlighting of the camera. It does come with a 32 gigabyte SD card, and I didn't use much of that, but again, I didn't record a whole ton of video, and that's going to of course depend on your quality settings and what you're going to put those on. But yeah, I did like the way the pictures looked. It does come with a charging cable, which is awesome, but it does not charge. It's kind of misleading. You can either power it off of batteries or off of a hard power. Now, the disappointing thing about the power cable is it sits right underneath the device, making it impossible to sit on the ground and plug in at the same time unless you can kind of dig out a little hole for the power cable, which is what I did. It does come with a data USB cable too, but obviously the best way to actually get stuff off of the card is to use one of these USB SD card readers here, like I use for the GoPro, which is going to be way faster than using the cable. And so I'm going to give this guy an overall good rating. I mean, I think it's worth the $50. It's 10% off right now, so you can save another $5 on this thing. And I encourage you guys to please buy through my link. I'll have a link for this guy right in the description down here. Please purchase the camera through my link or anything else you need from Amazon. You don't have to find the actual product. You can click my link for the camera and you can buy anything you want, and it helps us out so much. It gives us just a little bit of money, a tiny bit of money to keep supporting Supercar Street Racing. Wish me luck with the Hurricane, guys. We'll check in with you. We are also live on Supercar Street Racing with our Hurricane Idalia cam. If you just look on the channel, you'll see that right now. Please tune in and give me some comments and suggestions in the Hurricane cam and tell me what you think, and we'll see you guys next time. I'm out of here.
Oh, yes! This is you if you break in! Yes!
All right. ripping Joe's golf cart. I got Joe's cart, and that's Joe. I'm gonna try to pass him. Going to Joe's new house. I think we got, yeah, this thing's dead. Oh, the wind got us. Holy crap. All right, Joe's new place. Can't get in yet. Your batteries are almost dead. Yeah, it was like 37 volts.
Oh, that's weird.
Yep.
That's surprising, actually.
It's 45 stopped and then about 36, 37 when you're floored. So it needs a charge. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and you can see right here that we have a bunch of parts for the golf cart. This is the 70 volt lithium ion conversion for the club car, and also the AC motor conversion for the club car. We're going to be unboxing all that today. But first, before we do that, we need to get this motor and controller out because it is sold. So you're going to see that next when Dukes of Duval and I take the motor and controller out of this beast on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. We got Dukes of Duval over here disassembling the golf cart. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to take out this motor and this controller because we have somebody that's coming over to buy it. So once we get this motor and controller out, we got a whole bunch of boxes up there ready to convert this thing to lithium ion and 70 volt. First things first, we'll get the subwoofer out, we'll get the motor out, we'll get the controller out, and in about an hour, we'll have someone here coming to pick up the stuff, and we can put that, however much money he's going to give me, towards the $6,000 worth of 70 volt lithium ion sitting right up there. So what do you think? Should we get to work?
Let's get it done.
Let's do this. Yeah, all right guys, so we got this Curtis controller. So this is probably the original controller and solenoid, and most likely had been programmed because the cart would do 30, 32, 33 max. So we're gonna go ahead and get this out of here and document what we're doing, and then hopefully figure out how to put everything back in the future. We'll be taking out the charge port. The entire charge port and the charge port housing will come out, so we'll have to remove these hex bolts here. This whole panel will loosen up. We'll be able to pull that controller or that charge port out, and then there'll be a male plug for standard extension cord. You plug your extension cord right into it, and you have an onboard charger that sits here, and this bay will be mostly empty, and we'll shed a couple 100 pounds. We'll be able to do whatever we want with the bay. So what do you say we get the controller out of here, man?
Let's do it.
All right, so what do we need? 8?
I think it's, well,
8 mil?
yeah, try an 8 mil.
All right. Guys, we are back in the garage at Supercar Street Racing, and you saw a few minutes ago that we have removed the controller here. You saw us do that in the video, and we have also removed the motor, which was not fun. That thing is very heavy. Getting that new one in is going to be interesting. But over here now, we have the Eco Battery 70 volt conversion kit for the club car. And we have already picked it up and figured out that it weighs a lot. It is something like 105 pounds. And here is a look at the massively expensive Eco Battery. Let me take you guys out of the tripod so you can see the 70 volt Eco Battery conversion here. There's a good look at it. We aren't sure about mounting it yet, but the guy did say it would directly mount to the club car, but I haven't seen any way to do that yet without modifying the club car battery tray. But regardless, it's going in there either way. So that is the Eco Battery 70 volt lithium ion $3,700 battery, and the lights just went out. All right, so we took a look at the Eco Battery here, the 70 volt Eco Battery, and we can get that thing back in here, maybe. And take a look at the next box here. This says Novitas on it. I have not opened it yet. It is open because someone opened it in my crew. But this says Novitas, and let's see what's in it. We have the Novitas AC motor controller here. So this is for converting the cart to AC. And then I don't know what's in this box. Let's see. Oh, nice cable, some connectors, and the on-the-fly programmer are inside of this next box. The programmer is right here, but you can actually use Bluetooth to do that. And we will package this back up. And move on to the next box. Not Xbox, next box. Alright guys, this box is open. We took a look at this already. But this is the solenoid. And there you see on the side. This is a, I believe, 400 amp solenoid. This is the Eco Battery install kit for the Precedent. This is what it says. I have not opened it. We have something inside of this bag. I'm not sure what. That might be the battery mounting kit. That's probably the battery mounting kit that we didn't know about. All right, we have the Eco Battery mounting kit opened here, and I am just popping open this plastic condom here to see what this is, because we were wondering how you mount it. And it is definitely a rail kit for the Eco Battery. There are the mounting rails for the battery. It looks like very nice powder coated pieces. This is exactly what we were looking for here. We will put these back in the packaging now. Keep everything nice for the install process. And what is next in here? We have this box next. And this is the charging port. So it converts to onboard charger. And the last box we have here might be the gauge. There's a charging gauge. It is. This is the charge and voltage indicator panel that goes and mounts on the front. So we have to figure out where we're going to put that actually. And that is all in that box. And there's 2 more big boxes to open. Here is the next box here. This is a very heavy box. There are some screws. Look like some wiring caps, some eyelets. And inside here we have the Navitas 5 kilowatt AC motor with the beautiful color-coded voltage wires here. This thing looks awesome. I am so hyped for this. Hopefully you guys can completely see that. Let's zoom in. But there is the Navitas. This is the best motor you can buy from Navitas or Navitas or however you want to pronounce them. 5 kilowatt motor. This thing is going to absolutely rip. And is that everything? Oh, we have one more box after that. Put this thing back into its box. This is the Eco battery charger. It says it on the side, but what I have not seen is the 12 volt voltage reducer. Yeah, it was supposed to come with a voltage reducer. I do not see that. This is the built-in charger. Let me contact the company about where the voltage reducer might be. That's interesting. Yep, this is the onboard charger, so you no longer keep one in the garage, you keep this on the cart. So yeah, there's something missing. The voltage reducer is not here. So I'm gonna give them a shout and see where that is. Just got off the phone with Ryan about the missing item, and apparently Eco Battery has been neglecting to send this part out for the last couple of orders he did, so he is going to get the voltage reducer to us. We already have one. I'm hoping it will accept 70 volts. It says 60 max on the, and this actually says 48 on the input here. I'm hoping it'll go up to 70 because it does say 60 online, so I don't know. We might burn it up, and I don't really care. But the new voltage reducer, the 70 volt voltage reducer, is a 30 amp. This is a 60 amp, so we might have to buy a 70 volt voltage reducer for the stereo system. So we are missing a part, and we have to go get the cables today. They are in the mail to the wrong place, just like all this stuff was shipped to the wrong place. So I'm keeping an eye on the mail for that. And guys, this has been part 2 of the 70 volt lithium ion conversion video on Supercar Street Racing. I hope you guys subscribe, and I will make a playlist for this, and we will see you guys next time. Alright guys, welcome to part 2 of the bedroom makeover with a 65-inch 4K home theater system. And the first step is going to be painting this place, and I am going to be painting the ceiling as well. It really needs it. First step though is I'm going to paint this upper trim, and then I can tape that off and come back and paint the ceiling afterwards. But I got to get all these lights down and get these speakers like at least dropped down and uninstalled. So you have to use a tiny little screwdriver to get into the mesh, and then there is 4 screws here on the outside that have the little tabs. We're going to take those off now, and then I'll get back with you guys. All right guys, I got the speakers a little bit off the ceiling. Kind of decided I might just paint the edges because they're kind of off-white and ugly, and I think paint will actually look good on there. I might just paint them instead of removing them and painting underneath. I mean, I'm still going to paint under, but I'll probably also paint the little rings. I started taking the guitar holders off the wall. I totally forgot how much work this is going to be. Got to deal with the curtains as well. These guys are held in with drywall inserts. So it's just like that. And we will be back. Okay, we had a bad spot behind the door where the tape was coming off the drywall. It's always been bulged out. I scraped that off. I'm going to attempt to fix it with just putty, but a lot of times that will just crack eventually. So for now, I'm going to try that. If that doesn't work, it's going to have to be retaped. And now I'm going to pop out the lights. And that's enough, just down enough to paint around so they can be popped right back in. Boy, it's blinding staring into those things. So I've always had an issue with these lights since I got them. They flicker pretty bad when you turn down the brightness. So I'll get a small brush and work inside of these so I don't have to pop them all the way off. They're out enough now where I can get to them. Other thing about the ceiling is this was from when they scraped the popcorn ceiling, and this ceiling scratches very easily. Just a fingerprint on it will scratch it. And I don't have the paint, so I've been using a much better paint. It is a Valspar Ultra White flat paint. And I didn't use the ceiling paint on purpose because one day I'll discontinue that and I won't be able to get it. So I'm using just regular paint for the ceiling. So I got all the wall plates out except for behind the bed. That's a whole separate painting project. I still got to take off the curtains, but I'm not ready to paint the walls yet. Walls will be after I get the TV mount done because I've got to put a hole right there. Now, technically I could cut my speaker holes now because I have a template for it that I created and saved. Actually don't know what I did with that when I came out of the attic. Hopefully it's around, but I do have a template that I made out of cardboard. But that's the issue where the drywall was coming up, and it's slightly coming up there, but I don't know if I'm going to scrape that and try to mud it because it always cracks afterwards. But I'm going to repair that spot, and let's see if we can locate. I'm going to turn off this so we don't get copyright strike. Okay, so I think I decided that I am going to just paint the trim without taping off the wall, and just then when the trim is completely dry, because it's the hard paint that won't peel off, I hope, I will tape the trim and then paint the wall. Alright guys, so I couldn't find my small putty knife, which is a bummer. It would get in that little crack there, so I'm just going to have to try to use the large knife and come in from a different angle and fill this hole right up. I hate using this big knife for this. I just don't have any isn't going to work, actually. Maybe. This is in a spot that you can't really see it much. Is the only good part about this. And I left it like this for years. I mean, ever since I've owned the house, honestly. And so really any putty on this back part of the door doesn't matter because you can't see it. You can kind of see like where the tape is on the wall as well. So I'll try to fix that if I can. I am not good at this, by the way. I always do a bad job doing putty. It never looks right. So, doing the best I can with my limited skills here. I'm making a complete mess in the process. Already, this does not look good. I think this putty is like half. There we go. Like I said, this is behind the wall, behind the door, I mean. You can't really see it. But still, I wish I was better at this stuff. Okay, there's still an area back there that doesn't look good. Wow, it's just getting worse. Can't even tell which side is of the knife is for smoothing. Irritated at this thing. There's one little spot in there without mud on it, and I keep trying to hit that spot, and it just, that's gonna make a mess when I sand it. Still one little spot there. Maybe I can use my trim tool. It's thin. And it is right here. It's got a thin little edge on it. Thinking maybe I can get that in there. Worked pretty good. Works okay, actually. Not great. It's good for getting in that little area, but there's still this part at the bottom that just does not want to fill up very well. I think I gotta start lower. Yeah. This looks like absolute hot garbage. There's so much mud on this wall. So I'm just going to leave it like that because I'm making it worse. And then I'll just try to sand it down, and maybe it needs another coat. Maybe not. Not sure. Looks like crap though. I'm not proud of myself. Okay guys. Thought I was ready, but I can't find my saw. But I'm going to go ahead and mark. I did some measurements over there, and I'm trying to match this side with that side. Hopefully this template works, or I am in big trouble. That is the hole. Thus it's very close to the trim. It actually might be too close to the trim. Didn't even think about the lip. Not sure how big the lip is. I kind of want it right up against there. Yep, I might have to move that over just a touch, recut it. Let's see how big. I don't have any speakers to measure the lip with. But if the lip is too big, it'll hit the trim piece. We'll have a problem. That one's not out far enough. Well, I was going to measure on this guy, but it's not down enough. Oh, that's going to be close. That is going to be real close. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do any more of this until the speakers get here, because I just don't know. I want to make sure I got the right template, and also that the lip is going to not hit my trim up there. I don't want to have to like route out the trim or anything crazy like that just to get it to fit. I mean, I will if I have to. I'll Dremel the trim out, but I don't want to. I kind of want it tucked right on the trim. So I'm going to wait till the speakers get here. Unfortunately, that's going to be next week. So no painting either, because I want to paint after I cut the holes. We got another issue with tape right here. I was just thinking about maybe I can get the exact dimensions offline, but that still won't tell me how wide the lip is. But we do have an issue right here with tape. Or it's actually just paint. Yeah, it's just paint peeling up. Thought it was a tape line. But there's like an air bubble in the paint. It goes all the way up to the top. So there's only one way to fix that, and that's to sand it, fill it, sand it. Get a lot of that loose stuff off. Put a layer of mud on that. That's all we can do. All right, I sanded that down and put some mud in there. It kind of looks like the bubble came right back, but that's so weird. I'm gonna let it dry all the way overnight and then sand it tomorrow probably. Guys, I started the super fun process of taping the floor. I totally forgot. I've got to tape my floor off before I paint the trim, and I want to knock out this trim here and the trim around the ceiling at the same time. And so I have to tape the entire floor, so let's get busy doing that. Amazon truck just arrived. I was so happy and excited. And this is the first part of the TV replacement. This is the wall mount. If I can get it unstuck here. And this was on special on Prime Day for, I think, $27, $26, a good deal. And this is the wall mount. And I have not seen it before. Let's get some lights going in here. All right, so yeah, this is the wall mount. Wall mount troubleshooting manual for your wall mount. Okay. Looks like it's in two pieces and then you put it together. These are the arms, the VESA arms, and then behind there looks to be the plate that must go together in two different pieces and then bolts up. So we will actually assemble this later, and then once we have the TV, we will have to figure out how high up the arms need to go, and then do some measuring to figure out where the bottom of the TV is going to end up so that we have enough room for our dresser and the receiver. It's my least favorite time ever. Painting time, first of many on this job. So the first thing we have here is our Valspar Signature trim paint. It is pure ultra white semi-gloss. And I've already shaken and stirred it a bunch of times. Just remember, when you do this paint for the first time, have some paper towels so after you pour it, you can wipe the paint off of the rim here. The more paint that gets on the rim, the harder it's going to be to open and close your work can in the future. So as soon as you pour, have your paper towels ready and a trash can nearby, and just go ahead and wipe the rim off. I got paint on me already, so I wore my paint clothes. So I need to pour enough in here to do the door and all the trim, and that includes around the window. So I'm going to pour towards the back so I don't get paint all over the front of this. Oh, that's not looking good. It's coming out in clumps. I have never seen paint come out like that. It is like almost dry, I think. I have never seen paint look like that coming out of the thing. I'm going to use it and then return it, obviously. But I have not seen paint look weird like this before. It's like it's either not stirred up or it's dry. There's clumps in it. It's weird. Really strange. But I am like mixing it up inside this. I don't think I have a paint stirrer either. It's got these big clumps in it. So strange. See how it comes out on the walls, but it's got chunks in it. I don't know what that is. Shaken and stirred a bunch, but wow, it looks terrible. I gotta find something to serve this with, I guess. I don't know. The only thing I could find was a PVC pipe. But this looks absolutely terrible. I have never seen paint look like this right in the bucket. I'm gonna mix it up really good, use a bunch of it, and then return it and just tell them it was like clumps. It's just got like big chunks in it. I do not understand that at all. Not really mixing out of it. I've never seen paint do this before. I mean, maybe it'll just paint right out of it. I'm not sure. But there's either bubbles or clumps in the paint. Look at it on the edge of the end of the stick. It's like it's dry. This sucks. All right, guys, a little update. I got the first coat of paint on the trim, all around the trim there, the trim on the floor, around the windows, and the back of this door. And so now I'm just about to put another coat on this top trim because it looks like it's going to need a second coat, unfortunately. So I'm gonna work my way around and do that now, guys. Looking good. All right, guys, got the vent removed from the ceiling. And I'm cleaning it now so that we can paint it white. Got a nice coat of paint on this guy. It's gonna look good once it gets back on the ceiling. One coat is all that guy needs. But yeah, that's all done. All right, guys, another room update for you here. Today, I actually painted this shiplap wall, which I created myself years ago. I repainted that today. And I decided that I was going to move to gloss instead, semi-gloss instead of matte, because it gets marked up because the bed goes right up against the wall with no headboard. So it kind of makes sense for that guy to be gloss instead of satin or matte, and it actually looks pretty good in gloss, matches the trim now. And also I put a third coat around the trim up top because you could still kind of see through it, which is amazing. That's 3 coats of gloss white that's on there now. So almost 4 actually in some places. But yeah, so that's a little update here. Holding off on the ceiling because I am going to wait until I cut the holes for the speakers up front and in the rear. And I don't want to cut those until I have the speaker so I can measure the lip, because my hole here is pretty dang close to the trim there. So I just want to make double sure I don't have to move over just a tiny bit. I don't want to get caught with having to extend the hole and have some drywall showing. So that's an update here. I also laid out the TV. Now I have to let this paint over here dry completely all day, push the bed up against the wall and see if I can actually see over the dresser and the amplifier when the dresser is all the way up against the wall and the bed is all the way up against that wall. If I can't, then the TV's got to go up more. So that's a good clue that we're going to have to raise it up. And I'm still worried about this whole hanging the TV situation, but we'll get through it, man. We'll get through it. All right, guys, welcome back. Guess what just happened? I was on Facebook Marketplace for the last couple of days, and I scored the subwoofer for the bedroom right here. Hopefully it fits. I didn't even check, but this is my third PSW10 Polk Audio sub. Now I have 3 of them, and it blew my mind. I went to this dude's house and he had like stacks and stacks of equipment. He probably had 20 subwoofers. He had literally shelves full of equipment. I could have gotten any subwoofer I wanted. I love the PSW10. It's like my favorite subwoofer. It hits low, hits hard for the price. I paid $60 for this. Look how good that thing is, man. It's in good condition. So this is actually the best condition one that I have. The other ones are kind of iffy here and there, like the grill rattles and things like that. So PSW10 scored for the bedroom surround sound system. We got something in the mail today. Whoop, 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 whoop. Air horns. Wah, 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 wah. Okay, I don't know what this is, so let's just try to open it with one hand. I got so super excited I stopped the video, but let's see what's in here. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm so stoked. So stoked. So hyped. Wah, wah, wah. Look at this goodness. Ah, this is the best ever. Look at this goodness. This is so cool. This bad boy is a triple gang home theater plate. Guys, look at it. So sick. So I'm supposed to get the actual other, supposed to get the triple gang low voltage. Let me see if that got delivered. Guys, I went to the mailbox. Look at all this goodness. 3 packages. So exciting. Okay, let's see what's in here. Where is I already lost. My scissors are gone. What could this be? This is a this is a replacement battery for my Eufy door lock. My battery would not charge all the way. So this is a brand new battery too, like the one that wouldn't charge. So they sent me this one. Let's get this one on the charger. See if it'll charge. All right. It's red, so it's charging. The other one would go green and then it just wouldn't be charged. All right, we got 2 more to open, guys. Let me put you down for a second. Okay, what's in this box? What's in this package? Aha! Dude! Everything's got a freaking... Okay, there's my knife. Everything's got so much packaging. I've got one hand to do this with. Just don't want to go get my tripod. Aha! Triple gang, low voltage, wall plate for this guy. That's exactly what it's going to do. This goes into the wall. These 3 guys go into this, and then this plate goes on top. It's going to be so sick. Look at that, guys. Triple gang home theater. What's in here, though? Yes. Wiring nuts. I've been needing these wiring nuts. Got all kinds of wiring nuts. Yeah, so we got all the goodness today. We got 2 more hoses, 1 for each side of the house. And we have 2 hose reels coming that go mount to the house. And I'll show you guys those when they get here. But yeah, I already have 2 of these and I really like them, so I bought 2 more. And man, what a day. We got so much stuff. Feels like Christmas in here. Okay, so I didn't record the work because it's boring. But all I did was put that plate up against the wall, make sure it was level, and then I traced it and cut it with my drywall saw. It's pretty flexible, so you can bend it a little bit to get it in. Now that it's in, these tabs just catch the drywall from the back, and that's it. The thing is mounted. So not going to do anything with it yet until the wires are pulled down through the wall, but that is a go now, so that I can go ahead and I don't want to wire my receptacle up yet because I got to drop the wire from the TV, and if I put the box in, I won't be able to grab that wire right here. So HDMI and power got to go from this box up to the TV, and I don't know where the TV is going to mount yet. So this part is pretty good. It looks pretty level. This might be, you know, a little bit lower, but it doesn't really matter. It's behind a dresser and it's pretty close. And once the plates get over the top, you never even know. But man, this came out so good. All right, so there is a stud right there, and we need to get a subwoofer cable through there. So I got my amazing bit right here, went in this hole, and hopefully it didn't go through the drywall on the other side. I guess I better go check that. But that's where we're feeding the subwoofer cable through, and we might have to fish it, but we're going just about, I don't know, just right on the other side of that before the next stud. So before 24 inches, we'll pull the subwoofer cable through and put a wall plate there for that. Let's go see if we destroyed the drywall. We may have went through the other side. That'd be a bummer. Kind of felt it, wouldn't it? Aha! No holes. We did good, guys. We are ready to feed our subwoofer cable through there and then cut our box. So I have this subwoofer cable laying around from a car audio project. It's plenty long enough. Actually, it's way too long. Let me see if I can find another one. All right, I found this stereo pair here, and I pulled it apart, and that is going to be what's going through the wall for the sub cable. So now I am going to get my template for my box, but first I got to find where the stud is. We don't want to go 24 inches past that, or we'll hit a stud again. So we're going to go right on this side of the stud. So let me grab my stud finder and we'll go from there. All right, so I measured halfway up of that box, got my halfway point here, got my template. I traced out my, it's actually old work, it says new work, it's an old work box. I traced out and leveled out my template so that square is level. Now I'm going to cut my box and actually have a spare old work box here. So I'm going to use that instead of a low voltage one. It's fine. I'll put the subwoofer cable through that. I'm going to go ahead and cut this and I'll get back to you guys. Got my box cut. Now we just got to see how good it fits. My template's pretty dang good. Looks like it fits good. And if it's a little off, you can just widen the box. But that is going to be level. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that out and feed my subwoofer cable through. I want to show you guys how close we were to that stud. We were literally maybe 1/4 of an inch. And my subwoofer cable should be in here. I can't put you in there, but let's see if it's in there. There's the subwoofer cable. So that's kind of tricky sometimes with a stud there, but if you drill on an angle from the next hole, you can get through the stud without going through the other side of the drywall. And we got our sub cable here, so now all we got to do is put our sub cable through. We got to like push one of these tabs in on this box. So we'll find the top. Doesn't matter which way's the top. Actually, we can come through the bottom. It really doesn't matter. And you just kind of like, hard to do with one hand. It's impossible to do with one hand. Just end up stabbing myself. Yeah, let me get this punched out. There we have it. We have our subwoofer cable ran. The other side of it goes to my wall plate, and then from the wall plate up to the receiver up here. So I haven't decided yet if the receiver is going to be able to be on the dresser. If it's not, of course, this is a waste of time because the receiver might be right over here with the subwoofer. So we have it anyway, just in case. And I don't have a subwoofer plate to put on this. I got to order one right now. I had ordered one, but I canceled it because I didn't think I was going to use it. But now you have to actually tighten these screws down, and this box will pull up against the drywall. Once it's level, though, so you get your level out, and then your screwdriver, and that's what you do. This guy was really trying to get me. He was like jumping at me. I don't know what he is, but his head is definitely not round. It's like weird shaped diamond. Bubba, why are you trying to always mess with Mr. Binks while he's just trying to relax and we're trying to watch football? Mr. Binks just wants to hang out, and all you want to do is fight all the time.
We're getting ready to put in these really cool lights that my brother sent me. Okay, we're getting ready to start this project. We're starting on the corner where our power supply is. Now we're getting ready to get this awesome piece of equipment out. Okay, made it up to the top. Hey everybody, we're getting ready to put in these really cool lights that my brother sent me. I've got my friend Joe here helping me. Beckett and Company, if anybody's interested or needs any lights put up, He's a great guy to call, or anything else you need, home restoration or anything. This is how it came. Looks like a big mess, but we're gonna figure it out. And first thing we're gonna do is lay everything out on the ground to make sure of how far we can go with them. I've already got my power source laid out. What I'm doing is, so here we go. Okay, we're getting ready to start this project. We're starting on the corner where our power supply is.
Here, here.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking right there and then just go up from there.
Okay.
Or should, oh wait, no. Well, that's not gonna really show up on the house, is it?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, let's start right there. See, I'm afraid to go too far around the corner because I don't want to use up too much of it in case we don't have, 150 foot of it.
Why not just start right there on the edge?
Yeah, let's start on the edge, like what you saying.
No, I'm
Well-
talking about up on the.
Well, it's got to be on that under part. It's got to be 3 inches from the house. So I can, I think that's, just do that. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Inches, that's about 10 inches.
Yeah, do about, right there. Okay, so we're getting started on our first light, putting it right in the corner by our power supply, and then we'll go from there. We're going to use screws on it. We did stick it up, it stayed, and we're going to reinforce it with a screw. So it's actually pretty easy. You don't have to buy any extra clamps or anything. Now we're getting ready to get this awesome piece of equipment out. I'm not sure what you call it, but it's really cool.
It's
And
called a lift.
it's called a lift. And that's, it's kind of like a mini crane. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I didn't realize it was going to be on this truck. I thought it was like something that you drove around in. That is super cool. Wow.
Would it help if one of us got on the ladder and pushed that up for you?
The screw's going through. It's got a little tab. Oh, okay. So it's really cool.
they're so tiny. He's sticking it up with the sticky tape first, so it'll at least hold there, and then he's putting the screw in it.
It works a lot better if you stick them.
Yay! Okay, this is the best part of it all. Cal, I can go upstairs and hand them through the window. I can hand them through the window upstairs. You're only getting one more try. Throw it in the plant holder. In the window box. Oh no. Throw it in the window box. Oh no, now it busted open. It busted open. Okay, made it up to the top.
Do you need your jacket?
We can train a bird up here.
It's dark out, but we're making progress. It's light where you are. What color would you like me to put on for you? Pick your poison. I think we're gonna have to, don't you, to get them up there, or what do you have another idea? Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, it's nighttime and we're still working, but God, it looks so good. It is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
All right, we're out here in Mexico again, scouting out a location for a high-speed pull here that I've never done. So we're scouting this long bridge in Mexico to see if there is any police parked anywhere. So we're scouting this long bridge in Mexico to see if there is any police parked anywhere before we come back down. And there is a dude riding some kind of weird something on the other side. But so far, this Mexico bridge is pretty good for a short pull in Mexico. We'll see what happens once we get to the other side, but I'm looking for Mexican police officers parked on the side of the road here, and does not appear that there are any parked here, so we'll try it in Mexico. All right, we're coming over the top of the bridge now, and there should not be any reason why right here on this stretch right there, we can't open it up a little bit and maybe get out by ourselves. There's a nice, probably quarter long, maybe a little bit longer than a quarter strip over here where it goes uphill a little bit, but this car doesn't take long to hit top speed, so we'll see. I've never done it, and this is a abandoned road in Mexico that it's really easy to get up to speed on, so let's see what happens. Today, our sponsor on Supercar Street Racing is a returning sponsor. Red Star Tech, who we've worked with a few times already, was so kind to send us this presentation clicker here for PowerPoint. This presentation clicker is so cool. It has multiple controls on it that allow you to provide a control for your presentation. It also has a presentation pointer, as you can see right there. And it has triple action controllers here. Holding these buttons down in various different ways will allow you to do different things on the controller right here. This thing is plug and play, and it works with almost any operating system. You don't need drivers or anything like that to make it work. And it does cool things like volume and blanking the screen. What's really cool also is it has a little storage at the bottom for your USB adapter, so it makes it easy to carry around in your briefcase and then just pull your little USB Type A out from the bottom and plug it directly into the machine you're going to be working on. Now, Red Star Tech has been a longtime sponsor of the channel now. We did some earbud reviews for them last time, and now they brought us their presentation clicker to check out. Please order it directly through the description in the video and support Supercar Street Racing and Red Star Tech with their presentation clicker. More online here from them in the Amazon link. I'll put it in the description. Thanks again, Red Star Tech. All right, guys, we are right in front of the Tesla Model S Plaid track package. I wanted to go over this with you guys because basically when you have a Model S Plaid, it is limited to 160. However, I hit before the limiter kicked in, and if you get the Model S Plaid with the track package, you can order it right here. It says right here it's $20,000. Or you can just get the carbon ceramic brake kit, and it is unclear in the writing here if you can get it with just the carbon ceramic brakes, because it says top speed 200 achievable with carbon ceramic brake kit and proper wheels and tires for those speeds. Now, if you get the carbon ceramic brake kit for the Plaid, you have to have the 20-inch and 21-inch wheels, and I believe mine would probably work because I have 21s. It does come with Supercar 3R tires if you get the wheel and tire package. However, I would just get the carbon ceramic brake kit so I could unlock the 200-mile-per-hour top speed if I wanted to go 200 at all times. So here it is, and right here on Tesla Model S Plaid, it's shoptesla.com, and you can see right here, if you click carbon ceramic brake kit, it rings up at 15K there. If you drop this down, you click track package, you get the carbon ceramic brakes, and you get these nice wheels and tires with it as well, and they install them at the actual dealer. And then it says also you can monthly payment this guy. Let's see what that says on this. Yeah, they want you to use a firm. You can actually pay a super high interest rate to go ahead and get your Tesla Model S Plaid equipped with the Model S Plaid track package or just the carbon ceramic brake kit. And right there it tells you a lot about how the carbon ceramic brakes work. They feature continuous fiber technology in 3D matrix and tells you what they come with there. They're 2x4 10x40 carbon silicon carbide front rotors, 2x4 10x32 rear rotors, and then you get the calipers as well. You get the integrated caliper mounting parking brakes and brake fluid, and you get the firmware updated, which does give you the high speed as well, the 200 mile per hour. And it puts the package on at the Tesla service center, so that's kind of cool as well. All right, we're not going to want any traffic anywhere near us when we do this, so we're going to let this go by and then flip a U-turn at this light here. Okay, we have let traffic kind of go for a minute. We have a straightaway right here. I'm going to just do a roll-on pull and see right when I round this corner and see what we can get the car up to. And hopefully there's no Mexican police officers on that side. So let's roll into this now. That's full throttle. That's 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 160, 165, and that was the top speed. 165 is the speed limiter. I hit the top speed, and now we are coming off and on the brakes, which are terrible. I smell the brakes. That's the first time I've ever hit the top speed. I believe it's 165. And then this car has awful brakes, so I didn't push them too hard. And that was it, guys. That was about 30 to 165. All right, I double checked online. The top speed of this car is 162 miles per hour. And we did achieve that just now in the deep, deep South Mexico terrain. And you can see it didn't take long to hit that top speed. And that's the first time I've ever gotten it up to that fast. So that's the fastest I have ever gone in this car. And it was kind of fun, you know, to see what this car can do. Now let me show you guys another option for carbon ceramic brakes, but you do not get the unlock firmware. So that's the one thing you won't get. All right, the last thing I wanted to show you guys here is another option here, like from T Sportline, and they do offer this Brembo Gran Turismo kit for the Model S and X Plaid. It is $54.95. You can select different options here, and they do go up or down. That one says unavailable. The GT is unavailable. Only the GTS is available. It is $54.95 right now. That gives you another option. It does come in a bunch of different colors as well down here, as you can see. However, this will not unlock the top speed if that is what you're after. Just simply getting these big brakes from T Sportline will not give you the Model S Plaid top speed. You have to have the firmware also unlocked in order to do that, and you cannot get that done by anybody that I am aware of. I think that you can only get it from Tesla. So if you're looking to get your top speed unlocked in the Model S Plaid, you will need to get the official track pack from Tesla, and that is right here under Model S Plaid track package that we looked at a minute ago. You will spend $20,000 for the wheels, tires, and brakes, or $15,000 for just the carbon ceramic brake kit. We have another option right here for you, and that is the Unplugged Performance Model S Plaid Superlight Carbon Ceramic Front Big Brake Kit. You can see this runs up to $9,000, and this is just for the front. They do have other kits available, but that one is the performance brakes for the Model S Plaid. When you click on it right there, there are some other options. You can get larger rotors for just the front and the rear, or you can go ahead and get the full carbon brake kit, which is right here. $91.95 for this. Your options here are big brake kit or replacement brake pads. If you choose big brake kit right here, you can choose your caliper color, red or black, and then you can choose your brake pads if you want racing or street. And it looks like right here, right now, that is going to be around $8,400 is your total if you would like to go ahead and get the Unplugged Performance Big Brake Kit. Racing Brakes also makes a big brake kit for the Model S Plaid. We are on racingbrake.com showing you their options here. There is a $16,000 carbon ceramic brake kit there. There is a $7,000 one there. There is an $11,000 one there and a $13,000 one right there. And if we click on this one here, you can see that this is the front and rear kit here. And you can get it oversized. You need 20+ inch wheels to do that. And you can get your brake lines replaced also. So that is probably the best option. If you do this and you go oversized, it is $8,000 for both the front and the rear brakes. Now this also fits the OEM calipers, which is why it is cheaper. If you want everything, you're gonna have to go ahead and step up to go ahead and get the calipers and the rotors together. This one does fit OE calipers as well. But if we go to the $17,000 kit here, you can see that it has everything for $16,960. Front and rear brake kit for the Plaid. It's going to have everything you need to go ahead and get your car up to big brake standards, and it is cheaper than getting the track package, but you do not get wheels and tires with it. The Tesla option for the Plaid is $15,000. This is 16960, but you are getting some of the best brakes made. I had these on my SL65 AMG and they were absolutely awesome. Way cheaper than that for the AMG, but of course you're paying for two. You're paying for the front and the rear, and you're paying, of course, for the Plaid, and with all of the inflation that we've been having lately as well. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video. We'll be doing some more stuff like this with the Plaid, racing some things and things of that nature. So hang out and please like and subscribe. We'll see you guys soon. Check out this dude, Alligator Ridge, getting a suntan. Alligator Ridge, I hope you put sunblock on because you can really burn your skin. Oh, don't go in the water, Alligator Ridge. Guys, it's 7,000 degrees. And Mr. Binks is here. Mulch Masters is here to spread the mulch in the backyard. They're not doing the river rock today, but they should be unloading mulch for all of this back here. And then we will give you guys an update as they get this mulched up here in a little bit. But it's going to be all the way around the outside of the property there. And then this will be river rock right here. Guys, it's 7,000 degrees. And Mr. Binks is here to supervise the cleanup effort. But I got the sprinkler controller mounted facing the ceiling, so of course everybody in space can see it. And now we have to clean up this absolute disaster. Honestly didn't think it would be that hard, but seeing that I couldn't get any of the wires to fish through the wall, it took way longer than I thought. But I did get the wires fished through eventually, even though I had to make some extra holes in our pegboards. Which, by the way, I don't like the pegboard, but it kind of is what it is now. I'm not changing it at this point. So, the key to all good projects is to clean up. If you don't clean up, you won't have your tools for next time. I am a mess. I have been out here in the sweaty heat for hours. And it is time to clean this mess up now. So you guys are watching that. As I clean up the old... Mr. Binks, I know you want to go inside, but you cannot. Trying to keep everything together. But yes, we do have the new sprinkler system set up. It's not ideal because it's angled up towards the ceiling, which I don't like. It is working. It is a clean install. And that's what's the most important thing at this point. Cleaning up tools now. I literally disassembled my whole side of the garage for this, and I still need to clean all in this corner and get all the cobwebs and everything up that you have to do 2 or 3 times a year in Florida. But meanwhile, I'm just kind of putting everything back where it can go. Yes, it did take a lot off the wall. It even took a few pegs off the wall. So next up I have to do my smart landscape lighting timer, which is ordered, and it is going to go probably right here. Makes the most sense. But the cool thing about that is I can cut a pretty big hole back here because it's going to be covered to get the wires through. That was the worst because the wires did not want to fish through the wall at all. And that sucks. But now we get the next box in. We'll cut a big hole there. Use the same hole down here, hopefully. Fish all the wires through, and we will be done with that project too. And then that's just for this side of the house, but the other side of the house will have its own Wi-Fi, low voltage, I know, landscape timer. So I'm gonna leave all these tiles kind of over here while we do these projects because I have to get back in here pretty soon. And so a lot of the stuff I can leave, but I do need to clean up most of my mess. I can't handle, like, I'm OCD about messes. Nobody watches these videos anyway, so who cares? Get like 5 views per video. Hey man, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Try. Do your best. Your best isn't good enough. Like the song. All this stuff is trash. It's not trash, it needs to be hung back up on the wall. God, no mess. Look haggard. That's because I'm working. Things are happening. Making moves, you know what I mean? All this I will clean up because I want to vacuum all this and everything on the back of the wall as well. Yeah, yes sir. Absolutely. Get it out of your way.
And it's gonna be beautiful when you get done.
Yeah, it's a big project, man. It's been going for like a year almost.
Wow.
All right, guys, they have spread some of the mulch here. Looks like they're just working their way down. Give you an update once they get a better idea what's going on. I don't think I ever showed you guys this new rendering rig in action, but this is the new system that I bought. Been about a month now since I got it, maybe a little less, but you can see right here in editing, we've got a pretty long video. It's probably going to take way longer than that because there's a lot of picture-in-picture later in the video, and those take a lot of processing. It's right now, it's just rendering full screen video, which goes really fast, but once it hits that picture-in-picture, it's going to slow down tremendously. But as you can see here, our CPU, we got a 12-core Ryzen 9 5900X. We got a 3080, GeForce 3080, and it is maxed out, and the CPU is at 100%. I have it's actually water cooled as well, so the CPU is water cooled. So I've got the water cooler fans on high while it renders, and it is chomping up data right now. And there's a look at the GPU doing its thing. So yeah, it thinks it's got 22 minutes left, but once it hits the picture-in-picture, it's going to be probably an hour. All right, these guys went to lunch. I started putting the mulch on pretty heavy over here. I asked them to give me a little less down here. So I don't need it that thick, but you can see how good that looks now with it covering the nasty dirt. This area back here has never really been exposed, but when we put the fence in, we were able to cut all that stuff back. The only thing I'm really concerned about is right here. Just don't want it really thick so it flows over the wood, because right here is just going to be river rock all around this pool area, and it's going to continue all the way over here and keep going until there on the corner, and then everything from that point back will be concrete from that point all the way down the side of the house, so we don't have to worry about mulching that anymore. That should save, it'll pay for itself in a few years. This mulch is not cheap. You're looking at probably $1,000 worth of mulch for the front and the backyard that we have to do, you know, once every at least 2 years, sometimes more than that. Little front yard update too. Totally forgot about that. I did spend about 2 hours this morning here in the middle of my little island here cleaning up those plants which grow out of control. They got pretty beautiful flowers, but they grow like crazy. I removed probably 75% of these plants. I also changed my landscape lighting out. It was AC, so it was 110 volt landscape lighting out here, and it causes nothing but problems when it gets wet. I did convert that to DC, and I have a smart landscape timer on the way for this guy that's going to replace the old school photocell timer. But yeah, he just finished with the island, and then they will be remulching that, this, and this little spot over here. It will stop where this board is because there's going to be concrete pad that comes out to where the sprinkler head is right here. But it goes on there, and then all that will be concrete as well. I did finish all the bush removal. The plumber came and capped off all the sprinkler heads on both sides that were never even used. I put them in way back in the day thinking I would need them, but I never actually used them. But all this will be concrete, and then there will be a shed right up against this AC that I will have to get big enough that I can get a golf cart in and out, because I don't want to park the golf cart in the garage, I don't think. But yeah, I worked on the landscape lighting here as well. We are moving that one into the garage next to the Y sprinkler timer. And so I converted the actual power wire that was out here to the low voltage wire to run the landscape lights for this side of the house. I bought 2 smart Wi-Fi landscape timers. One goes in the garage here, and it's going up against the wall that I'll show you here momentarily. And the other one goes here on this power wall where that old school. This powers the whole side of the house, this side, entire side. The one in the garage will power the other side, and then we have a separate one in the backyard. This morning I spent the entire morning, about a good 3 hours, over here where the old Rainbird was, which is now for sale for 20 bucks. I spent the whole morning cleaning all this up, rearranging my tools, cleaning up my workbench, wiping everything down, and getting this ready for the low voltage landscape smart Wi-Fi timer, which is going to go right here underneath the Y sprinkler, and it will be powered right down there in the corner. And I have the low voltage wire here ready to hook up to it to power the yard lights. Just waiting for Amazon to get here, and that goes right there, and that will all be part of this video as a little update to the landscape. But so far so good. Right now I'm really going to try to get this edging fixed before they start throwing down the mulch. Out here in the garage with a little garage update. I spent a lot of time yesterday in the garage cleaning up this area and prepping it for getting the new outdoor Wi-Fi sprinkler controller for this side of the house, which is actually the mailbox side. We have 2 different front yard zones for landscape lighting, and they each are going to have their own 120 watt smart Wi-Fi timer. And I wanted to show you guys a little bit what I did here. So the first thing I did was clear this entire wall off. And after we got the Y sprinkler controller, I probably should just turn some light on in here, with the nice blinds that I have now. After we got the sprinkler controller installed right there, I was really wanting to get the new outdoor landscape timer mounted below it and such where you couldn't see the wiring. As you can see there, the wiring is from the bottom. So I took everything off of this wall, all the pegs, all the tools, everything else that was on this wall, and I redid the whole entire wall. I had some old metal signs that I got from the market, from the flea market, and I hung those right there. And I went ahead and mounted the new DeWinwill's 120 watt low voltage landscape light timer controller right below it. It came out great. Here is the controller. I didn't show a lot of this because there's really not much to the install. I literally put 2 screws into the pegboards and then hung it, and I have everything zip tied nicely down there and power through there. Now the old system had 120 volts running outside, or 110 volts, whatever you want to call it, and the timer was mounted on the outside wall. I took this opportunity to use the same wiring for 12 volts to power the actual lights outside, so I didn't have to pull a new wire through the stucco and all that. I used the same ones. There's the Y sprinkler controller looking good and sleek. And then I hung some signs up around it to kind of give it a nice look, and my tools are all over here. So I did check the skill and routine last night. I have these guys coming on at dusk and going off at dawn, and it worked great. They did go off when they were supposed to go off, and I have 2 of these doing. I will have a third one. It'll be here today actually, and it's going on the other side of the house, although it'll be outside. I went ahead and took my label maker and made some nice labels for this. So that is a good update. And I also cleaned I redid the shelf underneath my workbench. I redid the entire top part. I cleaned it. I wiped everything down. And I moved a lot of the wiring, that like extra wires that I had, into this storage bin, which I still don't know where I'm going to put that. But yeah, so it came out good. It looks awesome. Hope you guys like what I did with my work area. I'm a stickler about, you know, wiring and things like that in the presentation, and I think it came out great. Let me know what you guys think. Welcome to the front yard, guys. So all this was remulched. I don't think the backyard used as much as they originally said it was going to use, but they had a lot on their truck, and this hasn't been remulched in a while, so I told them to go ahead and let it happen. So over time, this mulch just blows away. It gets, you know, caught in your lawnmower, etc. So it has to be done. And this is what it looks like after the front yard got totally remulched. I spent about 2 hours in this garden yesterday cutting away most of these plants. I don't know what they're called. They're beautiful. They have really pretty flowers, but they were taking over this whole area. So I removed a bunch of those and got this landscape lighting updated to 12 volts instead of 110 because it was causing issues with power, obviously. Oh, we got moles in my brand new grass. Look at that mole. Climbed all the way under there. Yep. So yeah, that's what it looks like, guys, after the remulch. And now we just have to get river rock and concrete done and a shed. This is interesting. So this was actually buried in my yard. It's a big piece of concrete, and I actually took it out and sprayed it with stone spray paint to make it look like a boulder. Now it's a nice little garden boulder. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed this update. I'll update you more when we get the river rock installed on Monday. All right, here we go. Oh, it's so brutal. Wow, the water looks crazy. It's got like all this steam coming off of it. It's really cold today in Jacksonville. It's 41 degrees. I just drove all the way to the Best Buy out by the airport. That's about the same distance as the other one, to get some thermal paste, and of course they didn't have any, even though they said they did online. So now I'm headed all the way to the town center to try to get some thermal paste. Alright guys, supercar street racing here. And yes, this is the most expensive 9500 BTU air conditioning made for your home. So today we're taking a look at the LG window air conditioner. And there's some little info right there on the side about it with its model number and everything, which I will put a link in the description here. And basically, why is this air conditioner so expensive? So there's a couple of reasons why. First of all, take a look at the styling of this thing. So Most air conditioning units have vents here on the front. This guy has a nice clean look on the front. No vents at all. And so the vents are on the side right here. So that's the intake vents. Has a nice design, and the best thing about this guy is that it is smart, and I'm going to show you guys a little bit about it today and clean the filter with you guys so you see how to do that, explain how it works, and let you even see what it sounds like. So first of all, this LG window unit works with the LG app called ThinkQ. I think they call it ThinkQ. It used to be called something else, a little bit more complicated, but I think it's ThinkQ, I think. I will put a link to that here, or put a graphic up that shows that. Now I know what you're thinking, you already see this part here. So the reason that I have that there, this is tint. I have that there because it's a little bit too bright at night, so that knocks down the LED lights quite a bit so that it's easier to sleep in here. I do that for most of my devices. Have a difficult time sleeping sometimes. So if we take a look at the front here, we can see that we have cool, energy saver, fan, and dry. So it looks like to me, and I'll have to verify this in the manual, that dry just dehumidifies and doesn't cool. Of course, fan is just fan, which I use that a lot during the winter time. Energy saver is a lower energy usage, and it turns the fan off when it turns the compressor off. Cool's your standard cool. Got a little indicator here to tell you to clean your filter. There is a sleep timer. This is how you know if you're connected to Wi-Fi or not. And then last one is just a regular timer. This guy here adjusts your fan speed. And then this guy here, your temperature up and down. So this uses the app, the LG app. And I will kind of show that to you guys after we take a look at the filter, which does need to be cleaned right now. So there's the filter there, and the filter light warning light is on. So let's go ahead and get that cleaned. All right, to get the filter out on this guy, you just kind of like, well, thought I knew how. Take 7, kind of just slides out there. Take that guy to the kitchen sink in here. Give it a nice wash. You can see already it's getting it really clean. And so every couple months, if you use this every day, you're gonna have to clean it, maybe even more than that. And you see the dirt coming off? Really easy to clean with the sprayer. I'm gonna go ahead and finish cleaning this and I'll be back. Got the filter nice and clean here. Much better. Gonna go ahead and reinstall it. Pretty sure it just slides in, but there must be an easier way than what I did, and I might need 2 hands. So I think it just, yep, I'm gonna need 2 hands for this because I believe I have to get it to slide into that notch right there. Be back. Alright, so we got the filter reinstalled. It bends easily, so it's super simple to install. Here you got your vent controls, up and down, left and right. Go ahead and close the unit up. Alright, and then I'll show you guys why this is the most expensive AC. But first, a look at the remote control that comes with this guy. You can see you can do everything from your little handheld remote if you want to. It's got a power, temperature, energy saver, the mode, fan speed, timer, sleep, and clear, just like the front. But I want to show you guys what happens. I don't know if the battery is even so good in this, but I'm going to give it a shot. So I'm going to turn on the AC. Yep, battery in the remote is dead. I don't use that remote, so let's do it from the front panel. All right. So I want you guys to notice there's no sound at all. The only sound is coming from my central heater. It is on fan 3. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys hear how the fan ramps up. So it is on now. Still can't hear it. So there, it's coming up a little bit now. So this is awesome. Why? It doesn't knock you out of the bed like at the beginning of my video. It very slowly brings the fan up to speed so that there's never that jolt. Even when the compressor comes on, you hear like a very low-pitched hum. It does not knock you out of your bed. So there's the fan on. Still ramping up. Very quiet. I think it said 42 decibels is what it is. So that's probably about full speed. Now let's go ahead and change the mode to cool so you can hear the compressor come on. So the compressor just kicked on. I saw the lights dim. That's how good this air conditioner is. You don't hear it. It doesn't knock you out of your bed when it goes off and on, like when you're staying in those hotel rooms and the thing like comes on and you're up 45 times a night. So this thing is on cool now. It's set to 60. The air is very cold coming out of it. You can hear the compressor now. It's a kind of a lower frequency, and that is what the dual inverter does. This thing's awesome, by the way. It keeps this room's maybe 150 to 200 square feet. Keeps it absolutely cold at night, which I love. Go ahead and power that off. But that's full volume, full, cool, and you barely hear anything. But I like a little bit of sound. So now, when you turn it off, there you go. So it's completely off now. Now I know you're gonna ask me, why do you have a window unit in your bedroom when you have central AC right there? Well, so long story short, it's about energy savings and comfort. I like it to be cold at night, and I don't want my whole entire house to be cooled to, so I typically keep it between 65 and 67 degrees at night in here, winter and summertime. Now, cooling your whole entire house to 67 degrees is going to be expensive. This little guy is energy efficient, Energy Star, has all the certifications, bells and whistles, all that stuff, and it'll keep my room here at 65 to 67 degrees and will not have to cool my whole house down. Now I do also have a skill set up for good night with Alexa over there. She woke up. Never mind. So I have a skill set up, a routine set up, not a skill. This guy uses a skill to connect to her. I have a routine set up that does multiple things when I say goodnight. First of all, turns off the Venstar thermostat, which is there in the hallway. It also turns off all the ceiling fans that are connected to Wi-Fi in the house. Then it turns this guy on automatically and sets it to 65 to 67, depending on how I feel. It also turns on this box fan via a smart plug. Alright guys, taking a look at the ThinQ app from LG, and we load that up. Had to blur out my email address, I guess, but let's take a look at this. You can see all my LG appliances are on ThinQ. You see my fridge there, Sub-Zero. You got Fireball, my cooktop. You got Plate Destroyer, my dishwasher. Then you've got Winona Dryer, and you've got Luke Skywasher. At the very bottom, you've got Air2D2. That is the LG window unit, so let's press that. Now we can see here with Air2D2, tells that it's 55 degrees in my room. You can set a schedule here with the app, and then up here you can go ahead and power Air2D2 on. It is on cool. You can see here we can walk into the bedroom, verify that this guy actually did come on. Let's check it out. Yep, it is on now. That did work. So the temperature is set to 60 here, we can see. And you can set the fan speed and the mode by pressing cool. Let's go ahead and switch that off. So now Air2D2 is switched off. So let's take a look at the skill for that. So setting this up with Alexa involves a skill, and you have to have your LG Smart ThinQ or whatever it's called account. This is what this is you're seeing now. But now to get Alexa going with this, you need a skill. So we go to the app, skills and games, search for LG. It's confusing because several of them come up, but here's the ThinQ Basic. You go into, now it's going to be disabled. If you've never done this before, you hit enable, and then you have to link your account to it from LG, and then that's how she will find your devices. It'll discover your devices on the next page, which I don't want to go through the setup again. But once it discovers your device, you can then use it for to be turned off and on via smart home. And now let's take a look at routine. So my routines are here. So let's take a look at good night. So here's the skill and the routine. And here's when I say is how it's set up. It's named good night, but if I say it's bedtime, put her name in front, she will turn on the fan, set the house temperature up. Just be aware if the heat's on, it's going to go up to 80 degrees heat. So it can't turn off and on the system. It can only change the temperature. Then you notice there's Air2D2. It powers that guy on and sets his temperature to 67. Turns off the theater room ceiling fan. Turns off the living room ceiling fan. Turns off, it's supposed to be on. It actually turns it on. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the bedroom ceiling fan. Yes, it turns that off. Says goodnight to Susie and myself, and then it turns off its own screen by using the command Alexa turn off the screen. And you do it from the device you speak to. So that's a look at the LG air conditioner, dual inverter air conditioner, which is probably the most expensive at that BTU that you can purchase. There'll be a link in the description to buy this guy. And as usual, I really appreciate you guys watching, and please like and comment, subscribe if you can. Supercar Street Racing. See you guys. So I just got back from the gym and have a little toy waiting here for me. This is the My Genius tuner for the SL65, and this is my TCU, transmission control unit, that I sent off to be tuned. So next up, install. So here's the TCU. By the way, here's the SL65. Go ahead and get it opened up. Here's the other car. Didn't really show it much in the last video, but this is my 335i, which is bolt-on. There's the SL65. Down here in the car, that's where the TCU goes. Right there. I'm going to go ahead and get that installed, and then I will update you guys. So what we've done here is we have connected the My Genius device to the SL65. We downloaded some information on here, and we sent that to the tuner, and now he will prepare the tune and email it back to me. So we are in the process of programming the ECU. It says switch off the dash to continue. It's off. Now it says connect to a battery. Okay. Switch on the dashboard, check the connections, and press OK. Dashboard is on. If it'll ever focus, press OK. Starting communication. Writing preparation in progress. Switch off the dashboard to continue. OK. Wake up error. Okay. No idea what that is. I'm going to check it out, and I'll make another video. Today on the channel, our mission is simple. We have removed these appliances in prep for our new appliances to match the internet fridge there. Down here, we don't have anything to do. I removed the old range. I gave them to my friends, and now I cleaned under here as well. So this is ready to go for the new bespoke Samsung stove on Supercar Street Racing. All right, the installer just left and he finished putting the dishwasher in. This is a Samsung Smart dishwasher. So to add it to the breaker off, so I'm gonna go ahead and try that again and report back to you guys how that goes. All right, the installer did just install. This is the Samsung microwave, and there you can see it sitting in all of its glory. And now we have to register it on the SmartThings app, just like we did with the dishwasher. And this dishwasher literally cannot hear a single thing it's doing. It's the craziest thing, and they are coming in with the stove now. Okay, they did just finish installing the range, and this is the brand new Samsung range with all touchscreen induction cooktop, and it does have ambient edge lighting right here that is adjustable via this menu. I will do a full tour of this range, but now I need to get the range and the microwave connected to SmartThings. Okay, I did get the stove and the microwave added to Samsung SmartThings, so they are now available on the app. I'm gonna go ahead and put everything back up above the microwave now, and also get that stovetop cleaned off so I can get these lights installed now. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you got Brad here, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Samsung bespoke appliances. Right here on your screen you can see the refrigerator that we got. This is a counter depth 4-door flex refrigerator. It's a lot smaller than the fridge I had, but I never had a lot of food in that fridge anyway, so this worked out perfect. Here's a bigger picture of it for you on the screen right now, and you notice basically it runs on like an Android type operating system. Now you can't put just any apps you want on this. There are limited applications available for it, and I did check and there's no way to sideload anything. People have not figured out how to get around the security and sideload, but it does have some pretty cool applications. You can do things like Samsung TV. You can obviously do weather, as you can see on the front there. You can see the weather widget. It also has intelligent AI to track what foods are in your fridge when you take out and remove food or put food back in. It does track it with a camera, and it can tell you when you run out and when your food is going to spoil. It also has this cool feature called Flex Zone, so you can make one of the bottom areas also either a fridge or a freezer, and that's pretty cool. And in the upper left-hand part, it has a little beverage center, so it has a pitcher and a ice water dispenser. At the bottom, it does have a door that opens and your ice is down there in 2 drawers. And that's a look at the Samsung bespoke fridge that we got. And on the screen right now, you can see the Samsung 24-inch top control tall tub dishwasher, and it's in stainless steel. Now, this dishwasher is the most quiet dishwasher on the market. It makes absolutely no sound whatsoever, none. You can't even tell it's on. And it does have smart features as well. You can hook it up to Samsung SmartThings, and it will tell you when your dishes are done, or you can start it remotely. It's very nice. I like it a lot. It's a big step up from my last dishwasher. Here's a good look at the dishwasher up close, and you can see on the front, it does have a nice digital clock to tell you when your dishes are going to be done. Here's the Samsung Bespoke microwave here. Pretty nice microwave. I like the design of it. It's very clean. There is no handle on the front. Light-in induction stove. Now this thing is awesome. It has an air fryer or an air sous vide. 6.3 cubic feet. Pretty big. And this thing does all kinds of cool things. But the thing I like best about it is the edge lighting on the front, and you can change the color of the edge lighting as well. I'm gonna go ahead and put a link in the description to all of these guys, and I'll put a couple of videos at the end of this video of some of the appliances, and I hope you guys will enjoy your own Samsung Bespoke appliances. We'll see you guys later. We got a million things to do, but watch the video at the end. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is Friday, and we got a little project going on. Guys, I might have figured this out, and I think we're going to be able to install this now. It was a process, but I am about to try it. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we're going to show you how to install Kodi on a show device. That's right. You didn't think it was possible. You thought you were locked down, but guess what? If you got one of these, you can put it on there. Back in front of the Show 15 now, where we're going to show you guys how to install Kodi on this device. So the first thing you have to do this is a Show 15. I'm not going to say the name because it will wake up. Once you have the Show 15, you will get a prompt that asks you if you'd like to upgrade your experience to the Fire TV experience. You go ahead and upgrade this device to the Fire TV experience, where you will come back and you will see this little dot right here. See that? Right there. Once you have that, then you're well on your way to getting Kodi. So guys, what is Kodi? So Kodi is a multimedia app that has been around for a really, really long time, and it used to be called XBMC for Xbox Media Center. They did change the name. Now, what is important about this Kodi app is that people write add-ons for it, and you can actually download add-ons to watch certain things. I won't tell you what, because obviously we're not going to be breaking the law here, but a good app like this might assist you in watching certain things. It has all kinds of apps. You can also actually just play multimedia from a server. You can install apps directly onto Kodi, like YouTube, if you would like, but the important thing is you can install these add-ons. These are video add-ons, and to do that, you have to find their repository and install them from the repository, which I will show you here momentarily, but this is Kodi. All right, let's quickly go over what you have to do to install Kodi on your Echo Show 15. First, you go into the Fire TV. You go ahead and go to Find. And you search for the Developer menu. Developer Tools menu there. Here it is. Go ahead and open that. It pops up this little window. You can just hit the back button on your remote or either on the display remote. You're going to have Totalist installed as well. So go ahead and do that, and you're going to have File Explorer installed as well. When you press on them, you should be able to install them. Now let's go get Kodi TV. So we can hit back button here or back on the remote. So we will need the downloader for that. So back to the home screen. Go to Find. Try that again. Find, search for downloader. There it is there. Go ahead and install downloader. Once it's installed, open it up. Now it's telling you that there's limited functionality for touch. So now, once you have downloader installed, you browse to either this full link or you go to Kodi.tv. And remember, this is limited touch. So if we just go to Kodi.tv, if you don't want to type in that whole link, you're going to have to get the 32-bit version. Go to the little menu here. Go to download. Go to Android, the little Android robot. Get the 32-bit version. The 64-bit version will not work. It will go ahead and download. Once it's done, it's going to attempt to install, which is going to fail. This doesn't work because when you hit settings, it's just going to disappear. So just click done on downloader. Or actually you have to use your remote. Again, the touch doesn't work on a lot of things. Click the home button here or on the screen to get back to your Fire TV mode. Go into your apps. Find your Developer Tools menu, open that. Just hit the back button to get out of that. Now on File Explorer, you have to use your remote. Again, see how it says limited touch? You're going to want to go to your downloader folder where you downloaded that Kodi. Select the one you just downloaded. I have a couple in here. So just select it with the middle button or on the screen. Click Cut. Hit the back button either here or on the screen remote. Go to Download and paste it. Once that's pasted, go back again, go into Totalist, right there. Totalist, or whatever it's called. Open that. Find your download folder. Find the app you just copied. It's one. These are old. I've done it a couple of times now. But open up the Kodi app. It will then say continue, and it will install, and it will finish. And then once it's done, you will see that if you go to the home screen now, and you go to all your apps, you have this wonderful Kodi. There is proof that Kodi works on the Show 15. And then now we will show you how to put a good app like the Crew into this. Okay, now that we have this installed, you're going to want to put something in it. So to do that, you need to get a add-on. So if you go to Settings, File Manager, Add source. Browse. Sorry. Click enter a name for this. Call it crew. And then click none where it says path. Okay, so here is the path. https://team-crew.github.io. Click OK. Click OK. Click back. I'm just going to use the remote because it's easier. Go to add-ons. The touch works. Install from zip file. Yes. You'll have to enable unknown sources when it gives you the warning. You can enable unknown sources. Come back here, click on the crew. There's the repository. It is installing now. There we go, add-on installed. Now install from repository. Click the crew repo. Click video add-ons. Click the crew, install, and then OK. It is installing now. Shouldn't take too long. It's at 7%. At 20. We'll be back. Oh, it's already at 7. I was gonna pause it, but it's almost done, and now it is installed. Let's hit the back button on the remote here. And go back to the home. Now we have the crew. And you can proceed to enjoy your favorite things on your Echo Show 15. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Please like and subscribe to the channel if this was helpful. And we will see you next time. It's coming back. Yep. He's going to take it. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
That's about cock and ass and tits and butthole pleasures.
It's not about butthole pleasures at all.
It's not about this rusty trombone and the dirty Sanchez.
Please stop.
And the Cincinnati bow tie. And the pussy juice cocktail. And the shit-stained balls.
Just please stop.
God damn!
Alright, this dude's making gator bites. What's the secret?
Don't let the gator eat you first.
What, did you actually catch these gators?
Right in your backyard.
Let's go! The hype is real. I heard and saw Amazon Prime pull up in the speedy delivery vehicle, and if I'm not wrong, there could be something in the garage out here for me. And then you just have to find where they put it, and it looks like this is it. Just get some sparkling water here for refreshment while I'm working. We are in the closet. That's right. We are in the closet. We're in the Supercar Street Racing closet, and right now we have a box right down here that we're going to be enjoying. I'm hyped, even though this was a day late, which kind of upset me, but you know, can't win them all. There's a few things in here that we need to do before we do a complete closet makeover of the SCSR Studio Compound Closet. And right here and right now we have a box of hangers because I needed some because I ran out. That's not the big deal in here. This is what we really were waiting for. This is the simple, trending 3-tier stackable, expandable fabric shoe rack in black. And right here and right now we can dispose of this box and get it out of here so we can get a good look at what we're going to be looking at today, and that is this shoe rack. We got the ninja scissors out today, guys, and we are hyped about getting a shoe rack. As dumb as that sounds, it's actually quite exciting. Now, it's not going to let me do this with one hand, but fortunately, that side is all that we needed to open. So this is how it comes right out of the package. And that looks like a lot of fun to play with, and it definitely is plastic. I think it's plastic. It might be like light metal. Yeah, it's metal, but it's just a like a cheaper metal, which again is fine. Don't mind that. And here we have the hardware that it came with, all the screws. And this is the fabric part. I guess that's where your shoes go. And this looks fun to put together, let me tell you. And then these are the legs. And we have some instructions that I cannot read because my eyesight is so ridiculously bad. So what we are going to do is try to figure out how to put this thing together. So we do have screws here, so I'm going to go get my screwdriver, my electric screwdriver ready, and then figure out exactly what we are doing here. Okay, we got all the tools we need to build our shoe rack, and I did start looking at the instructions here, and this thing can be expandable so that you can add like more and more levels. But I believe this is basically it. You take this piece here, this A piece, I call this the H piece, this is the A piece, and they literally just fit together like that. And then I don't know at that point, let's see, so it says that we have to put screw A. Okay, A and B go together. And then D and C go together. I don't know which one is C. But these are what is indicated in the pictures. And there is only one way for them to go together. Okay. D and C. And then what is an E? E must be this. E is this. E is this guy. What are the screws for? Okay. We did step one. Let's do step one on the other side. Let's put our A and B together. Pretty simple step. They just kind of go together like this. Even for an idiot like me, I can make this happen. Step 2. D and C. Get rid of all of our junk. so we can see what we're doing. I'm assuming this is a D and this is a C. Okay, there's a little push thing there, and they lock together. Okay, I got it. All right, the second part of step 2 is you run the rods. I'm trying to get our lights perfect here. So you take your fabric there and you run the rods through the holes in the sides. They don't really tell you. Looks like it's the second hole, the middle hole, and then this hole. So we'll go with that. Okay, I have successfully rearranged everything on top. Made a nice space over here for my luggage as well. My new luggage right there that I bought for my trip to Mobile coming up. That should fit nicely right in that spot right there. And you can see out here that I have a lot of stuff to either trash, give away, or move to the other closet. I have most of my electronic boxes in the other closet. These actually have routers in them and stuff that I bought at the pawn store. But yeah, I have done the first part. Now we can go ahead and get some shoes put on this rack like it was designed for. Alright, I got the first level of the shoe rack populated with my Puma shoes here, looking so fresh. And I actually have a couple of more sets of Pumas here that can go on as well, like that, and like this. So this will become my Puma rack. And you can see how good that looks. Yeah, the thing was really hard to put together, but overall it does the job. And I ran out of shoe space over here. Now that I have some space, I can get some more ons and continue to put my ons over here and other miscellaneous shoes, and I can use my Puma rack for my Puma shoes, guys. So hyped. So hyped. We have completed the closet makeover. It's a mini makeover, of course, because all we really wanted to do was get rid of some of the junk from the thrift store and build my new shoe rack here and just kind of reorganize everything up top here so that I had more room. I still keep my hats and shoes, some shoes over there, some other shoes right over here, and now we have the Puma shoe rack over here to fill up with Puma shoes as I buy them. And so I'd say it came out pretty good. Of course, I would love to have a much better closet. Maybe one day I'll get closet organizing, like the built-in furniture and stuff. But for now, I think we did a pretty good job getting all this done, and we showed you guys what it's like to put together this pain in the butt shoe rack, but it does its job now. Looking oh so fresh with the Pumas. And we will see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Let's throw it inside to Brad Street Racing to look at this shoe rack online on Amazon. Hey everybody, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. My name is Brad, and we are here in the beautiful 4K production studio for Supercar Street Racing. And right here in front of me and right here in front of you, you do see this simple trending 3-tier stackable shoe rack. I just kind of wanted to give you guys some of my experiences with putting this thing together. I did have a lot of problems with it. The instructions weren't super clear, but I did eventually figure everything out. But I can say one of the biggest issues with this thing was I don't like how it's not angled at you with the shoes. It does have a 4.5 star review overall, and it is cheap at only $17, and you can add more on top of each other. But like I said, one of the biggest things is it's a little difficult to put together because it's just kind of flimsy or whatever. And then second of all, it doesn't really tell you which side of the sides of the shelf go out and which side go in. I did tighten the screws too much, my fault, and I bent the tubes and had to bend those back out. But other than that, the thing works pretty dang good. You can see right here. Also, I'm repping my New Orleans hat because, you know, New Orleans boy. But here's some pictures of it here. Some bigger pictures there, as you can see. Does look just exactly like that. And looking at my pictures here, I did put it together the way they intended. There's extra screw holes on the side, so they don't show them here, but you don't really know where to put these shelves. They don't even show them on the picture, but there are more holes there and more holes there at the bottom. And you can see right here and right now you can stack more than one shelf on each other. Adjustable and expandable for sure, and it shows you a few of the things you can put on. I mean, it's a shelf, you can put whatever you want on it. But you can see you can take the middle shelf out here and just put shoes on the bottom of that, and in case you have like bigger shoes or boots, you can actually use those as well. It does have 4.5 stars. Some of the 1-star reviews are people saying like, oh, I thought I could actually put it together. It's, you know, people will have issues with some things, some people don't. I had a little bit of problems with it. It took me probably about 30 minutes to assemble. And make sure you have a power drill there ready for you to do the screws. It'll save you like a ton of time. And just go ahead and look at some of the reviews here online before you go ahead and order this and commit to it. These are fabric shelves, by the way, and I don't think it's flimsy. If you put maybe a couple together, it might be, but for right now, it is just working fine. It is available in black or white, black or silver, and it's a 3 or 4 tier or 6 tier device. Guys, thank you so much for joining Supercar Street Racing once again. Encourage you to order everything you order from Amazon through one of our affiliate links in the description of one of our videos. Doesn't have to be the shoe rack. If you need to buy anything from Amazon, do me a big favor and purchase it through my link. It helps me by giving me a small commission to help me run the channel. And we will see you guys again next time on Supercar Street Racing, because guess what? I'm out. Bubba, are you trying to get in shape on the scale? How much do you weigh, Bubba? I can't see your weight if you block it with your big body, Bubba. Are you on keto?
Get me.
Bubba,
Okay.
why are you enjoying the wood? What is so good about it? Bubba. He is in the wood.
Okay. Okay.
All right, guys, shut it. Shut. Let's go in the flippers. Hey guys, welcome back. And today we're over at Richard Church's house, and we have something so exciting in here that none of these people know about. And it's time to see. I don't even know what this looks like. So check this out. Inside of this package right here is the new channel merchandise, and on the back it has the Tesla, and on the front it has the channel, and there is one for most everyone in here, including that dude over there. That's the new merchandise for the channel and
Supercars, street racing.
and we might. All right, today we are going to be installing a subwoofer in the kitchen, but in order to do that, we have to prep and get some things ready, but the sub is going to go in here with the garbage can and replace where this bag is right here. And so in order to connect this sub, we have to do some things first. And one of them is power. So power is coming from over here. So we are going to just drill a hole right down in the corner there and take this power wire here, cut that, feed it through the hole, splice it back together, power the subwoofer. Then we're going to run speaker wire up to the ceiling and into the attic. All that's going to happen today on the next project on Supercar Street Racing. Today on Supercar Street Racing, we are putting a subwoofer in here, a powered sub in the kitchen. We have an extra one, why not use it? And in order to do that, we have to get a audio supply cable to it. So basically we're doing speaker, high level in, and we also have to get a power wire to it. So that is our mission today. We are going to take this, whatever this power wire is called, I forgot what the name of it is, and we are going to cut it in half, extend it, and we're going to connect power and run it back behind the fridge where there is already power available up here. And then for the second part, we are going to run speaker wires up that corner to the very ceiling, at which point we will connect them to the kitchen speakers right up here, guys. So we'll do speaker level input, we'll run speaker wire down here to our new sub, which will be happy and fun, and that's it. In order to get this project done, we are going to have to put a hole in the ceiling up there next to where this cabinet is. You guys can see right here, inside here, that we have a cabinet that goes to the ceiling right there. We will run right up to the side of that and stick a screwdriver through there and put a hole into the ceiling, run some speaker wires up there, then drill through each one of these shelves right here. We'll drill through each corner. Hopefully we can get a drill bit in there. I'm going to test that right now. And we'll drill in the corner and run speaker wire all the way down to the ground. Okay, the next part of this project obviously is going to involve this wire. And if you see here, once we cut it and run it to the other side, it probably will not reach. It's going to be pretty tight. Let's see if I go down. Yeah, I think it will. I don't think we have to extend this, so that's good news. All we have to do is cut it and then go inside here and splice it. So, or either splice it on this side, doesn't matter where, just as long as it gets past this one point. So I think I'll just put the sub in here and then I can splice it in real time with you guys. Subwoofer is heavy. So we need enough wire to get to this extension cord here. And now all we have to do is splice this back together after we drill a hole in the wall. I have poked a hole and stuck a file through there. My next step is super easy. I am going to be rolling off some wire, and I do have some 14 gauge speaker wire right here. I'm gonna roll off about 2 20-foot sets, and we're gonna go up to the attic and tie into these two up and down in the attic as fast as possible because it's really hot today. But yeah, this is brand new speaker wire I just got, and all we need is enough to get right down to the subwoofer. Wow, hot up there. I got up in the attic and did tie into the existing speakers and taped the wires to my file here. All we should have to do is pull this down, and hopefully we don't disconnect the wires. Put a good amount of tape on it, but who knows? The last couple of days have not been the best. Let's see if we can get this through. All right, now all we have to do is feed the wires through the holes in the shelves, connect to the subwoofer, and the project will be over. It is bumping hard, guys. Kitchen sub, success. Guys, this is going to wrap up the project for the subwoofer for the kitchen. All I have to do is zip tie these wires up and make them really nice, and that is it. And maybe fasten them to the wall. You can see right here and right now they just go through the back right there and all the way down. And I hope you guys enjoyed this. I love doing projects with you guys, and I love it when you tune in and comment and like and subscribe. So we'll see you guys on the next video. Please leave a comment, please like and subscribe, please buy a subwoofer through the link in the description, or any of the products through the links in my description. We'll see you guys next time. Alright guys, Supercar Street Racing, welcome to the channel for a quick video about upgrading the firmware on the ID4 digital cluster for E92 cars. We are here at id4motion.shop and we go to support and then firmware. Looks like there was a new one released that I didn't even know about, June 9th. And we're going to download that. It is downloading to the lower left-hand corner. And we're going to show it in folder. Now we have a USB stick already ready to go, formatted FAT32 here. We're going to drop that guy right over to the stick. And then let's go to this PC and eject that guy. And the next step is out in the car. Let's grab our USB stick here and I'll meet you guys out in the car. All right, guys, we're out in the garage. Here is the E93. And if you guys remember properly, we have installed a USB stick adapter under here. I can find it somewhere. Right. Where'd it go? So right there. Where is it? Of course now I can't find it and I put it in. So it's right here. And so we are going to stick that stick in. If I can see. Let me stop this and turn on some light. Okay, now we can actually see it. There's my little USB adapter that I installed into the dash. Putting the USB stick in there. And let's go up. And we'll start another clip here with the light off. All right, it's in the thing. I wasn't sure if you had to insert it when you actually have the car on, so I put it in first. Let's see what happens. All right, it's updating the software. There we go. Dang it, it keeps on like going back to the old settings for mine. It's got a long extraction going down at the bottom. As you can see that line moving from left to right. So I was on 2.02.00 and it's installing 02.02.02, which probably won't fix any of the issues because I still have battery drain, I still have issues with cruise control being off, and I still have issues with the fuel warning indicator coming on constantly. When you get on low fuel, it turns off, and then it starts chiming again, and then it turns off, and then it starts chiming again, just over and over. So we're going to stop until this is done. I'll be back. This is now done. I don't know if it restarts by itself or what. It does. Okay, cool. There goes the reboot. Yeah, the car's running terrible. Something's definitely wrong with it. It's going in the shop in a couple weeks, but you see how bad it's idling. Might be like a vacuum leak or something in there going on. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's how you update the firmware on the ID4 instrument cluster. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Coming up today on Unboxing and Reviews. This is fine. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we are here in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio for another unboxing and review. And today we have the TumSug mini chainsaw, and I am so hyped for this. I was so excited when I found out about this product that I immediately ordered one and wanted to show you guys. So here we have it right here on the table where we're going to be doing our unboxing. So let's take a look at what's inside the TumSug, which is a great name, by the way. Mini chainsaw box. Was a little bit damaged right there, but no big deal. And inside here, we see right here, right now, we have a beautiful hard plastic case. Now this guy was only about $48. There is a coupon right now available, and I will put a link in the description for this dude. But let's go ahead and get this all the way unboxed. And there is the Tum Sug mini electric chainsaw, looking so fresh in its box. And I love that it has this nice hard plastic case with it to protect it when you're not using it. Let's go ahead and open this and see what's inside. And right here, right now, inside the case, we have this beautiful user manual here, which has a picture of the chainsaw on the front. Moving deeper into this packaging, we have what appears to be a extra chain and a screwdriver, a cleaning kit, and probably some chainsaw oil. So that's cool. It comes with an extra chain, apparently. Moving forward more into the box, this looks like the power adapter for the charger, and wow, it feels like it's hollow. Very, very light. Not much to it. Moving forward, we have this lovely, you even get a pair of gloves with this. Pretty cool. Inside of this, I'm assuming we have our actual chainsaw. And yes, there is the Tum Sug. Beautiful mini chainsaw, looking so cool. I love this thing already. And it does have the chainsaw guard here. And where the battery goes is back here. And there's a lock right here so that you can't, you have to push the lock before you can actually do anything with the chainsaw and pull the trigger, I believe. Yeah, so you push it from the right side and then you can actually pull the trigger. Moving forward into our box again, and we have, even comes with a set of safety glasses, which is kind of crazy. Think about that, how much stuff you get for $38. Now this part of the box is damaged. Looks like it was dented in, but no big deal. And then inside of the safety glass condom, we have these beautiful, lovely safety glasses that were included at the low price of only $38, which is pretty insane. They give you these nice safety gloves, which make your hands smell like ridiculous nuclear waste. And then 2 batteries, not just one. And this is a 21 volt device, guys. They give you 2 batteries. So it looks to me like there is no charger. Looks to me like you charge it with the actual device. So let's verify that now. Or do you actually just charge the battery itself? Interesting. So I'm not sure about the charging on this because I thought maybe you just charge the batteries. Ah, you do. So inside of the battery thing, there is a little adapter connector right there. So you literally just plug your adapter here directly into the connector. So I have a plug over here. Gonna go ahead and plug this in the wall and see if we can get our battery started to charge. So right there is the plug, and you just plug it straight in. And I don't see any indication of charge except for on the actual charging adapter. There is a red light on now. So that is now charging. So what we will do next, since we have taken a look at everything that's inside the box with the chainsaw, we're going to take it outside and see how this thing actually performs. Little update here. Each one of these batteries took less than 30 minutes to charge, and I don't know if they already had a charge or not, but just wanted to let you guys know that that was the case. It wasn't very long to charge them both, and then we'll take them outside and see what they can do. Go ahead and load our battery on here. They're both charged fully. Oh yeah. Let's get this thing out there and see what it can do. But first, as we drop that, we must go ahead and put on our brand new gloves. And our safety glasses. Okay, these berries that like to grow on this tree need to come off. And traditionally I use loppers, but let's see if this can handle taking off these palm branches. We have 2 or 3 of these that need to come off and 1 dead branch that needs to come off. Let's go for it. Now these have gnarly stickers. All right, it hopped a little bit on it. I don't know if that's my fault or what. Okay, if you get it closer down to the bottom of the blade, it works better. Perfect. No problem at all doing these palm leaves. I actually kind of chews them up though. Probably because they're so light, but it does work. No problem. And the chain came off. We're back in the SCSR beautiful production studio with Supercar Street Racing, wrapping up our review of the 6-inch mini chainsaw. And let me tell you something, that thing absolutely rips. I highly recommend this. We took that thing outside, we tested it on both regular palm branches and also regular tree limbs. I did knock off the chain one time, but that was my fault. If you push too hard on the thing, it is going to break the chain. I am going to put a link to this in the description of the video. Please click that link to buy this or anything from Amazon, as we get just a small amount of commission off of everything. As you saw on the chainsaw unboxing here, it comes with everything for about $45 to $48. You get the chainsaw, 2 batteries, the charger, the gloves, and the safety glasses. It's a really good deal and I highly recommend it, so go get yourself one right now, and we'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. You can see Joe and I are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage. We have everything set up to do an awesome project today. So Joe, what's one problem we need to get fixed on this golf cart?
Well, if you guys remember in a prior video, we did a full system in my golf cart, but at the time I had an old subwoofer sitting around. That old subwoofer didn't last very long with the system that we put in here. I have no bass right now.
Right, so we did notice that your old subwoofer box, when we did that last project, that box is actually falling apart. I don't know if it's got wet so many times or if it's just old, but basically when we did that last project, there were actually pieces of wood of the MDF falling directly off the box. Now we actually do have that box somewhere. We'll show that to you guys here in a few minutes and show you what actually happened with that. And today we are so happy because we have a new sponsor.
That's correct, yeah.
So who is that sponsor?
That's Crutchfield.
Absolutely, Crutchfield decided to go ahead and sponsor this video. So today we have some products by Crutchfield that we're going to be throwing into this golf cart, and we have a piece of wood right here that we're going to be using also to do what?
Build a new subwoofer box.
We're going to build a subwoofer enclosure. We're going to go ahead and calculate the volume. We're going to do the measurements. We're going to cut all the wood. We're going to do that all today, so hang out with us.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Joe, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing garage again. It seems like we're in here all the time. And today we have a cool project. We have to get the base on this cart redone because basically the woofer blew up and the box was falling apart, right?
That's correct, yep.
So what's our plan today? What are we actually gonna do?
So as you mentioned, we got this great sponsor by Crutchfield.
Right.
They've provided us some really awesome products, including a very nice subwoofer. So in this particular situation, although Crutchfield has an enormous amount of subwoofer boxes in very different sizes, for us, we are doing a very unique situation because we're putting it in a golf cart and we need to maximize the space that we have inside there to put a 12-inch subwoofer. So it's going to be very unique. So they supplied us with all the stuff that we need to do a DIY project ourselves.
They did. So inside the house, we'll show you guys this in a few minutes. We have a brand new Kicker comp subwoofer. It's a dual voice coil, 4 ohm per voice coil. So what we're going to do is we're going to parallel those voice coils, and that's going to be a 2-in load on the amp that's inside of the golf cart right there. We'll show you that a little bit also later. We also have some carpet, so we're going to try custom carpeting your brand new enclosure.
Yep.
And then we also have a square speaker terminal thing. So that goes on the side of the box and connects to the woofer voice coils, and that's how we will supply power to your subwoofer.
Absolutely.
So all that's inside, but for right now, we also want to take a look at the old subwoofer. Can you go ahead and pull that out?
Let's pull it out. So I've already disconnected it. And if you can, flip that seat down, Brad.
Right.
And let's take a look at this thing. I found this subwoofer a long time ago on the side of the road, and it was in decent shape, but over the years sitting in the garage, it's just been weathered too much. And we did a quick carpeting job on it, but one of the things is that the carpet is completely falling off. And that's really stemming from the box falling apart. As you can see, all the particles on the side of it.
Wood's coming off.
Yep. And that happens, right? So this was a quick job at the time, but we knew we needed to upgrade. So on top of that, as a 10-inch subwoofer that was in here, I think this is made by Boston Acoustic.
It was.
It was. And as you can see, the dust coil, I think that's what they call that, is falling off.
Dust cap, yeah.
Yep, and then I think it's also got some other issues with it. So obviously it's time. We needed an upgrade. The 10-inch subwoofer for this cart part sounded good, but I wanted some more bass. I wanted to be deeper bass, so we went with a 12-inch for this particular project. Out with the old, and then we'll start putting in the new.
We're not gonna do ported, we're gonna do a sealed enclosure. Sealed enclosures hit tighter. They don't go as deep low, as far as low frequencies go, but they are tighter bass, and we're not gonna bother with the port or anything like that this time. We also have some polyfill to throw inside of the box, and polyfill helps the box seem like a bigger box to the woofer that is mounted into it.
Yep.
Now also, we're gonna have to mimic this enclosure style because we want it to fit just like the old one. But at the same time, we do have a 12-inch woofer that we're gonna be putting in here. This is a 10. So we're gonna have to figure out if we have enough width to actually hold the 12. And also, we probably wanna make it as big as possible because the 12-inch woofer needs a certain amount of airspace. And I believe it was anywhere from 0.75 cubic feet to 1.5 per driver. So we're gonna try to get as close to that as we can. And if we can't, we'll have to deal with what we have. We have a limited amount of space down here, as we will show you guys here in a few minutes.
And one last thing, whoever built this box at the time, they used an old style of just cutting a hole in the back and then sticking the speaker wire out of there. So that's letting air out, right? We don't want that. So that's why Crutchfield was nice enough to send us over a new speaker connector, which is gonna be a nice connection, perfectly sealed. It's gonna be great.
And also you can see as we're working on it, you guys can't quite see this, but literally the box is all over the back of the golf cart now because it is literally disintegrating as we look at it. So what's our next step? Should we show them all the brand new stuff we got from Crutchfield?
Absolutely.
All right, why don't you grab this old disintegrating box and let's get out of here.
I got a plan for this old box too.
Okay, we're back in the garage and we brought all the stuff out that we got from Crutchfield. The only thing Crutchfield did not provide, just because I forgot at the time, was this polyfill for inside of the box. But they did provide this 12-inch dual voice coil kicker comp woofer. This is the CWR12, and I'm really hyped to see what this thing can do in our own custom enclosure.
Absolutely.
What do you think about this compared to the old Boston Acoustic subwoofer that we had before? It's a different age, a lot newer technology, and do you think that this is an advantage that we have a much newer style woofer with new technology?
Absolutely. On top of that, it's a 12-inch subwoofer, right?
Correct.
So that's going to be one of the things that we're going to be dealing with. Is that's why we're building a custom box, but to maximize the amount of volume at the same time. So we have some tricks up our sleeve to get the volume that we need.
We do.
Hence why we had the polyfill. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Also, we got some carpet here from Crutchfield. It's just standard enclosure carpet for speakers. It is black, and we probably have enough to do 25 boxes. So we'll have some extra for the future. And then what was the last thing we got from Crutchfield?
Yeah, we got this nice connector here. So we haven't opened it up yet, but pretty simple. So this is what's going to seal that off. So when you have that connection from your speaker wire from the amp that goes to the subwoofer, it makes that clean connection.
Right, and also when we put that in, we'll go ahead and caulk around it so it'll be absolutely sealed all the way around here. And if you notice on the back, it has these spade type terminals. I have a bunch of those. I have all the solder stuff for that. So we're gonna do it correctly when we do it. We're gonna do everything the right way so that it looks nice and that it performs great. So one cool thing about ordering from Crutchfield as opposed to something like Amazon is their technical support is amazing. They offer full lifetime technical support. That means when we're 75, if this woofer dies, we can call them and say, hey, this woofer's doing this, and they'll offer us free technical support. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's awesome. That's a great benefit from buying directly from Crutchfield.
And they have so many good technical support features that we'll touch on some of those during this video. But for right now, we want to talk about our enclosure and what we're going to be doing to build our enclosure.
Absolutely. All right, so one of the things that we have to go over is how we're going to build this box, right? So I went out and got ourselves a nice big old piece of 3/4 MDF for us, right? MDF is the preferred wood that most people use when they build a box. It's really good, it's strong, and it holds up, and it makes a great sound at the same time.
Absolutely. They recommend not using plywood or anything like that because of the sound qualities of the plywood. You can see we have some MDF over here, and basically all MDF is it's like shavings of wood that are pressed together and glued together.
Absolutely.
So when they cut other wood, they take that, they press it together, they glue it, and that makes this big, huge sheet of MDF right here. Now, how much was that sheet?
Yeah, I paid about $50 for it, so wood prices are a little up, but not too bad.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So we have this right here. Now, what are we gonna do in order to go ahead and measure? Where are we starting? What is our starting point for building?
Yeah, so the first thing that we wanna do is we obviously wanna get down here, take some really good measurements. We want this thing to fit in there really snug, maximize the space because we have a big subwoofer going in, but at the same time, what we don't want is a big bulky box sticking out. So we're really gonna get down and take some serious measurements and make sure this box is perfect.
Right, that sounds good. And then once we measure everything, how are we going to go ahead and mark that out and cut it on the actual wood?
So we have a couple sawhorses that we have set up outside. So we're going to get the MDF set up out there. We're going to take our measurements, and then we're going to go out there, take a pencil, we're going to lay it out, cut to the size that we need. From there, we're going to obviously start to assemble it.
Okay.
Part of that assembly is making sure that everything fits up correctly, screwing it together while using wood glue to make sure that we got a good bond so it stays together nice. After that, we're going to need to caulk it to make sure that we're sealing up every opportunity that we have so air doesn't escape.
So we have a couple of tubes of caulk in there that I found in the shed a few minutes ago. We'll use that in all the seams on the inside. We should be able to go through the actual 12-inch hole for the last board to go ahead and caulk that last little section. We can just use our fingers and run it in the inside.
Absolutely.
And then after that, do we have a plan for carpeting? I thought I saw you watching a video about how to do like the edges and everything and fold over the carpet.
I did. So I carpeted the last box, and that was kind of a rush job, but I wanted to make sure I did it perfect. So sometimes it's not bad to just go on YouTube and watch someone else give you some advice on doing it. So I watched a quick video, and I'm going to try to duplicate that, and I think it's going to end up being really nice.
And you don't just cut it straight. There's a special pattern you cut, and then everything folds over nice and neat, huh?
Yeah, really, really easy. So one of the things that we're going to have to do is obviously make a cutout for this to get inserted in there.
Yeah, how are we going to do that?
So you have a jigsaw, so we're going to obviously get a template made. I believe that this is going to be pretty simple because we're going to lay this down, do a quick measurement, cut the hole out where it needs to go, and this will sit flush right in the box.
Yeah, I kind of have an idea of what I want to do with that. So it's the inner square here that's going to flush mount. So we'll take that, we'll measure that, we'll cut it, and then we'll just take a drill bit, put a drill hole there, and we'll jigsaw this out nice and neat. That'll sit nice and flush. It'll look great on top of the carpet, and the carpet will seal off any of the airflow, so we don't really have to do any caulking on the inside.
I don't believe so. Nope.
So that sounds like our plan for actually building the box, but first, we got to get a bunch of measurements done.
We do.
Let's get down here and take a look at what we have and get some measurements done on this cart.
Let's do it.
We're back in the garage with another sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. We have this awesome AIXPI. We don't quite know how to pronounce it. We did some research, but we couldn't find it. So we're gonna call it AIXPI or AXPI, this solar sensor light here. And I'm pretty hyped about this, Joe. This is pretty cool. What do you know about this thing from looking at the facts?
It's LED, which is nice.
240 LEDs also.
Exactly, and it's solar powered. So
Right.
you never have to have any power supplied to it. It's ready to go at any time.
Right, now here's the sensor part of it. So this is what detects your actual motion. And so this thing is solar powered. You can see the solar cell right here, how it charges. There's the connector that you mount this with. They give you another little bracket here. So basically what you do is you mount that to your house or your gutters or whatever. Then this thing just simply slides right there.
Yep.
All right, so this thing is not fully charged. Admittedly, it's been sitting in the kitchen, but you can see when I turn it on, it flashes. It's pretty bright, even
Very bright.
completely dead. So thank you AIXPI for this awesome solar security light. 3,000 lumens is pretty bright, and it's just got a tiny little lithium-ion battery sitting inside this little box right here. Now let's get back to the video and see what's going on at Supercar Street Racing.
All right, so we're going to take a couple of basic measurements right now.
Right.
One of the things that I really want to do is to get as much space as possible for the volume that we need for the speaker. With that, I also want to make it as clean as possible and flush so that when this box goes in here, we don't have folks that are sitting on the back riding around having the speaker box pushing out. So with that, I'm going to hit the bottom here. It tapers back a little bit towards the top, but I can't worry about that. My measurements need to be where I know it can fit.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is we're going to do 14 inches deep.
Okay.
We're going to maximize the width, maybe a little bit shorter. We'll make a call on that, but we can go up to 18 3/4.
Okay.
And then on the height, we're going to try to really get as much as possible, but we have to keep room for the subwoofer because it's facing up. And there are some metal brackets that run across the top here, so we have to be very careful that we leave enough room for not only that subwoofer to fit in there, but for the excursion of the subwoofer, the up and down of the subwoofer.
Exactly, and also the top of the subwoofer probably sits a little bit up. We have to open it up to really get those exact details though.
Absolutely. And it looks like we've got roughly 13 1/4 on that. So what we'll probably end up doing is making this box roughly maybe 10.5 to 11 inches tall to give us the room that we need.
So when you measured your 14-inch depth, did you measure to the edge right here?
I did. Well, I measured it just here, although it will stick out a little bit, but your legs will not sit on it because your legs are going to come out here. So it's going to come right to this part over here.
Okay, that sounds great. That looks like the measurements that will work for us. So now let's go ahead and unbox the actual subwoofer right here. What do you think? Sound good?
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and pull this subwoofer out, get a couple of basic measurements on here. The biggest thing that we're worried about right now is the height of where it's gonna sit above the box that we build itself to make sure that we have room for the subwoofer to sit on top and to have the room for it to move up and down. So let's take a look at it. All right, inside the box, always awesome is we got a nice sticker there to put somewhere, usually on a good outdoor refrigerator. And inside the box, we got this beautiful, nice, brand new competition kicker subwoofer. It looks amazing.
We don't need that where we're going?
All right, so let's go and open this thing up and get inside here. All right, I will say, just from the looks alone, this is a beautiful looking subwoofer. The first thing I noticed is that the outside is very strong and it's got this really strong red stitching inside. It's a really great looking subwoofer here. So this is a competition speaker, and although I'm not going to be entering any competitions with this, it's going to drive really good solid bass. So I don't have to turn it up too loud to drown it out. It's going to have really good deep tones in it. On the back, we got a really nice large magnet on the back, and then we have great connections right here. It's a 4-ohm dual voice coil, so there's 2 connections on both sides, positive and negative. One of the great things about this speaker already is the easy setup for putting the speaker wires in there. It's a push connection, so you push this open, slide your speaker wire right in there, let off, and it puts a nice connection. And now we're going to pass this over to Brad to give you some more technical aspects of this great subwoofer.
Okay, we're right here in front of the Kicker Comp 12-inch woofer. It is the Comp R. Now this guy has 500 watts RMS power handling. The RMS part means it's the average power that it can handle. It can handle up to 1000 watts peak also. Now taking a look at this woofer, if you're unfamiliar with dual voice coil woofers, basically there are 2 connections here. There's one on each side here, and what that means is each voice coil has an impedance level. This impedance level here is 4 ohms, this one is 4 ohms. So depending on your amplifier and what the actual ohm load it can handle is how you wire up this woofer. If you put both of these voice coils here in parallel, it'll be a 2 ohm load presented to your amplifier. If you put them in series, it would be an 8 ohm load. So for our amplifier can handle a 2 ohm load. We're going to take off of this voice coil, go to this voice coil, and then off of this voice coil, go down to the connector. That's going to present a 2 ohm load to the amplifier. We can prove that with an ohm meter also. We can put it on the end of the second wire here as we loop here, and then out we should see a 2 ohm-ish load at the amplifier.
All right, so here we are on to our next step. We took some really good measurements, and one of the things that we were most concerned with was the height of the actual subwoofer because it's going to be facing up. So with that, we had roughly 13 1/4 to play with, so we're going to reduce our height down to about 12 inches. That gets us about 1.5 inches, 1 3/4 of play to make sure that we have enough room for the top of that subwoofer to not only sit in there, but to have room for it to go up and down. All right, so one of the most important measurements for us was to make sure that we had enough room for the subwoofer to sit in there. So we roughly have about 13 1/4 inches of height that we can play with. We're going to reduce that down to about 12 inches. That's going to be more than enough room for that subwoofer to sit on the top and have room for it to go up and down. So what we're going to do is take a few minutes here to kind of outline the box itself. So there's going to be quite a few cuts. One of the things that we don't have at our leisure is a nice big table saw. So we're going to be doing this by hand. So to make sure that we get as best cuts as possible, I have this straight edge here that we're going to use to clamp down to make sure that when we're running our skill saw that we get a nice clean cut. So we're going to take a few minutes right now to take these measurements, transpose them onto our MDF and start outlining all the cuts that we need to get done. And then from there, we can start to assemble the box. So we took a couple of minutes to make sure that the measurements were correct, and we went ahead and wrote them down just so that you guys can understand what we're doing. So the first thing is that we got to put a top and a bottom and 4 sides. So for the top, we know that we needed 18.5 inches in width, and we had 14 inches of depth to put it towards the back of the golf cart. So with that, we just times that times 2. So our tops are going to be 18.5 inches by 14 inches. Easy cuts for those. Now we need to do the 4 sides. Our 4 sides are not equal because the front and the back are going to be 18.5 inches, which will match the width. However, we need to go 10.5 inches to take in consideration that this is 3/4 inch MDF. So with that being sandwiched between the top and the bottom, we needed to take off 1.5 inches. So we wanted to get to 12 inches, so we're going to do 10.5 inches on that. And then for the left and the right, that one, it's 14 inches. In regards to the depth, same thing, 10.5 inches to make sure that we have the room to sandwich it to get to our 12 inches. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and lay out the exact measurements that we want. So one of the things that I always try to do is we have plenty of wood here. So I don't mind having a little bit of scrap left over, but I always try to utilize any of the factory edges. So we need 2 cuts on this particular one. So what we're gonna do is measure out 14 inches for the top. So on here, we're gonna lay out 14 inches, and then we're gonna have 2 cuts here to complete the top and the bottom, which are gonna be roughly 18.5 inches. All right, so here we are. We're gonna take the time to cut this out. We got a little break in the weather, so we're gonna make this pretty fast. Like I said, we had already laid out all of our measurements. So from here, we're just gonna make our quick cuts, get back inside as quick as possible. So again, we don't have a table saw. So to try to get this to be as even as possible, I'm gonna take this straight edge here. We're gonna clamp it down so that we can bump our skill saw right up against it and make a quick, so we can make a quick cut, and hopefully it's nice and straight. You're pinching it. Are you ready? Okay. And for the sake of time, I'm turning and burning here, all right? You ready? If you blow us off, we can come back inside the garage, close the door. Yep.
Guys, I am so happy to announce Crutchfield as an official sponsor for Supercar Street Racing, and today I want to talk to you a little bit about what makes them special. Now, one of the biggest things about Crutchfield is obviously their technical support. You have free lifetime technical support on everything. You get a 60-day price drop protection at Crutchfield. 60-day returns is also awesome. They offer that. They have all kinds of information on their website, like DIY articles and videos, a huge car stereo database. They can figure out what fits your car. They also offer free custom vehicle instructions, car-specific installation packages, research, wiring, and things like that. They've been doing it since 1974. Check out Crutchfield. I will have a link in the description. Buy what you need from them and support the channel, and let them know Supercar Street Racing sent you. All right, as you guys just saw, we were outside cutting all of our parts for our enclosure, and you did a little rough math on ChatGPT. And how big was that box?
Yeah, so it actually came out to about 1.29 cubic feet in volume, which is perfect.
Absolutely perfect. The woofer has, I think, a range of 0.75 cubic feet to 1.5
I believe so.
feet, so that's perfect. So what is our next step here?
Yeah, we're gonna get into the assembly part of it. So pretty straightforward. So I got a couple clamps. We'll kind of roughly put this together. The biggest thing is that we're gonna get our wood glue down, we're gonna clamp it together, and then we're gonna pre-drill our holes, because what we don't want is the wood to split. MDF is a little susceptible, even in the cut, when we cut it, a little piece chipped off. So to stop that from happening, we'll get this roughly put together with the clamps, put the glue on it, and then we'll take the time to pre-drill our holes and then we'll countersink if we want to. May not be necessary. Our screws in there to make sure we get a good, nice contact and a good screw down.
Sounds great. Let's get to work.
Yeah, let's do it.
Got your drill ready here?
Yep, got a good bit. Where's our screws at so we can make sure that we have the correct screw size?
Okay.
Make sure we got plenty of the same. These are 2.5. We're gonna pre-drill to get our holes, then we'll take it back apart, and then we'll glue it, and then we'll screw it back in. All right?
Okay. Is this looking good right here?
Yeah, just so you can see in the center. Yep, perfect. Let's go straight in. That's good. Perfect. Yep. Perfect. All right, so now we'll disassemble, get the glue ready.
Perfect. Wondering if we should have countersunk them, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Oh, got no! I let go of it. It didn't hold.
Oh!
So, it is what it is.
Pop another one in there?
Nope, go ahead and screw that one in.
I'll make up for it.
Yep. All right, so as you just saw, we assembled the box. It actually went pretty smooth. We did have one little issue where I made one mistake on a cut, but that was very easy to fix. We just had to take a little bit more off. The box went together perfectly. The fact that we were using a circular saw and everything was almost perfect was shocking to me, to be honest with you.
And there's only like
That much
clearance.
It is absolutely sitting in there perfect. So our measurements were right on spot. The box is almost perfect. Very happy with it. So from here, what we're going to end up doing now is removing it and carpeting it. So we are not the best carpenters by any means, but I think we're going to be able to do a good job on this. So we'll let you guys follow along, but it should goes pretty fast. And so far, this project's been pretty smooth. I think we're at about 3 hours in. The majority of our time is really moving cameras around, doing stuff. Yeah. So maybe we got an hour and a half, maybe, into this project so far. And once we get this carpeted, put in the speaker in, goes very fast, and we'll be done.
All right, should we get this box out of here real quick?
Let's do it. We're gonna do our best here.
Next time you do it, you'll be an expert.
Maybe. Now, if that together, this together.
Perfect.
Okay, you're gonna hold this tight. Pull that and hold it tight. Pull it towards you. Okay.
That's sick. Should peel off, right? And then that flaps down and you're done.
Drape it over it, pull it hard again. It's actually not bad. That's not bad. All right, flip it over.
All right, guys, you just saw us carpet this enclosure with the half moon method that we borrowed from Soundman. And now what you're seeing is we're cutting out the hole for the speaker so that I can go ahead and start wiring. Now, this wiring is going to involve going from voice coil to voice coil, first of all, to make this woofer in a 4 ohm to 4 ohm parallel load will be 2 ohms at the speaker connector. And then also what you're seeing is me crimping these connectors on and then using my heat gun to go ahead and heat shrink the end of the connectors onto the wire. So all that's happening right now, let's take a look at it. Now what you're seeing here is we are installing the woofer and we're making 100% sure that we are covering up the surround with a piece of plastic while we're screwing in the screws so we don't make any stupid mistakes. All right, we're back and we did install the subwoofer enclosure and we've been adjusting the amplifier a little bit, the gains on the amplifier, just to compensate for a different subwoofer that might be a little bit more sensitive or less sensitive than the other one. We turned the gains down on channels 1 and 2, which are supposed to be the highs, but it's actually, I think, 3 and 4. But turn the gain down on that, and then when volume goes up on everything else, it'll bring the subwoofer level up. Because the subwoofer gains are maxed out on the amp. The amp is pushing as much possible power as it can, which means we also might need a second amplifier. But I was going to suggest, and I will send you a link to this, I was going to suggest we get a 12-volt USB fan and strap it right to the side of your amplifier and power it off of your inverter in there. It's got a USB port.
Keep it a little cool.
It'll cool your amp off and keep it from going into overheat. Okay, you can see the woofer clearly through the back here. If you ever pull up to a party or anything, all you gotta do is open the back hatch and you've got that woofer.
Yeah, and the other reason it's up right now is because this panel, it rattles. So we're gonna probably have to do some dynamatting. Sounds so good. It's like perfect. Sounds really, really good.
It is. That was a lot of power it was pushing for that. All right, that came out really good, but maybe we can do some improvements. What do you think about maybe improving the amplifier side of the bass?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the current amp is working, but this 12-inch subwoofer can handle a whole lot more power, and certainly with the battery that we have in this thing, it can take a bigger amp. So it might be a good idea to go on Crutchfield again, look around, see what makes sense, and beef it up a little bit.
Sounds good to me. I'll get in touch with Crutchfield tomorrow. Meanwhile, let's wrap it up from in here and throw it back to literally us.
Yeah.
Okay guys, so you just saw us build an entire enclosure for this club car. How did that go? How was it?
I thought it went pretty easy. I mean, we had a couple of tight measurements that we had to figure out, but otherwise, I think the whole box put together very nice. So you just saw us build the box from scratch.
Right.
Install it, test it, run it, and it turned out great.
Right, it did.
During the process, we need a little extra help. So one of the things that we're able to do is go to the Crutchfield site, do a little research on there. They got a lot of great stuff on there. They have videos, articles, a lot of various different links that help you out, which was tremendous amount of help for us when we built this.
And don't forget also their phone support. You can actually give those guys a call and they would be more than happy to walk you through anything that they can. And if they don't know it, I bet you they can find an answer.
Absolutely.
Today you saw us do all the steps to get that enclosure put into this 2017 club car. So if you have a club car and you'd like to copy our design, I'm gonna go ahead and put the dimensions down in the description. I'll put all the products that we use down in the description. Go ahead and click our affiliate links because that helps us out tremendously. Crutchfield wants you guys to use these links so they can see if you guys are engaged in watching supercar street racing.
All right, well, we're all wrapped up here. I just want to say thank you to everyone, including our sponsor today, to give us this awesome subwoofer that we put in, and to the 150,000 subscribers that you have obviously built up over a lot of work and a lot of time. So thank you all for subscribing.
Right.
If you haven't, like and subscribe. It's a super big help for us.
It is, and if you're just here, if you found the video somehow and you're not a subscriber, it does help a lot if you'll hit that subscribe button. Leave us a comment too. We're really interested in what you guys are doing on your club car. And if you do this same project, we want to know about it, and I want some video of it. I'll put it on my channel and feature it for everybody.
Love it.
Because we really hope that you guys like our design and you copy it.
Yeah, and you know what? We want to hear from you so that we know if we made some mistakes, we don't mind it, you know?
Absolutely. Part of the learning process is making mistakes, and we're fine with that. We kind of learn everything on the fly sometimes, especially like with this carpet job. That is an on-the-fly thing. That was the first time that we've ever tried that.
Correct.
All right, guys, we got to get out of here. We got to go to lunch because we're starving. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my God, this alligator actually took the onion. Shut up, he's eating the onion. You have got to be kidding me. I've never seen an alligator eat an onion before, and he took it. Hey guys, good morning. Wanted to show you guys these floor mats that I got for the E90X. Get this garage open here. So I finally broke down and bought some floor mats. I've been needing some for a really long time. And I found these floor mats on Etsy. Wow, that's the loudest garage door. The link will be in the description here. It's going to be a quick video because there's not much to it. But just wanted to show you these floor mats, custom made from Etsy. Now these guys are available with different color stitching and they are leather. So as you can see here, they have the M logo on them. And if you look here, the fitment is pretty good. Now the back ones I had an issue with. So he is actually remaking those. They didn't fit. The front ones fit perfect. They do have Velcro on the bottom. Pay no attention to that 9mm right there. So yeah, I'm going to provide a link in the description to these E90X. So they fit any E90 car. Floor mats that I purchased on Etsy, and then he does have them for other vehicles as well, so just look through his Etsy store and you'll find what you need. But yeah, just a quick little update, and these things came out awesome. I think I really like the way they look in the car. I would have done red too, but I tried the blue and it came out nice. See you guys soon. That truck right there just came and brought $18,000 worth of travertine. Look at that. You guys are so stoked. You can't wait to come swim in my brand new pool. And then you're going to try to take all your clothes off and do weird things, but no, I'm not going to. I'm dressed like a complete spaz, but I was so hyped to get this castle nut in that now I want to see if I can figure out how we're supposed to put this in. I still don't see a hole.
That's what she said.
In this jack shaft for a cotter pin. Like, there's no hole.
That's what she said.
Well, the problems never stop. It broke the key off, so now I gotta go waste like $5 more on shipping to get a new key again. So, fuck, a duck. All right, guys, we got our brand new brake cable here. We're gonna be looking at putting that in now. All right, a little update here. I got the brake cable installed, but it was very difficult and there was no play left down here in this back area. I literally barely got the cable on, and now the brakes are pretty tight. They're not actually on, but they do, like, they might actually be on. I don't know what's causing that because there's no slack left here in this cable, and it's up against the holder right here. I don't know if this lever needs to be rotated more. It's very possible that lever needs to rotate counterclockwise. I'm gonna ask Joe if he wants to take a look at it. Guys, welcome back to the video, and finally, after another long week of waiting, we got the sprocket key in again. Every time I order one of these, it's like $6 shipping, and the part's like $1. The next problem we have to figure out is how to get this thing to stay on. There is no cotter pin hole in the jack shaft, so I am going to create one, and I don't know how I am going to do that yet. So, yeah, that is what I am going to be doing, is getting this chain back on. keeping up. Do you hear any rattling in the front? I think it's the gas tank. Yeah. We probably still watch that video about tuning and just tweak it. All right, guys, we are back in the garage, and I wanted to show you guys what we did last night. We were in a hurry, weren't able to film. Joe was busy, but basically we decided to go ahead and rectify this problem for good with the castle nut backing off on the sprocket. So what we did is we pulled this off. He has the right socket size. I can't remember what size it was. It's pretty big, the castle nut. Went ahead and pulled that off, and what we did was we drilled a hole through the jack shaft there in order to be able to secure a cotter pin to the jack shaft, because this jack shaft has no hole in it. These castle nuts tend to work themselves off, and the whole point of a castle nut is it's slotted so that the cotter pin can go right between the slots and prevent this thing from backing off. So we use thread locker and we use a cotter pin, and we drilled right through that jack shaft, and now this is not going to come off. Now we have some other issues. There's some rattling going on up front. I want to do a bolt check a bit later and see if I can figure out what's going on with the rattling. I ordered a battery, and then so what we're going to have to do after that is attach the battery in here somewhere. I was thinking right down in here. We'll attach it to this whatever this thing's called, the forks or whatever it is. And we'll have to have a switch as well. So we'll break the positive wire that goes up here to the light, and we'll wire up a switch somewhere, somehow. I watched an extensive video on tuning. Now I understand tuning. The gas cap is leaking big time. We filled it up with gas, and the gas is ruining my nice spray paint job. So it's going to have to be touched up at some point. But that is where we are now. The bike is still breaking up on the high end. It is not solid. We do have new spark plugs. We have a good fuel filter, unless it's clogged now. I don't see anything in the gas here. I got to figure out the breakup, and then we will be good to go. This thing's awesome. We are still waiting for the wheels. The wheels are on back order, but they should ship any day now, at which time we have these beautiful street tires to go ahead and put on the bike. This bike will not be going off-road. Now, what is in the future? Well, we want to turbo it. We don't know quite how that's going to go, but we don't have any fabricating stuff, but I think we can figure it out. But for now, that's it for the video. Hope you guys enjoyed the fun last night, and we'll see you guys soon. Hey everybody, Brad here. Just wanted to give a quick update on my home theater room. As you can see here, I have my home theater room in pieces. Wanted to let you guys know exactly what's going on here with this guy. So my projector died, my Epson projector, which is now sitting on the shelf up there. The bulb died finally after about 7 years. And I did buy another bulb. First I tried a generic bulb off of Amazon. Installed the bulb. It looked absolutely terrible. It was really cloudy. The picture was distorted. Thought it was probably the generic bulb. So I ordered a genuine Epson bulb, put that in, looked exactly the same. So I think that something in my 1040, my Epson 1040 projector right there died at the same time the bulb died, or that component caused the bulb to die. So I have ordered a 4K projector. Now, if you guys are familiar with projectors at all, you know that 4K projectors are very expensive. Most of them use this method called pixel shifting. So what it does is it projects a 1080p image, then it doubles it and moves it over and projects the second image so fast that your eye can't see, effectively making 4K out of an original 4K image. I ordered an Anker, A-N-K-E-R, Cosmos Max 4K. It is LED powered, not laser. The most acceptable laser projectors that do 4K are about $3 grand. I've spent $1,000, actually $1,100 on a renewed Anker Cosmos Max. Will be here in 2 days. I decided to take this time to go ahead and finish my theater room. Now, as you can see here, we have a lot of ambient light just because the walls are a lighter color. Now, when I built the room, I built it from scratch from a guest bedroom. I created this wall myself. I sanded down the wall, and I used Lowe's Home Cinema screen paint. I framed up the wall using a projector calculator. I made the frame on my miter saw. So I created the frame on my miter saw, and it came out awesome. Looks great. Right away I can see some issues with my wall boxes, a little crooked right there, which are usually covered up anyway. You don't see them. The equipment's pushed right back against them. I designed this for this entertainment center to flow right down here. I ran power and HDMI. HDMI goes from in the wall there all the way up over to the projector shelf up there where the projector sits. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be using the shelf unless it works out when I get the new projector and it projects correctly. And last time I ended up just strapping it to the bottom because the Epson projector had really no way to project. I couldn't adjust the keystone good enough where it could go down enough to hit this. It was literally projecting onto the ceiling. Only thing I'm worried about is this fan being in the way. I've added that since, and I don't know if the projector being on top of this shelf is going to hit the fan, but if it does, I'm gonna have to remove my moon men right there, my little astronauts. I think at the very worst, that's what I would have to do because it is slight downward projection to get to the screen from the center of the lens up there. You can see up there I did a wall box, a double wall box with power and one of those little brush inserts so you can run a cord through it and bugs and stuff can't get through it. The shelf is a glass floating shelf. As you can see, I had the projector strapped to the underside there and upside down. This time I'm going to turn the Anker Cosmos Max upside down and lay it on top of the shelf because it has a LED star constellation on the bottom. You'll be able to kind of see through the frosted glass there. Now, another thing was my other projector was quite a bit brighter. It has a standard 200 watt bulb. This Epson Home Cinema 1040 right there. The new one is LED. It's quite a bit dimmer, maybe half the brightness. Now I ran this projector up here on eco mode the whole entire time I had it because it was so bright. You could actually have the window open here and still easily project on the screen and see the picture. The new projector, LED, going to be less bright, so I'm making strides to get this room brightness down quite a bit. First thing is the whole entire room is going to be that color. So it's all going to be that dark shade of green. I forgot what the name of it is. It's a dark, like brownish green. I'm going to do the ceiling as well. So I need to take this vent out. I need to remove my rear surround speakers there and get this room prepped and go ahead and paint the whole entire room. Now, if the shelf doesn't work or I have to lower it, then that's going to be a little bit of work, but I think I can manage to figure that out. I'm going to leave my shelf here that has my artwork on it. It's just all movies and TV stuff that sits on that shelf. It's been there forever, even before this was a home theater room. So I want to show you guys this hilarious mistake I made when I first put the surround speakers in. It's so visible up there where you can see where I cut the hole, and I was right on top of a stud and I had to move it and fill the hole. Unfortunately, you can totally see what I did there. It's not noticeable unless you really look. But yeah, so I am waiting for my projector to get here Wednesday. Meanwhile, I've got work to do in this room. I already have everything taped off. These closet doors are going to be permanently removed. They are going to be curtains here. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to get rid of that door as well and just do a curtain on the outside of the door. So I think what I'll do is a curtain rod up there with two curtains that hang straight down to the ground right there, black. I think that's what I'll do. Not sure yet, but I think on the inside here you'd be able to see a lot of ambient light from the other room, and my concern there is that. So maybe I'll do two sets, one on the inside, one on the outside, like two on the outside, two on the inside, for a total of 4 curtains that you walk through. That'll also help with the sound deadening. So I'm not sure yet. But yeah, just a little update. I still got to take the Echo Show out of the wall here. I got to remove these speakers, this vent, pull the bell off the fan and slide it down a little bit so I can paint underneath that, if I can even get that down without removing the might not be able to get that down without removing the fan blades, which is going to suck. So I'm going to start working on that now, and I'll update you guys in another video. Have a good day. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Supercar Street Racing. Today's Friday. Haven't updated in a long time, but today we are going to pick up the car finally. It's been about 2 months since I dropped my car off. We've done some major changes to it. So today is the day that we are heading out to Tuners Inc., me and Chad, and we are going to pick up the car. So first I want to show you this craziness though. So I have quite a few native plants in my yard back here, and this is a century plant that bloomed, I would say, about a year ago, and when they bloom, this crazy thing shoots out of the top, and it was taller than that tree. And so I cut all the leaves off of the century plant, and finally this thing broke off, and it fell on my patio furniture, but fortunately everything's metal. Don't have any damage, but it's pretty crazy, this thing. That's a living century plant. So these things bloom once in a lifetime and then they die. But yeah, pretty crazy. So tomorrow I have to deal with cutting this thing up and getting it out and trying to remove that base somehow. Oh well, that's just something I'll have to deal with. Waiting on Chad, and we'll have another update. Hey, what's up, everybody? Me and Chad here. We're headed out to Orange Park, worst place to go in the world to go.
Watch out, vehicle stopped on shoulder ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Wait, it's just running. But we're headed out to Tuners Inc., and we're gonna go check out the car, see what's going on with it, see if it's really drivable. See if we're taking it home today. We're taking it home today on the back of this truck if we have to.
Tow it, we have to.
Yeah, we're gonna tow it if we have to. We'll call AAA. I got AAA. So we're headed out there, and I guess we'll shoot some more video when we get there. I'm almost positive he's gonna have this thing on the dyno still. So we'll talk to you in a minute. Got the motor back together. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's gonna make some noise today.
It's gonna be loud as hell. But need a bigger wastegate spring. Tighter. It's the new turbo.
New hot. Oh, this breaking down. Rolling it when it was at what, like 14 minutes fast.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Right. Got going on today, Brad? No.
Working.
Oh.
This is what I call working. About what?
What did you say about the dash? About changing the dash?
Oh yeah, the guy's got my new dash ready to go.
Oh, okay.
And the new center console. So he's removed it and all that, sanded all that sticky shit off,
Right.
repainted it, polished it, and same with the center console. So we're just waiting to put all that in now.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, it'll be good. Can you turn on the two-step while you're in there?
Yeah. Give me just a minute before.
All right.
What do you want to control it with? This thing has no DSS wire to it.
Oh, so we would have to have a switch? Okay, don't worry about it then.
I mean, we can do it. Do whatever we want.
Nah, don't worry about it. He's good at the clutch. That sucks. Get some video of him going crazy.
It's spooling already.
Oh, yeah. Alright, got Chad here to take over. See if I still can drive this thing. Haven't driven this thing in 2 months. I don't know about the clutch. That's right. It happens. Clutch is not fun.
That's what happens when you don't drive a stick for 2 months.
Right.
It went over 20. 28, I guess. That external gate is loud.
Very loud.
It's almost quick.
It does for big, you know, semi-big. My car.
That spool is insane. Way faster than your other turbo.
Oh, yeah.
Way faster.
Raining. Seems kind of dangerous. This thing needs gears. Dude, it's straight up on empty. Gotta ask him what fuel's in it. I don't even know. And
It's
Dude,
E85.
it's on dead empty right now.
It's E85. I can smell it. It smells like oil.
It's pretty violent. So funny. Is it showing peak?
Yeah.
Why does it say 26 right now? This thing's not working.
It is working.
Huh?
It is working.
Why say 18 right now?
It's 18 vacuum.
See if I can not stall it.
Just have to give it a lot of slip.
Your turn.
Yeah, put some gas in this thing.
You drive first. Switch places with Chad, or it starts pouring.
Just gotta hope I don't kill this thing.
It's so hard to drive, man. I mean, it's not hard to drive. The clutch is very hard to slip. This dude's coming from an auto.
Yeah, I haven't driven a stick since I
He's definitely gonna stall it.
sold that MIC.
Shit, you did perfect. You drive better than me. God.
It's quick, dude.
Damn. It's literally out of gas, I think. Like, not completely, but
We're gonna end up pushing this thing.
it's on fumes. I mean, I need to put like a gallon of something into it, or two, before we go to, before I hit that E85 station. I wasn't watching that boost gauge. Can't get it in gear? Fist straight up. You're going too far. That's it. Alright, let's pull in before we run out of fucking gas.
Right here.
About to get some E85 because this car is on empty. Like super empty. Right there. Got it. I got it. Come on. Oh. Helps to push the right button. My God, how long does it take? So cheap.
218. That's cheaper than that.
That's cheap. Gonna fill this thing up. I think it was bone dry because the fuel gauge doesn't work anyway, but if it's on empty, it's on fucking empty. But the fuel light wasn't on, was it? Fuel light works. Okay, then it wasn't bone empty. It had some left.
The gauge doesn't work.
Gauge doesn't work, but the fuel light does. Well, the gauge works, but because of the way the AEM is interfaced with the factory computer, nobody can figure out how to make it work right. It comes down in like big chunks and it's not accurate when it comes down. But when it gets to empty, it's fucking empty.
It just jumped.
Did it jump up?
Yeah, it just wouldn't jump like that. It just jumped.
Weather's nice and cool today.
Yeah, this would have been perfect for the tuning.
Didn't even get a dyno sheet. All right, we're out here at the gate station on Blanding. I was literally putting fuel in the car and it died and now there's no fuel pressure. So we're waiting on Tracy to get here to see what the heck's going on. Obviously, probably fuel pump related. So we'll see what happens when he gets here. All right. Checking out the fuel pump wires. Fuel pump fuse is melted. Under here. Fire averted.
Minor repairs. All good.
If it burns to the ground, just buy a new one.
No.
I got insurance. And if you can get that thing on.
I can.
Smart.
You can learn a lot from a dummy.
Yeah. I'm self-taught on the internet.
This thing, yeah, the motor's strong as shit for it. This thing runs really good.
I think with good boost, it'll be a beast.
It's not fast enough right now.
No. It's got to be faster than the old car.
Yeah, it wouldn't bother me to run it up like 30-ish pounds
Let's do it.
on
What do we have to do to do that?
this. Well, just like I was telling you about the wastegate spring.
What happens when the spring goes in? What is it going to make boost-wise? What's it tuned for?
Oh, it's tuned up to 35 pounds.
So It's going to make 35 pounds if we put a spring in it. That will do that?
I would keep it at the, like 32-ish.
That's what it's tuned for?
It's tuned for as high as you want to turn it, but...
Well, I guess I don't understand how we turn it up. In the software, right?
Yeah.
What's it set for now? Is it a percentage or something, or like?
It'll make 31, 32 right now.
With a bigger spring. Stiffer spring.
Yeah, but we can tell the software whatever. We can tell it to make 40 pounds. It would. With the right wastegate. I wouldn't be on
30 is good enough.
32 makes just over 800, and I would, that would.
It did make 800?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Do you have a sheet for it, a diner sheet? Do you have it saved anywhere?
I will look in just a minute. I had that on.
I'd like to put it up online. Got the new license plate because I had to. I had to get it because it was available.
What is it?
TJZ swap. I know. That's what's awesome about it. Makes no sense, so it's awesome.
What you need?
Screwdriver. Just a screwdriver. I'm going to swap the plates out. Hang on, let me check. Oh, nah, it's some stupid Allen wrench. It's got to be some kind of Ricer Allen wrench thing.
Is it a Torx or is it a...
No, it's an Allen for sure. Yeah, it's like a smaller Allen. Gonna take this plate off. Put on the new one. The plate that makes no sense because when I ordered it, I thought it had a GTE swapped into it, but it doesn't. It has a built GE, but I don't care. I'm surprised I got the plate anyway. I think it's awesome. I'll change it next year maybe. Of course, I've got to have these stupid special Ricer bolts in my car with my Ricer name tag, which is not the car I own. Love to get rid of that one day. Let me get this out. Got the new tag installed. Actually looks way better. It's just a better looking tag than the green and whatever. Oh man, made sense when I thought I bought the car. Headed back home now, over to Arlington from Orange Park. Got the fuel pump wiring fixed, and so we should be okay for now. Chad and I want to redo the fuel pump wires though, make sure it's all good. So, state of the car right now, making about 22 pounds of boost. It's making 650 to the tires, and Tracy said that at 30 pounds of boost it made 800 to the wheels. I don't have any dyno sheets, so cannot really brag about that. We'll see you guys next time. We'll figure it out. Just got back to the house after leaving Tuner's Inc. Got the fan on the engine, trying to cool it off a little bit. I'm about to fully detail the car as best I possibly can. It has been through some tough times for the last 2 months, so about to do that now. Gonna start with the inside. All done with the interior detail. That took me about an hour because it hasn't been done in 2 months. And now I am going to start the engine bay detail process. All right, sitting out here in the garage. I just got the engine bay detailed, two-step process. First step is degrease. Second step is to engine shine. Got that all done. That is the new 6870 turbo. Turbo made 650 wheel horsepower at 20 pounds of boost, and it made 800 wheel at 30 pounds of boost. Still got to take it and get everything finished. The wastegate spring is not stiff enough, and so the wastegate is opening too early. So all done with the video for today. Got the car cleaned and ready to sit in the garage until the next event. Got the new plate going. So yeah, we got everything good to go. For now, it's going to be a work in progress. I do have some interior parts to put in. That will be for the next video. I'll see you guys soon. Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing here with an off-topic rant. I just wanted to talk to you guys about the absolutely ridiculous state of waste pickup in Jacksonville, Florida. Duval County should be ashamed of themselves because they are ridiculous. This is what I come home to. All my neighbors as well. So they have a new contract for waste pickup. They don't pick up recycling anymore, which is bad enough. But now they have this new company that a person actually does it. There's no truck. But do you see here? Look at my neighbors. They don't even close the lids on the cans, and they leave them literally out in the street. It's annoying, and it's ridiculous, and I don't know why we have to deal with this stuff. Oh, there's actually still garbage in there too. So that's another thing. They don't even pick up everything. So Jacksonville, Florida, Duval County takes your tax money, and they decided to stop doing recycles. That's why this is painted blue. You know why? Because I ordered a new trash can months ago and they never brought it. And that's another thing. That trash can has been ordered for probably 4 months now, and the lid is broken and everything else. But look at the neighbors. Theirs is all in the street, like opened. And Duval County does not care. They're not doing anything about this. It's only getting worse. We got this new company. I forgot the name of it. I wish I knew off the top of my head. They're absolutely terrible. Look at this. That's how you get your trash cans. They're out in the street. They throw them on the ground. They break them, and then they never bring you another trash can. But hey, that's my rant. Poor neighbor here, Chris. I mean, look at this. It's just literally out in the street. Somebody's going to run over it. But hey, guys, call the city if you're in Jacksonville. Call Duval County, whoever it is. It's Duval. Let them know you don't like the way that they are handling your tax money. Good morning, everybody. Hope you guys slept well last night. Had a crazy night out last night down in St. Augustine. I went to a cool restaurant with my friend Sarah, and then we went to hear some live music and went to Sangria's. It was really fun. But today we've got some important stuff going on. The driver texted me last night to tell me the new car will be here this morning. So that means I have to go find the money to pay for the transport. And I'm also working today, so I have to kind of get that in there. But the car will be here this morning. My plan is to video the car coming off the trailer, and then you guys will know exactly what's going on with my car situation. Stay tuned, that's all coming up here shortly, in the blink of an eye for you though. Wanted to take a look at the garage right now, show you guys what I did out here. In anticipation of getting the new car, the other day I came through the garage and I completely cleaned out and reorganized the garage. Got all my car prep stuff here with all my microfiber towels. Redid the car parts bin here that has oil and the battery charger and some other stuff in it. And then threw away a bunch of stuff that I didn't need. Scratching my head to try to figure out what happened to my high temperature coating spray, which I can't find anywhere, which I used for the exhaust on the SL65. I usually keep all my spray paint products literally right here, and it is gone. Unless I'm blind as a bat, it is just not here. So I don't know what happened to that stuff. I only used like a little bit of the bottle. But you can see I redid all my paint cans here. Only thing I have to do is get this garbage can back in the back. I keep the garbage cans behind my house when I have 2 cars. Here's the Accord, my daily driver. My toolbox over here, which I had previously organized and labeled. I keep all my tools here. And here is my workbench and my power tools down here for woodwork and such, and my oil changing. I do have ramps, jack stands. I will be doing a lot of work on the car myself. So I have all that, and I do have an actual hydraulic jack right there. So this is kind of an idea of what the garage looks like now after a nice cleaning, and hopefully this will be enough space for the car. Right here is where it's going. What's up, everybody? Just got a text from the truck, and they are about 2 hours away from me right now. So the ETA is looking like 10:30-ish. Still have to Uber or Lyft over to the place where they're dropping it off. I'm gonna get it dropped off pretty close by at a parking lot. So we'll see you then when I get an update. Headed to the ATM right now. Got to get out $550, unfortunately, to pay for this car to be shipped. So I'm headed up to Bank of America right now. I'm gonna get out some cash, and then the trucker's 2 hours away, probably about an hour and 45 minutes away now. So we'll have another update here shortly. Let's see what happens. I don't know if it'll let me get this much. Oh, it's gonna let me. Yep. Out here waiting for the Lyft driver to come around that corner. Just checking out the yard. Grass is doing really good this year so far. A lot of work though. That dude should be coming around the corner like any second now. He's gonna drive me up to Winn-Dixie. I figured that would be the easiest spot to unload the car. Nice big parking lot, and I didn't want to take a chance on unloading it on the street here with all the traffic coming, and plus that would give me a minute to drive it to get used to it. And dude should be coming. There he is right there. Out here at Winn-Dixie parking lot waiting for the driver to get here, and just kind of walking towards the road. Figured he would probably pull in right here. This is a really good place to unload. Maybe right along this wall right here, kind of, or the curb. When we do our drives from Mandarin to here for the drift shop, we always line up right here and wait for everybody to kind of regroup. So I figure he will be exiting the freeway momentarily and heading this way. Try to get some video of him coming down the road when he does. All right, I think I see it coming. Yep, that's the one. There it goes, he passed it. I know what you guys are thinking. Mustang. I know you saw that. He went right past it. Let's see if he decides to turn in. Coming back around this way. Looks like he's about to turn in. I don't know if you guys can even tell yet what was on that car trailer. There is a orange car on the back. Could that be mine? turning in. And here it comes, guys. There it is. You guys can probably clearly see it now. There it is. There they are. How's it going? I figured like back there would be easy. Yeah, all back there, there's plenty of room. There's the car. It's not that one. Wow. Really does have great paint. So here goes the, somebody else is getting a Mustang, not me. Pretty nice Mustang. Gonna pause this for now so we can get this thing loaded up. Unloaded. Getting the car unloaded right now. Mustang out first. 427 Mustang Roush. Getting the Roush Mustang off the trailer here. This is the easy one to drive. Because it has a regular clutch, I'm sure. But the IS has a twin disc. Directing them off the trailer. They got the boards to prevent any scraping.
Straight back. Straight back. Let it roll straight back. Come on. Come on down all the way. Keep going, bro. Straight back.
He's got it off the trailer.
Good.
Woo, that front is so low.
Good.
Damn.
Good.
Wow. So close. Front air dam. Very close on this Roush. So we're gonna see if you can drive a twin disc clutch.
I think you should come up and try. No?
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
All right, I'll come. I kind of wanted to get video of it coming off though.
I'll video you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Take
It's
your
already
time,
on.
walk up. Yep. Here he goes. All right. New owner of his new toy.
Yep. Gonna see if I can even drive it. Awesome.
Yep. Really pretty inside. Look at that.
Yep. Short boy.
Wow, she cranked up really nice.
Warm up over there.
Gotta watch this. You got it? Slow.
So hard to punch it. Super tricky.
Yeah. Take your time. Have a little dip. Come on. Come on. Yes, sir. Come on. Come on, keep it coming. Keep it rolling. Does it take brake fuel or?
It will take E85. You know about the E85 stuff? Yep. About to try to drive this car without stalling it already. It's a little difficult to drive, but managed to get away without stalling so far. It's really off on though, as you can see right there. I'm still getting used to it. Wow, this guy just pulled right in front of me. Girl. So another thing, 6 gears really close to the emergency brake. You can really, it's hard to tell when it's in gear. This is going to take some getting used to. Really feels like a, wow. I did not do a good job slipping it just then. It feels like a really lightweight Supra. It's pretty crazy to drive this after having a single turbo Supra that made, you know, excess of 800 at the wheels. Now this does have the V160 swap, and I did remember I accidentally popped the hood, so I need to pull over and put that hood back down before it flies open. That's really hard to slip at first. Pull over here and fix the hood because I accidentally popped it a little while ago. It's really awkward driving for the first time. Got the car back home sitting in the driveway. Don't know if you guys can see that very well, but here's a good look at the engine bay. This is a fully built 2JZ GTE VVTi motor with AEM V2. Pretty much no expense was spared on this car. It's just has an incredible amount of work done to it. The paint's in pretty good condition. I wouldn't call it perfect. It has scratches here and there, and what looks to be maybe some runs, but it's nothing major. It's in good shape, and I don't know if you can see the flake in the camera, but it does have metal flake. I'm about to polish it up right now, and then take it over to the DMV and get it registered up. So there's going to be some more information about the car at the end of this video, but for now, here's a good look at my 2003 IS300 with a full Toyota Supra swap. It has the 2JZ GTE VVTi engine, fully built top and bottom end, including cams, fully built head. It's running a Precision 6266 turbo, and it makes approximately about 530 wheel horsepower on medium boost on 93 octane fuel, presumably tuned moderately, but this turbo is capable of about 750 to the wheels on E85. So that is the plan, to take the car up to Tracy over at Tuners Inc., throw another fuel pump in. It is only a single fuel pump, and we are going to run E85 in it. The clutch is very, very difficult. It's a twin disc clutch masters with an aluminum flywheel. It'll take some getting used to. The V160 is pretty noisy, right underneath the transmission well right there, but it is definitely a throwback to my old Supra days, and it's going to be fun to take to the shows and drive around. So stay tuned for the next one, and you're going to see so much with this car, you're not even going to believe it. See you guys. None of the nuts are like coming off. All right, you ready? All right, we're back in the garage today. We got Joe here again to come work on some issues with the mini bike. You guys saw in the video that aired today that this bike does run and drive. It went down the street, the brakes fell off, and that's where we are right now. I ordered a new brake cable and new fasteners for the brakes. But for right now, the first thing we did today, we already solved one issue we had, and that is with the tensioner. So we actually went back to the old tensioner and we used the bolt that came with the new one, sorry, the nut, to put the tensioner back on, and now the tensioner has enough play where it can move and do what it's supposed to do.
We have a couple of other issues to solve. This governor is free, and as you can see, it's hard to turn with your hand sometimes, but it's free and it rattles because the paddle inside of the engine moves it, and it just hits the gear and just keeps rattling. We're gonna JB weld that shut. After that, we need to figure out the castle nut. This is not the correct nut, and it's covering the cotter pin hole. That is a safety hazard. This thing can come off at any time. Also, the chain is loose. We probably need to tighten the rear wheel nuts to force the wheel, so the chain will tighten up a little bit there. And then pretty much the only other real issue is the fuel system, that we have to figure out why it cuts out over a certain RPM, and the guy online said that we have a couple of issues that we don't necessarily agree with. One of them being a super long fuel line, and the other one being too big of a fuel filter. He said these are junk, but we're gonna investigate that today. But right now we're gonna JB weld this governor.
I think I know how you can fix this nut problem.
Okay. Drill.
So we can back the nut off, and then we can take a sawzall. And because really what you're doing is looking for the slot for that to go through. So if you just basically just cut a groove in it thick enough. Do you have a nut coming already for this?
I do have casting. So if it doesn't work, we'll do that. But also, I was also thinking just take a drill and drill a hole through it and put a cotter pin in on the end.
Or just cut a slot in it diagonally, and then when it turns, it'll line up with it and give you enough space to put one in.
Oh, right, sure. Yeah. Okay. I think it's drivable. I don't have this size. I don't even know what size this is.
Is that a nylon locking nut?
No.
Okay.
And I bought a 20 millimeter. It doesn't fit it, so I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I got you.
It might be like a 22. I don't have it.
I got stuff.
All right. So now we're gonna JB weld this. So let me grab the stuff real quick, and we'll get that going. All right. Where's my?
Tighten it up. Tighten it up.
Oh, Lord.
Lord have mercy.
My God. Damn, look at that. Whew. All right, I don't know how you put this on. So
It just clips in. Look. Clip. It just literally just pushes in those little clips. Start at the bottom or the top, and then it.
First.
Dude.
Go chase her down.
Start it, man. It's ready to go. I never use the choke. It starts right up. Push that. Yep.
Is that?
Yep. It's trying to leave right now. It runs great until you. Oh, here, go try it. Let's take it off. There goes Joe. Oh, okay. I got fuel. No issues at all? Does it rip? Yeah, Let me see. Let me see how fast you're going on the GPS. Hold on, I will turn the GPS on. I hope none of the nuts are like coming off. All right, you ready? Oh yeah, it is. But it's gonna be super hot. Oh, God, yeah. Let's go back. No brakes. A little high. We can fix that. All right, let's go downhill. Okay. Trying to figure out the idle?
Oh, the damn lid fell off.
Oh, shit.
Where's that towel? Give me that towel right now. Give me the towel right now.
Here.
Right now. Don't wait. Give me the towel. I don't want to get on that hot exhaust.
All right, we're out here at Tractor Supply. Checking out all these zero turns that cost more than cars. $4,000. $49.99. Here we go in Tractor Supply. All right, we are at Northern Tool. They didn't have it at the most expensive store, so we're going to Northern Tool to see if we can find it in here. We know it's a widely used nut. You guys don't even know what happened. The nut fell off when we were driving.
I don't even know that.
These nuts?
These nuts. Got him! Got him!
I don't know, but they got some cool stuff over there.
A little wood chipper, huh?
A little wood chip action. So the nut came off of the sprocket, and I'm out here looking for it, and I found the bolt that came off the brakes the other day, laying on the side of the road. Crazy, absolutely freaking crazy.
Dude, that is so fucking weak. How am I supposed to get a chick in that?
No, don't worry, dude. You couldn't get a chick if you had a $100 bill hanging out of your zipper.
Yep.
Dude, quit thinking about yourself for a change. Dude, I'm not gonna cave in. End of story, dude. Dude, 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 dude. Dude, 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 dude.
I'm going to step on the scale now. Now remember, I started at 169. Now let's see what my weight is today on about, I don't know, the 34th or 35th day. Let's see. So I see it now. All right, I'm going to let you guys look. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have kind of a different video on supercar street racing. Today we're going to be talking about weight loss and what kind of weight loss plans can help you on your goals. I started on my weight loss plan on the 1st of January. Here we are over a month into that plan, and I'm gonna update you guys here on how I did it and then weigh in live for you so you can see the results here on week 5 of my weight loss journey. We'll talk a lot about the diet, what you have to do for your lifestyle, what's going to actually make a difference in your weight loss and your fitness plan, and then hopefully you can get started on yours. So let's get right into it. Alright, so you saw at the beginning of the video, you didn't see the weight yet because I'm making you guys wait till the end for that. But you saw at the beginning of the video me stepping on a scale, and that is a Bluetooth scale that has an app for the phone. I will put a link down in the description for the scale if you're interested in tracking your weight loss and your body fat results. I highly recommend it. Now let's talk about what we are doing to lose weight. So let's talk about my fitness first so you guys can see what I do every day to stay in shape. Now, every day I work very early in the morning, so you'll see me up between 4 and 6 a.m. every day, depending on what happened the night before, if I was able to get to sleep or not. Also, alcohol has been a big factor in gaining weight, and I don't drink beer, but I did stop drinking alcohol completely during the week because it affects my ability to get a good night's sleep. So I stopped drinking alcohol on the weekdays, with just minor exceptions if there are events that I need to go to and hang out with vendors or friends, but I generally do not drink during the weekdays anymore. And I get to bed between 9 and 10 every night and get up between 4 and 6 a.m. every day. So yeah, alcohol is the first big thing before we get into the fitness part. Okay, what is my workout regimen like? Well, it's pretty intense, I would say. I was looking for the correct word for it. It's pretty intense. I am up, like I said before, between 4 and 6 a.m. every day, and the first thing I do is check emails at work and make sure there's nothing happening at work, and then I am straight on to the treadmill that is out in the sunroom, and I will show you guys that here momentarily. But I do get on that treadmill and I have it on a slight incline, and I do 3 to 3.2 miles per hour on the treadmill, and I do 60 minutes every day of the week, even Saturday and Sunday while I'm on this. And I was doing it before the weight loss journey, but now I am doing it because of the weight loss journey, and it is actually taking some good effect on my fitness. And so that is the first thing I do. Then directly after the treadmill, I am on these weights right here, which are next to me. I no longer go to the gym, as I sold my car and I don't have a vehicle at this point except for the golf cart and the mini bike, and there is no local gym that I can ride that to. So I do all my workouts at home directly after I get on the treadmill.
And while I am doing my workouts, I am also working between sets. I'm doing work for the actual job. So my workout here on these weights consists of about 30 minutes. I do work out every part of the body every day mostly. I skip 1 or 2 different body parts on every other day. But on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I do legs along with every other body part. On every other day besides that, in the weekends, I don't do legs. I just do every upper body part, and I do that on a daily basis. So like I said, it takes me about 30 minutes, and I will put that workout routine up on the screen right now. Guys, here is my workout routine on the screen right now. I do work out 7 days a week, but on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, those are my hardest workouts. And you can see right here, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I do biceps, I do triceps, I do shoulders, traps, legs, chest, back, and abs. It's a pretty thorough workout, and it's every part of my body on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, I do biceps, triceps, shoulders, chest, back, and abs. All right, guys, so now I'm gonna show you where I do my daily workouts. So this is my sunroom. Welcome to the Supercar Straight Racing sunroom. I'm having trouble saying it today. And you can see outside this beautiful view here that we have. And it's actually cold today. And look, the door is open in the sunroom because I was working out this morning. But this is where I actually do all my workouts. This is my Proform crosswalk treadmill that I bought at a yard sale for actually got it for free because the guy was trying to get rid of it, and he actually brought it to my house. So every morning I am on this treadmill. It is set to this particular incline here, and then I do 1 hour on the treadmill, and I have my Bluetooth headphones here. They're over-the-ear headphones, and then I watch this television here where I watch Supercar Street Racing every single day. 30 minutes on this treadmill at the incline that it's sitting at now. Usually says about 350 calories. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but let's go with that. Let's say I burn 350 calories on this lovely treadmill watching this lovely television with this amazing view right here. So let's talk about the diet plan. And yes, my diet plan is low carb and keto. So it may even lean more towards only meat, the carnivore diet. But I actually do have some carbs, not a whole lot. I have some keto-friendly tortillas that I use. They are low net carb, and net carb is what you're looking for when you're doing keto. You want to ingest no more than 25 net carbs per day. I think my intake is way lower than that. I do have, like I said, I have some keto-friendly tortillas, and I do have keto bread, and then I concentrate mostly on veggies and meat. I do salads for sure every other 2-3 days, or I get a big salad from a to-go restaurant and I eat that over several days. But I do eat a lot of chicken, I do eat some fish, I eat a lot of beef, and that is my current diet plan. So I do not eat breakfast. I skip breakfast while I'm on my weight loss plan. I have been doing that for about 30 days. I have a small lunch. Portion control is another big thing for me. Trying not to eat a lot is a big deal for me. So at lunch, I will have cold cuts and cheese or some kind of meat or a salad. And then for dinner, I will have meat, maybe a tortilla and some bread with my stuff if I do a sandwich. But I generally try to keep that portion control on, and that is a big part of doing this diet. But the diet is keto, and that is a pretty big deal, and there is an app out there called Carb Manager that will help you with your keto diet if you guys want to go ahead and try this. Now, how long does it take to start losing weight? We'll talk about that next. So how long does it take to start losing weight if you try the plan that I'm on, which is the keto plan?
Well, that's going to vary on how dedicated you are to this diet plan. I am currently trying to get my neighbors across the street, Rich and Trish, to do this diet as well, and they have definitely stepped up a little bit, and they are doing some of the things that I'm doing. They're trying to anyway, but in order for this diet to work 100%, if you want really effective results, you have to stick with the plan, and you cannot deviate for a day or two, as it will take your body out of ketosis. So what is ketosis? Well, we're going to explain that next. Alright, so guys, what is ketosis? That is a metabolic state where your body burns fat for energy instead of glucose. And that's the state you want to be in for weight loss. Right here, we have some One Earth Health ketone test strips. Now what these do, and I believe these are expired because they are not working anymore, but they did expire on 8/6/2022 and they're not reacting anymore. So you have to use these before they get expired. But what these guys do is they have a color chart on the side that tells you how far into ketosis your body actually is. You can see here it goes from brown, which is the stock color, all the way up to a dark purple when your body is in ketosis. And your body will get into ketosis if you can get that keto diet lined up and do not cheat on that diet and stay away from the absolutely nots. There's a lot of things on the keto diet that while they might not be high in net carbs, they're absolute no's, and that is things like bread and potatoes, which are, you know, just absolutely no's for the keto diet. Now, one good thing about the keto diet is you can actually have fried foods. You need high fats in the keto diet, and all that can be done in the Carb Manager app, which will help you on your day-to-day diet plan. It has every food in there and will tell you the net carbs and your fat levels and all that, and help you get into ketosis. And you can also track your weight and your exercise on there, but getting these ketone test strips first will actually help you, and I will have a link down in the description for the ketone test strips. Now let's take a look in my fridge and see what's in there. It's not much right now. Hey guys, we are in the kitchen now. Welcome to the Supercar Street Racing amazing kitchen here. And today we are talking about the keto diet plan, and we're going to take a look at what is or is not in my refrigerator and in my pantry. So let's get some lights on in here first of all. So here is my pantry, and there are not a lot of things in here, but there's also not a lot of things in here for a reason, because I have thrown away most everything that would be not good for keto, except some of my soups and veggies, and I try to only eat keto-friendly veggies like green beans, broccoli, and zucchini. I threw away all the chips that were in here, and now I have what's left over here. It's kind of messy right now, but there is some keto-friendly tortillas, and there is the keto-friendly bread from Arnold, which I don't eat a lot of. I eat more of the tortillas. Those are 60 calories and 5 net carbs. You have to stay away from any pastas, so I don't eat that chicken soup. I don't eat the peas. I only eat the green beans, and all the other things are not keto friendly. So stay away from that. I don't even eat this Lipton onion soup, but the Carb Manager app will help you and tell you what is in all these things as far as carbs. And now in the fridge, we have a rotisserie chicken, which needs to be thrown away, but yes, I was eating that. We have some chicken thighs here. This is a salad left over from the local bar that I was eating, and I have been eating it over several days with some added protein here and some chicken thighs. There is some broccoli that I made fresh. There is a zucchini. There is some shrimp that needs to be thrown out, shrimp cocktail, which is great for keto. Mayo is good for your keto diet as well. So is ranch. Anything with fats is good, just no sugars. And here is the cold cuts drawer. You can have all these cold cuts, you can have hot dogs, and you can have cheese. So you can have all that for lunch if you want to snack right on a plate. You also can have canned tuna, and canned chicken is fantastic for you, but low sugars. Which brings us to the condiment drawer. So I do eat
Eggsters, which are egg product substitute. Let me close this so it'll stop complaining for a moment. I do not eat regular ketchup anymore. It is high in sugar. I eat this ketchup now. This is Heinz, no sugar added tomato ketchup. Regular ketchup is super, super high in sugar. You need ranch. You can have butter as well. And I use this butter spray, and I can't believe it's not butter. This doesn't have any calories or anything in it. This does, but I use both. So that's a look into my fridge on Supercar Street Racing and the Supercar Street Racing kitchen. So I'm gonna step on the scale now. Now remember, I started at 169. Now let's see what my weight is today on about, I don't know, the 34th or 35th day. Let's see. So I see it now. All right, I'm gonna let you guys look. Oh, it didn't lock in. Let's try it again. Okay, it's locked now. So 152.4 is the weight that I am right now, guys. So that is my weight loss so far, starting at 169, now at 152.4. Now I'm gonna show you guys the app for this. Okay guys, we are back on the phone here and we have the Fit Index app here installed somewhere. Let's find it. There it is, and you can see on February 3rd, 2021, I was actually at 147 pounds. Wow, so I gained 22 pounds in about a 10-month period from my lack of diet. Now let's get back on the scale with the app and see what we have now. So 152.6, and it is calculating everything now. So there we go, guys. 14% body fat, 152.6 pounds. So I'm still 5 pounds over what I was this time last year. We have to get that back though. Okay guys, that's gonna do it for today's video on Supercar Street Racing. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I hope it gives you motivation to get out there, get on your diet plan, stick to it, and do some exercises, and you will see results. 30 to 33 days for me, I have lost 17 pounds, and I am not gonna stop until I lose another 5 to 7 more pounds and be on my target weight for summertime. I have to be out there in that pool this summer, and I wanna look good doing it. You guys, I'm with you. Please put it in the comments section what your experiences are with the keto diet. Tell me about your fitness goals. Tell me how you're doing. I love you guys. We'll see you soon on Supercar Street Racing.
It looks crazy out here, dude. The camera does not do it justice at all. This is post-hurricane Florida life. All right, I'm ready to shoot some video, and man, we got to do something about this. Welcome back to the channel once again, guys. I am so hyped to have you guys here today that I just cannot express it in words. And our mission today is quite simple. This is the home theater room, as you can see here. This is the closet of the home theater room. I need a place to put my charging station and store all of the equipment for Supercar Street Racing, and it is not cutting it in my closet. So our mission today is we are going to get this stuff out of the closet and organize this closet, run power, do all that in order to be able to charge here in the Supercar Street Racing home theater room. So our first step is to get this stuff out of here and get it moved under the bed in the other room so that it can be stored. We don't need these closet doors under here at all. So let's get to work.
We got the biggest obstacles out of here. I save a lot of things that I shouldn't, but for example, this projector, I tried to sell this projector a while back. Nobody's interested in it. It does not work. The light is very dim. I tried replacing the bulb. That didn't work. So it has an issue. It can go bye-bye. And here we have a box for the pile speakers. We don't need that anymore. That can go into the burn pile. This is a TP-Link box for the TP-Link router right there. No point in keeping that anymore. Thing's too old to return anyway. Up here we have a, looks like feet for my Fire TV in the bedroom. Probably never use those. Kind of pointless. Up here we have some old sheets, an old Govee RGB ICTV backlight that can be trashed, a Fosmon home theater wall plate that can be trashed, and a mount. I think this was for the Fire TV in my bedroom, no longer needed. The remote for the projector, no longer needed. The actual Nebula Cosmos Max box, this thing is well out of warranty now. We can probably go ahead and make sure there's nothing in the box and go ahead and trash that. And really the only bad thing about this whole area is that I had to cut the wall open to do some work on the plumbing. I sealed it once and then it broke again. So as of right now, there's a hole in the wall. We could probably put something on the back of it to kind of hide that hole. But this is the old bulb for the Epson, trash. And the rest of this is just clothes and blankets and sheets, which I can redo the top shelf if I want to store blankets and sheets up there. And then down here on the bottom is where we're going to do the actual charging station. So let's get this clothes and blankets and sheets and stuff out of here. Okay, so I got the closet completely cleaned out, and of course the GoPro battery is almost dead after using it for 10 minutes, which is that is my life. So I got the closet cleaned out now, and you can see we have a nice fresh palette to start with here. And what we are going to do right here and right now is we are going to clean this floor thoroughly. So let me go grab the cleaning supplies. Alright, we got the area all nice and clean. I'm thinking about buying an metal access hatchway for that. Not sure at this point, but we are ready now to look at the next steps. And I am going to be moving that table into the closet for a charging station base and pulling power through that wall there and putting a receptacle right there, because I have power in the closet right behind that. And actually there's power right there, but it'll be kind of tough to get through. I guess what I could do is push power through the other side of this and put an outlet there and go from there. But really, honestly, that's probably what I should have done in here when I made the whole home theater closet, is taking power from there, but I wanted power from the attic, so I did it that way. So yeah, so the next step is get this old crappy dilapidated table into here where our charging station is going to exist. Perfect. I'm going to come off of our power in the home theater, the audio closet right next door. And we are also going to do LED strip that runs up the side here and up and around and down this way to light the inside of this. Going to figure out a cover for this somehow. I don't know what I'll cover it with, maybe just a framed print or something like that till I can figure out if I want to put an access port in there. And we have storage down here. As you can see, we already have stuff being stored in these pockets that come out of the side, like the TV legs. That all is going to come out, and then the only bummer is I can't really use that side because it's going to be blocked. So yeah, I'll figure it out though, but we have 2 levels here to put stuff on for storage and for the all the stuff for Supercar Street Racing Productions. And then over here we got room to put the tripods and anything larger right there, and then we still have the top shelves for other storage. Okay, this is the wall we'll be making our cut in, and we need to make 100% sure that there is no stud where that thing is going. So we're going to use our stud finder here. Okay, I don't think there's a stud between this. If it is, it's going to be terrible for us. So then we just need to find the center. All right, it's 24, so 12's dead center. We need to know the height, so all we have to do is measure an existing outlet, and the top of the wall plate is generally about, looks like, you guys can't see this over here, but it looks like it's about 17 inches, the very top of the wall plate. You have to take into account that the wall plate also has a little lip on it. So I'm gonna go, actually I'm gonna go a little lower so it hides the outlet. I'm gonna go about right here. Let's see, the table. Table sits at 16. So I want the top of the box below 16, so I'm going to put the top of the box at 15. So right there, and then the center. So the center, where is my drywall saw? Somewhere in there. Now the center is 12. Got close, not quite. Okay, we are back here in the theater room closet, and I got the outlet done. It does stick out a little bit, not sure why. It's just the way the box is. The box pokes out a little bit, but you can just always caulk around that. But this is how it came out. I put 4 power in here, and then let's put our electrical tester in. And you can see we have a middle light, and that is just a ground warning. Other than that, there's no reverse polarity or anything. I just got to hook up the ground on the other end. But yeah, this side is done on the electrical. It just pokes out just a tiny bit, and I don't know why. Back into the old charging station, and our next step here is to get everything disconnected and get this existing huge power strip off of this table and bring it into the other room and do our planning. So let's get that done. All right, this is my temporary layout I came up with, and then over here on this side will be the tripods and the lights. I'm actually about to order a light set, so I'm going to put that right here. I've got power over there for anything I need to do now. I've got the huge power strip. This is looking good. Now we got this big old mess to clean up and get everything reorganized in here. So let's get moving. Hey guys, welcome back, and we're out here in the beautiful 4K production studio for Supercar Street Racing. And as you can see on the video right here, I got a new outlet installed in the closet today, moved all the charging stuff over to that area, and now there is also space for the tripods and lights that I'm about to order. And I will cut to the video of this finished product right here, right now. But yeah, we got all this done today, and I really encourage you guys to subscribe and like the videos. And please buy everything through our affiliate links. It helps us out so much. We appreciate you being here. We hope to see you for the next project on Supercar Street Racing. I'll see you guys later. I'm out. We are back in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing bathroom where we have been granted access to the Neporol Magic Pro rechargeable light bulb. Now this Neporol Magic Pro does work in any regular light socket and you can charge it there or with a USB. Now this takes 2 hours to charge. It costs $1.81 a year. You can do warm white, neutral, or white light, and it can be adjusted infinitely on the brightness. So let's see what they had in mind today when Neporol was gracious enough to send us these Magic Pro light bulbs to check out on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome to Supercar Street Racing Unboxing and Reviews. You've got Brad here with you. And if you don't know me, I'm so happy to have you today at the channel. And if you do know me, I could appreciate a like and subscribe on the video and a comment if you don't mind. And today we have the Neporol Magic Pro rechargeable light bulb that was provided to us by Neporol. They are so gracious to have sent us a sample of their bulb to look at several scenarios with you guys on how this might work. Now, taking a look at the box, you can see two, meaning I believe there are two in the box. And at the top of the box, a good highlight says that they work in a lamp socket and they are USB or lamp socket chargeable. Now the bottom of the box says they are 2-hour fast chargeable. They are dimmable with a hue shift, meaning they can go 3 different color temperatures, and they have a remote and a touch control also available. Now on the side of the box, a closer look at that, you can see it fits most E26, which is the standard light bulb in the United States and other places as well. It works with wireless lamps as well. It backs up for emergencies, so if you lose the power in your house, these guys will still work. And on the side here, you do see they are made in China, and there is the model number right there, which I will put a link in the description for you guys. And then on the back side of the box, it says that it has a remote, we'll be looking into that as well, or a touch control. A 3 hue shift, meaning they do 3 color temperatures. They are dimmable. They have a portable hook is what they meant about the hook on the side, so they did have that right. They auto charge when they are connected to a socket, and they're rechargeable by USB-C and have a really nice charge indicator on them. So a lot of good features to the Neporol Magic Pro E26 light bulb, which now we will go ahead and unbox on the channel. The Neporol Magic Pro is sitting right in front of you today, looking so fly and so fresh and asking to be stripped out of its box. So let's go ahead and see if we're going to need something to get the tape off today. And look at that, we were able to get this package open. Well, I had it open. We might be able to get this package open without any other type of opening device. Here is the Neporol Magic Pro about to be unboxed here on Supercar Street Racing, and right on top inside the box we do see that we have a nice instruction manual here. It's a little small for my eyes, so I can tell you that it has highlights at the top, instructions in the middle, commonly asked questions there, and so there's a FAQ at the very bottom. And I will take a picture of this and throw it up on the screen for you guys so you know exactly what this says. And then on the back, it does have a picture of a remote control. And they did not send the RGB. I was hoping they were sending the RGB. I did ask for that, but they did not send it. And then it does highlight the touch control down on the bottom, which I guess is on the side of the bulb. Now inside of the box here with the Neporol, you do see it comes with some hooks for you to be able to hang this bulb up somewhere. So you don't actually have to have this thing connected anywhere. It could be totally and completely wireless, which we will demonstrate in a little bit. And then also inside of the box, they give you a USB charge cable. So it is a USB type A on one side to a USB type C on the other side. Moving forward, there is another hook here for these guys. It does not charge, but you can charge it while it's on here. This does not charge it. This just hangs it up for access. Now the first Neporol Magic Pro is coming out of the box right here, and you can see the standard E26 base here. I do have the RGB lights, which I'm excited about. Now let's see if it actually works before we unbox the rest. Okay, it is not charged. And we do have our second RGB Pro here. Let's see if that one works. Does not work. So both of these bulbs need to be charged. And moving further into the box, we do see our RGB remote control here, and opening it up, it probably has a little tab for us to pull to get the battery working. Let's go ahead and get it open. And here is the remote control, and there is our battery activation strip right there. We did pull that. And I'm assuming nothing's gonna happen because I think the batteries are dead. Oh, okay, interesting. All right, so I wasn't holding it long enough. They did work right out of the box. At least that one did. Okay, let's see if the other one works. Maybe I wasn't holding it long enough. All right, this one is not charged. The other one was. You can tell because when I push on, only one of them comes on, and look, it's completely wireless. Nothing connected to it whatsoever. So let's get these guys onto the base lamp and get them all charged up first. And there, it just came on again. I pressed the button. And it looks like you cycle through the colors there, but I want to get both of them charged up. And there's a dimmer if you hold it down. Let me go ahead and power this off. And let's take it in there and get it on the lamp base. In the Supercar Street Racing nice office, we do see this fan going insane. So if you hear something, that is the fan. But we have our Neporals, and we are going to go ahead and charge them by putting them on our lamp here. Let's go ahead and remove, let's make sure this is on first though. Okay, it is on. All right, let's go ahead and remove that bulb and put the, and now the Neporal is insisting on being on. So let's go ahead and put the one that wasn't charged in. Now it should charge, and there should be a charging indicator on it. All right, so it is charging, and it did light up a nice red to indicate that it was charging. Let's let this guy charge while we put the other one on the other base. Now we are going to put our second Neporal bulb onto USB-C and charge it that way. It is already charged, so it shouldn't take as long. However, I'm curious to see which one charges faster if they were. So plugging this in, I already have my USB available right here on the Supercar Street Racing side table that we built on the channel. Check that video out if you haven't. And these are standard type A, so whoever built them doesn't understand that there is a backwards way. And let's go ahead and get this plugged into the Neporal bulb. You can see the USB-C sitting SoFly right there. And all we have to do is plug it in right now, and it should light up in red, and it did. So this bulb is now charging, this bulb is now charging, and let's see in the manual what it says about charging. I took another hard look at the manual, and basically when these lights go off, these bulbs are fully charged. It says a charge time of 2 hours. It does not specify whether that is with the USB Type-C or with the socket. So let's go ahead and let these guys both charge up all the way, and then we'll take them somewhere and demonstrate how they work in a good dark environment. All right, we are back with our Neporal Magic Pro lights, and we did let those guys charge for about an hour and a half. And when the red light goes off, they are fully charged, and now they are ready to test. So for our first test, now I do notice they come on pretty easy if you touch the power button there on the side. That's the little touch screen right there, or touch button right there. And what we want to do right now is grab the hangers and go ahead into a dark room and test them. So to put the hangers on, all you have to do right here is just screw one on the back of the bulb, just like this. And then you can hang this guy up anywhere you want. Let's say that you need light in this closet. Let's hang one right there. Let's grab the other guy. Go ahead and get that one rigged up. And you can see it did come on because I touched the touch button. And if you press it a number of times, it will go off. Let's get this guy hung up. All right, we got our lights in the closet right here. Let's go ahead and grab the remote control and the instructions. And you can see right here on the remote control, you've got your basic on-off control at the top, and you've got a 1 and a 2 mode on the very bottom where it says MM. Those are timers. Now the mode at the very top right is where you can set what it does as far as the pattern and the style of the light. And these 3 buttons here are supposed to be for the color temperature. So it's either warm, cool, or very cool. So let's go into the closet right now and see exactly what we have. All right, we're back in the closet with the Magic Pro lights, and we did get a good idea here of what everything does on the remote. Basically, these 3 up top are for white, so it's warm white, cool white, or very cool white. This gives it in a color mode, and then the plus and minus here on the remote are for dimming the lights, but they must be in a solid mode to dim them. Mode 1 is a dissolve between each color, and mode 2 is a flash between each color. 50%, 100% don't seem to do anything and are not in the instructions, and the very bottom buttons are a timer. So let's take a look at these, how cool they are. If you went camping or something like that, and you needed some light where you don't have batteries, let's go ahead and get them on a same color and sync them up. And now we'll go to the mode where they will dissolve between colors. And they didn't quite see it that time, so they're not quite synced up, but very cool how these things operate. And then if I go into a solid mode here, I can use the brightness control. You see I'm dimming it, and I'm raising the brightness there with the plus and minus. And if we put this guy here on white, I can also dim this guy here. Look, I'm dimming it down with the minus, and I am raising that up with the plus. So these lights are pretty awesome. They are rechargeable, like we said before, with either this USB-C on the side or the regular E26 base. And so later tonight, we are going to go ahead and show you guys what you can do outside. Guys, we are back with the Neporol Magic Pro lights after they sat on the charger for about another 30 minutes and they were topped out. And now we have screwed their hook on them right here. You can see it goes right on the E26 base. We got one on that one, we got one on this one. That means we can now take these outside and show you how cool these things are at night. We'll take our remote control out there, we'll take our lights out there, and we will strategically place them around the pool and let you see how cool they are. Oh, and FYI, the red charging light did go out on both of these to indicate that these guys were fully charged. Let them go until they get fully charged, and that will definitely go out for you. Now let's get outside. Okay, we are out by the Supercar Street Racing pool, and we have one of the Neporol lights hanging directly across from me, and the other Neporol light hanging over there. There's one, there's the other one. Now you can see they are quite bright. That's with, and then we just hit off. So they are not very long range. Let's turn them back on. Just like that. And now let's change them to colored. Let's step back and see how that looks. And there is a good look at the wireless rechargeable bulbs around the pool. And now let's set them to cycle. Now they are set to cycling. So they are fading between colors and they look absolutely cool. And remember, these are rechargeable. You could get, technically you could get 6 or 8 of these around your pool if you don't have wiring to go around your pool. And these make a good amount of light. As you can see right here, it's lighting up the entire side right here. And then if we want to go back to white, we can go warm, cold, or very cold. Warm, cold, or very cold. So those are lighting up the edge of the pool now, and you can see how good they look. And there is one single remote for both, and that is on pink, purple, red. And then you have a brightness control. I just dimmed it, and then I just raised it. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. Let's throw that into the studio now with Brad to take a look at these very cool wireless, colored, rechargeable bulbs. We are back at the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. You got Brad here, and I have spent some time with the Neporol Magic Pro rechargeable light, and I happen to have one right here sitting in front of me for you guys to check out. These things are very cool. The manufacturer contacted me and said, hey, are you interested in promoting this product? And I said, of course I am, and they sent me 2 of the RGB lights here, and I'm actually giving these away to someone after this video. So these are already gone. They have been given away to a subscriber. But these Magic Pro lights are so cool. You can literally hang them by their E26 base with these cool little screw-on things here, and you can take them off and they will charge from either the E26 base or they will charge from a USB Type-C right here on the side, which I think is just very cool. And you can see right here we also have the remote, and we can change colors with the remote. We can change modes with the remote so they can dissolve between colors. We have a brightness control, or they can go white, warm white, or cool white. And then you can also do brightness when you're on any of those 3. So these things are awesome. I really love these, and I know the subscriber that is getting them is going to get a lot of use out of them. I know a place where they would actually look really good. So pick up your set of Neporol Magic Pro lights today. There is actually 3 promotions going on right now. They have a 15% coupon available, a 5% promo code, and if you buy any 2, you get 10% off. It is absolutely insane. And I am going to be putting a link in the description for the Magic Pro by Neporol. And guys, please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. Your support is what keeps the channel going. We don't make money off the channel. The little bit of money we make barely covers any of the costs on the channel. So go ahead and like and subscribe, leave a comment for us, and tell us what you think about these really cool. Look, you just press this little button or use the remote. There it goes. You press the little button and it does come on the side of the bulb. So tell us what you think about these Magic Pro bulbs down in the comments. They have good reviews. They have a 4.3 star review, and I plan on giving them a review myself because I really love the way they work. Guys, thanks again. We got to get out of here though. We got to get this over to our subscriber who's waiting impatiently for it. What are you doing?
We're going on a cruise.
What are you doing?
We're going on a cruise.
But what are you doing?
Going on a cruise. Let's go!
Now we are fully lit tonight. Alright guys, Supercar Street Racing back for another update on the same video of the yard. Now we are fully lit tonight. I wanted to come back up and give you a update with all the lights on. So let's start with the patio. We have the Govee lights on. We've got Supercar Street Racing on TV here. We've got our little string lights, which some of them need to be replaced. That is on my list of to do. We've got our torches lit. I couldn't get that one lit, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's out of fuel, but we got our torches lit. We got our pool lights on, all of our yard lights, and this is what it looks like at night. So I'll walk you guys around for a tour. We can see we have the lighting up here inside the sunroom. We have some LED RGB lights. Our nice torches are lit here, and then over here on the side we have our little dining area and patio, which is also lit by the sunroom lights. And then on the side of the house we have the string lights doing their job over here and keeping this all nice and bright for the security cameras. Then making our way down here, this was just watered, but making our way down by the dock, we've got a nice lightning show going today too. Wow, that was cool. Let's see if we can get some more lightning. Nothing? As soon as I go down, it'll come back. Oh, there it was again. We got a nice lightning show going on tonight. Maybe it's on the time lapse. But you can see here, we got our yard lights on, lighting up the palm trees. We got our dock lanterns on here. We got our LED rope lights around the dock, and we have an alligator right there, which you can clearly see lit up. His eyes turn red on the picture. We have a very nice lightning show going on today. And of course it's not going to show it, but anyway, back to the light show. More torches and more yard lights we have here, and here's what the patio looks like from back there, and the pool with the Poolexa LED pool light, and our nice torch. And I wish we could get a little lightning show. Come on, hit us. There we go. Over here we have more tree lighting. Both of these palm trees are lit up. And our fence lights continue around with one more torch. And let's roll on by the fence. I do see a string that's out. These things don't last forever. I give them a month at the most. But we got a landscape light in our fish pond right here. I bought a whole new batch of these in case I ever want to upgrade the ones in the yard. And I also swapped out the LED lights with much stronger ones. Looks like that string is out. And then I wanted to show you guys the shed lighting that I designed. So this is all 110 volt lighting, and these are actually powered from the switch inside of the shed, and it is a smart dimmer. So this is the new lean-to, and if we walk by we see that it is lit here, 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 and then we also see our string lights lighting up and there's our garage. But as you can see, the lighting looks pretty good. Walking around back here again, I'll take you guys on another lap. So as we're walking by the house, we have our single light here in our little Zen garden. We have our patio, and then our fence lighting, our landscape lighting. We have our torch as I cap this guy, which is not working. We have our pool light with our raft that I should have gotten rid of for the shoot. We have our beautiful light, which is going to get capped. And we have landscapes lights there. There lighting trees, there a lantern, there lighting trees. Our dock lanterns, sorry, our bulkhead lanterns. This beautiful torch here, which is going to get capped off. And then our fence lights and more landscape lights here and here. And one more of our refurbished beautiful torches lighting up our patio there ever so gently as we cap off this guy. So that is a overview of the lighting at night. And of course you can see the fan going, keeping us cool at night. The Govee RGB LED light here. I have another one for here, but for now I have the disco ball, which no longer moves, but I like the pattern that it puts out on the patio. And we have supercar street racing here, and there's our Govee sconces, which are amazing, and they're on the same pattern as that light. They are synced up. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you enjoyed the lighting, the project as much as I did. And I cannot wait to get this video out to you guys. I'm gonna go edit it right now, and I hope you guys have a great night. Please like and subscribe. Supercar Street Racing.
Yo, it goes down.
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
It do go down.
All right, Ace Windows and Doors is here today, and they are going to be installing my brand new door and my brand new viewing window. That's all coming up today. Stay with us. You're going to love this. It's going to match the garage now. Hang out. Ace Windows and Doors just pulled up in their van, and they are going to be replacing my door today. So he is outside getting everything prepped up now. Okay, the installer is prepping to install, and you guys will watch him while he does it. We did get the locks reinstalled. We got the smart lock installed. We got the new door handle installed. All right, the painters did leave, and as part of the door video, I am going to show you that the door got painted on the inside white, just like this, with interior paint. And then if you step outside, and by the way, it is pouring down rain right now, and it has been for like the last hour. It's starting to slack up. But if we take a look outside, they did paint the outside of the door black. So there we go. This project is done. Got the new door, got the new viewing window. It looks awesome. I'm super hyped, and it matches the garage door. And I'm so thankful for you guys watching this video and subscribing and liking. We'll see you guys on the next one. Brad from Supercar Street Racing. How's it going? Wednesday night. And we got a little surprise for you guys right now. So we're going to check out an unboxing of something we just got for the car. Check it out. Alright, sitting on my table right here is a fake package because I already opened it. So I haven't really opened it. I just opened the top of the package. I wasn't sure what it was. But move some of this stuff here out of the way. Now let's see what we got in this package. Interesting. Let's see. That's weird. It was open already. Yeah, that's because I did it. So there's some instructions in here. Got some install instructions. And what do we have inside here? Wow, look at these. Amazing things. Okay, so these are R230 These are for the R230, and they are lowering rods. So the R230 has electronic suspension, and it's, I believe, hydraulic. And so what these do is the standard rods are fixed length, and each end is read by a sensor, or one end, I'm not sure which, and it actually reads voltage, and that's how it adjusts the height of the car. These allow you to trick the computer and raise and lower the vehicle. So these are going on the car probably Friday if I get my brakes in tomorrow, which I am hoping that's the case. I can't track them, and they are coming from California, so there's no telling, and they might not be here tomorrow. I can't do them Saturday because there's a big car show that I'm going to. So these are they're actually called lowering links. These are lowering links for the SL65 AMG, and you will see them go on soon in the next video. Oh no, I'm completely out of tequila. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm not. Let's go. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and right here beside me we may or may not have an entire bag of goodness from Alibaba. Everyone, we're back at the Supercar Street Racing compound, and right here next to me we have an entire bag of goodness from the picks on Alibaba. And what the picks mean is that you get each one for $1.49 with free shipping. You get to do 3, and I have a bunch of stuff in here that I ordered from Alibaba that we're going to be checking out today. Let's do it. Sitting here next to me so beautifully in this white plastic condom is some stuff from Alibaba. Now you guys know I'm big on LED lights, so when I picked out my stuff from Alibaba, you know that I did pick out some stuff that included some LED lights. And there may or may not be a couple of the products actually in the picture today to take a look at live and doing their thing in the background here, which I absolutely love them. Digging deep into the grab bag here of Alibaba products from the Pix, which are very cheap and have free shipping. The first thing that we have in the bag here is a webcam. Now this guy here is a HD webcam. It doesn't have much on the front. It says HD full video conferencing photographing, which is not a word, learning platform live broadcast, and inside of the box it does have this beautiful camera that will probably end up hooking up right back here to see what it looks like on the screen. I don't know if Linux will do anything with a webcam, so I have no clue if this will just hook up and work to Linux Mint, which is installed back here. We're gonna give that a shot here in a few minutes though, but inside of the box, you can see here, this guy does have a little like mount thing for the monitor, so you just put it right on top of the monitor like that and aim it, and we will be taking this into the Supercar Street Racing Studios to see if it actually can be used for live shots on the channel. All right, the second thing randomly pulled out of the Alibaba grab bag is, we have some heat shrink tubing straight from Alibaba. Now you guys know what this stuff is. When you are doing like wiring, cutting, and resoldering, you take heat shrink tubing and you cut it and place it over the wires after you solder it, and then you use your heat gun and it nicely shrinks everything down and puts a protective barrier over the wiring. And we got all this for $1 off of Alibaba. Now if you get this stuff from Amazon, you could pay upwards of $15 for the same thing and not get nearly as many. We have an entire bag of heat shrink tubing right here from Alibaba that was in our grab bag, and we're going to be putting that in the Supercar Street Racing garage so that when we do our next project, we have heat shrink tubing, guys. Continuing our spree here with our Alibaba picks, which we got for a total of $4.50. The next thing in the bag is, this actually goes with one of the other products. It does not count, so let's keep going. Oh yeah, this is actually a really good one. Here we have the soldered heat shrink connectors. These things are awesome, and they are expensive if you get them off of Amazon, but we got this for $1.49. And inside of this package, there are little tubes with solder in the center. And when you do wiring, instead of using the heat shrink tubing and regular solder, you place your wire on each side of one of these little connectors. You get out your heat gun, and when you do put heat on these, it shrinks both sides, and it also melts the solder right in the center and completes your connection. And so these are awesome, and it has different sizes, and they're all color coded, so you know if you want a large gauge wire, you use yellow. The red is the smallest and the blue is the middle, and this is for $1.49 on Alibaba. All right, welcome back, and you guys just saw the Alibaba picks, and we actually have 2 sets of picks right in this bag, so that means a total of 6 products here. And let's reach in the bag and see what we get next. And we do have this mini screwdriver set from Alibaba for $1.49. And you know, if you order stuff off of Amazon, it's going to be a lot more expensive than that. And when we open this up, it comes with this really cool little cute screwdriver that is like a lime green color. It has a little extension in it, and it has 32 pieces, every kind of tip that you could actually need for your everyday life. And you guys need to order this for $1.49 on Pix on Alibaba. And what happens here is you just take this screwdriver out right here, and then you can place this extension directly into it like this, and then it tightens up with this right here. And then you just take your actual type of screwdriver tip you want, and you place it on the top of the screwdriver, and that's how you use this. So if you need your Phillips head or your flathead or whatever, everything is right here ready to go. All right, we're back again, and you can see the last 2 things that we have here from AliExpress are these cool LED indicators with microphones built in. Now I ordered a ton of these. I probably have like 2 or 3 more coming, and they're very cool because you can actually change the mode behind them to make them act differently. And they do respond to audio because they have a built-in microphone. And this one big guy right here came with this little cool little tripod that you can mount it on. It is just sitting on the stand that it came with though, but like these are awesome because if you reach behind here, there's 3 or 4 buttons back here that control exactly what these guys do. And I think they're really good for
for the background when you're filming, and they help add to the production quality. So I ordered more of these, and we'll probably set those up in both the studio and over here in the Supercar Street Racing filming location in the house. Back from a long vacation, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. Good to see you guys again. We took about a week off to go get some work done and some vacation done, and we are back today with the LED lights and cameras and all the other good tools that we got off of AliExpress on the grab bag, and we had the pick done on that, so we got it all very cheap and free shipping. Now, the first thing we're going to do right now is take a look at this camera that we got, and it is right here. I have it plugged into the USB port right here, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it on so you guys can see what this thing looks like. So this is the camera. So that's about the quality of it. You can see it's not as good as the one in the upper left-hand corner, which is 4K. And this is how it looks in the Supercar Street Racing production studio. And there is one of the LED lights that we got chilling on top of one of the speakers, and that is the other one right there that we got, and these are pretty cool. I do love them. The only bummer is when you plug it into a computer and the computer shuts off, you have to power this back on. That one up there is plugged into power, and so I want to change this one as well so it comes on automatically. But yeah, that's the first LED light that we got. There's two inside, and then there's this one that I just put in today, and these were all like a couple of dollars, so not a big deal. But that's a good look at the resolution of the web camera that I got for like $1 on AliExpress. So how's it going, guys? Testing the webcam right now, and let's go ahead and get that undone, and we'll go ahead and take a look over here at the Ali site. And I did put in LED audio, and you can see they have some really cool looking audio things for displaying, like, you know, like spectrum analyzer type things, which I love those things. And these are some of the ones that I got. So like this one is $2.48. These are $6.48. This one has an app here. These are just light sticks. This is like a real spectrum analyzer. They want $200 for it though, which is a little bit crazy. Yeah, it's a little out of control. You can get these cheaper than that somewhere, I'm sure. And there's some other different types of little audio sound bars and things like that here. But I did the pick. It was a special where you could do, I think it was $1.49 or $1.79, and you could do 2 items and you got free shipping on both. But here's another one, and you can see you have to kind of sort your way through the mess down here to figure out which one to get. The ones I got are not battery powered. They are powered by the USB, so USB type C on both of these guys that are up here in the corner and right here. But down here there's so many different colors of them, and it's so hard to figure out. Sometimes you're just taking a chance, but it is AliExpress though, so you know you're taking a chance every time you go shopping on AliExpress, period. Let's go back and look at a couple more things here. Looks like there's some LED strips. Here's another RGB light strip music sound for $8.35. Here's an RGB module. Not sure what that does. Here's another one that costs what, $5. There's different kinds here. There's 32 LED, 16 LED, app control. I don't even use the app. I just push the buttons on the back, and I think they're just so cool looking that I just love them. It's like my favorite thing. So hop on AliExpress and see if you can find something for yourself. They have all kinds of cool stuff. And just remember, they're always trying to offer you like deals and % off. So make sure you take advantage of that when you get on there and do all their special deals. Now I just went to page 2, and you can see there's more LED light strips. There's laser show things. There's a RGB night light. There's all kinds of cool stuff on AliExpress for you to go explore and buy cheap, and when you get it, it may or may not work. For example, I got some of those hexagonal cube things that go on the background when you're gaming. They're just like, they plug together, but Interestingly enough, they have a USB Type A plug on the end, which is virtually unusable unless you have a USB Type A male to USB Type A male. You can't plug it into a power supply, so I had to order a cable, so that costs extra. But yeah, check out AliExpress and go ahead and get yourself some cool LED stuff off of there, and we'll see you guys next time because we got to get out of here. I'm peace. Hurricane Ian is really picking up this morning. We're getting some pretty crazy wind and rain. You guys can see it is really starting to pick up here in Jacksonville. You can almost zoom in on the moon with video. With picture, we can go all the way in. It looks so cool right now. I love it. Alien. Right, the IKEA fairy did come. The fairy did come. Right, the IKEA fairy did come last night, and I did get rid of the Right, the IKEA fairy did come last night, and I did get rid of the old couches. So our mission today is pretty simple. We are going to unbox all this IKEA stuff and set up my new furniture.
did get everything unpackaged, and the hardware and instructions were in the last box tucked underneath the springs. So I'm going to get the instructions out right now and figure out what is going on here. This is a modular set, so it has to be put together a certain way. Let's get to work. I did get everything. Okay, I had to take the end off of both of these. Okay, I had to take ends off of both of these and swap them around. They are interchangeable, so I had to take this end off because it was configured for completely opposite. Move it over here and then take this end off and move it. Putting this back together. Okay, I had to take the ends off of both of these
Okay, this part of the project is done, and the couch. The project is done, and the couch is put together. It wasn't too bad. I made one mistake that cost me maybe 30 minutes of extra time, but I got that fixed now. And you can see right here, let me step back here and put it on wide. There's a better shot at it, the modular couch. Remember, I had to move one side to the other to get it to the small part over here on this side. So not too bad. I'll put a link in the description to the couch, and watch the video back if you need any help putting it together. We'll see you guys. All right, we are back in the kitchen as the Roomba goes crazy in there.
wasn't sure if we're going to hear a little bit more about that. But again, there will be 3 calls coming up on this Starliner readiness poll for terminal count. They will poll the mission support room manager or MSR. After launch, the BMC.
A beautiful shot of our beaches here from the courtesy of our chopper team here at the Kennedy Space Center. Folks coming out to enjoy the launch and an amazing day. Weather, no changes again. Low-topped cumulus clouds on land, which you see some of it there, but because they're low-topped, that's not a concern. When a rocket flies through a big, thick cumulus cloud, it can trigger a lightning strike, but those clouds are not the kind that can do that, according to Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin. And so we're good to go there. We also have a launch visibility is always a factor here in the southeast. Can you see the rocket and from where? And our friends at United Launch Alliance provided us with this graphic so you can see about which point in the launch you would see the rocket. If you're within the first 2 inner circles, you should be able to see the solid rocket boosters jettison a minute after launch. Folks in the Orlando and Central Florida area will be able to see it about 90 seconds of flight. And then it'll come into view for much of the rest of the state after more than about 2 minutes, including Tampa on the west coast of Florida. The southeast corner of Georgia might be able to see the Atlas Centaur separation, which happens after 3 minutes of flight. Again, we're looking good here at the ASOC. Richard Jones polled his team, the NASA operations manager, and all of them are go.
LC flight, channel 1 and air to ground 1 are now merged, going to air to ground 1.
Roger. We'll send it back to the host desk.
LC flight, air to ground 1, ready for contact with Starliner on channel 1.
Roger.
Houston, contact air to ground 1.
Houston.
Flight Alan Shepard, May 5th, 1961.
Gemini 3 with astronauts Gus Grissom and John Young launched March 23rd, 1965.
Apollo 7, October 11th, 1968, with Wally Schirra, Don Isley, and Walt Cunningham.
STS-1 launched with astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen, and it launched April 12th, 1981.
Starliner Houston, your suit fan Bravo is repowered. It looks good. Please close your visors. Column closed.
You saw video there of Demo 2, May 2020, Doug Hurley, Bob Benkin.
And then, of course, today's NASA's and Boeing's crew flight test with Butch Wilmore, and Sonny Williams.
You know, Mike, 12 minutes and 15 seconds to go. How are you feeling?
I am excited. I'm grateful to ULA and Boeing and NASA team that we are sharing this historic moment together. Go Starliner.
Yeah, our hearts and well wishes are with Butch and Sonny as they make history testing what is poised to be the second commercial crew vehicle that is certified to ferry people to and from the International Space Station. So with 11 minutes and 46 seconds to go, let's send it back over to ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke to walk us through the final moments of today's launch countdown. Let's do it, guys.
Let's do it, Megan. We just heard the Starliner readiness poll is a go. We know the crew's visors are down now, so we are moving along smoothly into the final 11 minutes and 30 seconds of this countdown. This is an instantaneous launch window today, which means that we will launch when the orbital path for the ISS aligns with the Space Coast. Once we get into orbit, Starliner will be working to catch up with the space station, eventually reaching speeds of more than 17,500 miles per hour. It'll take about 25 hours or so to get there. And we are going to be watching here any minute.
Minus 11 minutes.
For the crew access
arm. Control, so the crew access arm for launch. Roger.
Right on cue. Crew access arm about to start moving away from the spacecraft. And Dylan, we will watch it move very slowly today, but it could move much faster if needed.
That's right, Lauren. It takes about 2 minutes to rotate the 120 degrees back away from Starliner to its stowed position and latched position on the crew access tower. Here we go. But we could, in the event of an emergency, redeploy it in less than 15 seconds.
It's amazing that it can do that. We hope to not have to ever see that happen. After liftoff today, Brandy and Jim will continue commentary from Houston through ascent, spacecraft separation, and the orbital insertion burn. We will have the shot of Butch and Sunny inside Starliner until the moment of launch, and then we will get it again when we get to the ISS.
Minus 10 minutes. Flight, verify CST 100 on internal power. Verified. Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
Touch and wait.
All right, the spacecraft is running completely on its own now. And they are configuring ordnance for launch. That means or could happen during ascent.
So Lauren, we're just about 2.5 minutes now away from our terminal count status check. The terminal count status check is the final report from each operator indicating that their system, whether it be a ground control system or a launch vehicle system, is ready to execute the final 4 minutes of the countdown to launching the rocket. At this point, if there were an issue, the anomaly team would be discussing it, but nothing like that has happened right now. All's quiet. I am expecting to hear all members of the team report go when pulled by Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo.
And we're actually hearing on a side channel that they are preparing for the launch vehicle systems poll. This is the long one. A lot of people view this as their favorite poll. It's kind of fun to listen to them list off each system, and then that team will give a final go or no go for launch. And we will be able to watch cameras on the rocket today, and live telemetry feeding back will provide a real-time look at the spacecraft model when video isn't possible during the ascent as it moves through the dynamic phases.
Minus 8 minutes.
Ah, there we go.
Under 8
all right.
minutes before Butch and Sunny head back to a place they consider home.
Now we can talk about the launch. So we are 9 minutes away from launch of Starliner, which has been delayed multiple times. So we are 7 minutes away from launch here, and there's still a possibility of a hold. You don't know yet because it could still hold or scrub, but you can see Starliner at 7 minutes from launch. Let's see if they can get this thing off the ground finally. This is years and years of delays on Starliner, so this is huge if they can get this thing off the ground.
Pneumatic.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
Water.
Go.
Sensor system. Propulsion. Go. Pneumatic. Go. LO2. Go. LH2.
Go.
Gas gas. Go. Electrical system.
So this is the final check for all of the systems. They all have to be in agreement that they're going to launch or they don't launch at all. This is huge for Boeing. They have had failure after failure on this, getting this thing into the sky. So let's see if they can fly today.
Go. ULA safety officer. Go. Vehicle system engineer. Go. Anomaly chief. Go. Range coordinator. Clear to proceed. Flight director.
I think there's a all right, so everything's go. There, I think there's a built-in. Well, there's a possible hold again as it counts down into the lower numbers. All right, so we're 5 minutes and 45 seconds, and it still could hold. There's no guarantee. All right, a little over 5 minutes away from launch now of the first launch of crewed astronauts on Boeing Starliner, delayed years and years and years with many, many, many problems. And so obviously people are nervous about this launch. And it still could scrub. They have a built-in ability to hold, I think, at either 2 minutes or 1 minute. We're going to see. So the astronauts are giving their little pep talk here before they get in the sky and launch, and I think it's pretty cool. A little over 4 minutes left in the countdown now for Starliner. First launch with crewed astronauts. Four minutes to go here, and Starliner on the pad with astronauts in it for the first time on the real test flight. Every time they've launched so far, they've had issues and they've had failures, and they've scrubbed many, many, many times. So let's watch. 3 minutes. And if you notice underneath the capsule, there's like a ring almost. If you look at the very top where the capsule is, that is for aerodynamics. They figured out that helps with I think they said the shock waves over the bottom of the actual rocket when they are, I think, past the speed of sound. 3 minutes until liftoff here. Cape Kennedy there in the background. First launch with astronauts. This is a flight test, guys, so this is important. If anything happens in this actual flight, then there would be a lot of delays with humans on board. It's big. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. A little over 2 minutes here, and obviously everybody at NASA is nervous about this flight, and so is Boeing with the issues that they've had for being delayed 5 or 6 years, which is uncalled for. And meanwhile, the whole time, SpaceX was delivering astronauts to the space station, and Boeing even got like almost 3 times the money that SpaceX did to do the same exact job, and there was a lot of controversy about that as well. 1 minute, 57 seconds. And you see the old school Boeing spacecraft compared to SpaceX, they refuse to modernize, so it still looks like the lunar lander from the 70s, you know? They refuse to make things modern. Well over a minute. They could still hold, I think, at 1 minute. $120 here. One minute here. They're going to either hold or launch. Let's see. All right, so they got past the 1 minute mark. They could still hold for any reason. If when they try to ignite, if there's a problem, they will stop the launch. About 40 seconds here. They can't abort from the top. They can abort. 28 seconds here. Let's see if we can get Starliner in the sky finally after years of delays. 20 seconds. Looks like they are go. 10 seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Back here, it's already launching. We're a little bit behind.
And liftoff of Starliner Atlas V. Here are your two American heroes, drawing a line to the stars above us.
A little bit behind on this broadcast. Back here, they're about 5 seconds ahead of us. All right, go Starliner. About time. There's a good view of the tracking shot of the spacecraft. Next thing that's going to happen is the solid rocket boosters. Well, the next major event is max Q, when the aerodynamic pressure on the outside of the vehicle is at its greatest. There just looks like it's at max Q now. And then, of course, the solid rocket boosters will separate.
Starliner now. Looking good. Speed and attitude increasing as expected. Coming up in less than 20 seconds, the solid rocket boosters will run out of fuel and burn out.
I don't see the bottom. I don't see the actual graph moving here. I'm not understanding. I guess they're not showing the timeline at the bottom. They're just showing the next event. So that's what happens when you don't use Starlink. That's what it looks like.
That call, good handle from Capcom Joshua Kudrick, indicating that the crew now has the ability to initiate an abort manually if needed. All looking good so far. Now 2 minutes into.
There goes the solid rocket booster.
On the solid rocket booster's jettison at the 2 minute and 40 second mark.
Such a low quality shot. You get used to seeing SpaceX with the high definition shots, and you see this and you're like, wow. So can't see what the next thing is. Okay, they are actually moving down the timeline.
Solid rocket boosters have now been jettisoned after seeing Starliner through its first 90 seconds of flight. Team on the ground here confirming that it was.
Oh no, they're not. They're just stepping through the steps. They're not actually moving down the timeline.
All right, just waiting on MECO here, main engine cutoff, when the main engine is going to stop. Nice view of the Earth there, although pretty low resolution compared to what we're used to from SpaceX. I don't think Boeing has the ability to use Starline, or to use I forgot what I was talking about. Starlink. So that's probably why they don't have good video. So far, so good for Starliner, as far as I can tell. No issues here. Shot from above the engine bells there, pretty cool. Just very, very, very low quality. There goes the cover.
And now the second stage is two SCSR engines have ignited to pushing Starliner into space, fueled by liquid hydrogen and liquid.
So she just said the Centaur engines have ignited to keep moving Starliner forward. All right, so we're off of live video now and on an animation, and that's where we're going to call this broadcast a done deal. Appreciate you guys tuning in as usual. Have some finish this editing project here, so I'm going to sign off now.
Yo, this looks fly, dog. Oh my goodness. That garage. Let's go. We got all the walls patched. Right there, that's where we will power up our power conditioner. And then we need about the same to get to the wall. Good morning, guys. It is a fresh day and I wanted to come in here and show you guys exactly what I got done yesterday and what my plan is going to be for this morning. So yesterday we got a whole lot done. Basically, we got all the walls patched. You can see we filled the huge hole right up here where wires were coming through when we moved them down there. We filled the hole where our subwoofer jack was up there, and we have basically everything ready now for paint. I'm gonna go ahead and tape the floor off this morning. Notice we have our subwoofer jack chilling in here. We got our plate for our Ethernet in here, so we're ready for Ethernet as well. All we have to do now is tape the floor and go ahead and paint this room. So I'm gonna go ahead and prep for that right now.